Death Magic. Supernaturals Underground, Book 3. By Holly Hook. Chapter 1. Xavier and I weren't having a good day. First, we'd gotten stuck below some ancient ruins where the most powerful supernatural beings in the world held a 100-year party. Second, I just learned of my descent from an equally old dragon emperor, which explained why my enemies burned from the inside out when I stabbed them. And third, we would both die unless we resurrected two of our biggest enemies before we left, who may or may not want to kill us. And sadly, that was just Tuesday. Well, I guess we hadn't ended up in a trap in the physical sense. The exit was down the dark tunnel and up a ladder, but Alana promised we'd both die a horrible death unless we resurrected her before leaving. It wasn't like we'd agreed to this with smiles on our faces. She was the only one who could tell us where the Dark Council met, and we'd come to Turkey to find where Cazio had taken Leon's body. If we hadn't made this horrible deal, Cazio would have extracted the magic from the old war mage's body and used it to kill the supernaturals back in Cumberland. Xavier paced around the huge stone chamber. We had just finished looking around the underground complex, which was a large cave dome in the middle and a bunch of dark, ancient tunnels branching off from it. He walked over the etched circle with the star in the middle of the floor and said, "There's not as much here as I thought there was. I guess the Dark Council doesn't maintain it too well since they meet here only once every 100 years. Well, they won't have any home theaters or restaurants down here," I said. The dread feeling that this place gave off was as bad as ever. I eyed the empty cell where Cazio and Cazio had kept the captured tourists. Then I added, "At least we know this place has multiple exits." Most of the tunnels led to ancient stone ladders, so at least I knew how Cazio the dragon shifter had escaped before the blast of war magic blazed through this place. He had showed no signs of coming back. I would smell him if he returned though. The burning oil stench was unmistakable. Xavier would never drop that. He'd say, "Look. Even dragons run from my awesomeness." Xavier stopped. He was standing over the star in the middle of the circle, where the point met the inner border. Then he said, "I hope those captured tourists got out okay. We can't check on them until we do what we have to do." I eyed the magic circle. The surrounding torches were going dim, making the light flicker, and the black etches look like moving snakes again. It was creepy. "This is a pentagram," I said. "Shudder." Xavier said, "I know what it is. I'm a mage. We war mages don't deal with ritual magic often, but we learn what the basic symbols are, and we learn a little about other kinds of magic. These symbols can be good or bad, depending on how they're used." "Oh. I see what you're saying." Then I said, "I'm supposed to be the dark pentagram. I made quotes with my fingers. "That's what Cazio said. Do you think this symbol has something to do with it?" "Cazio's crispy," Xavier said. "Even I can smell him from here. He's got to be lying in the tunnel we came in through. He couldn't get out of here before all that magic exploded. You don't have to worry about that anymore. Go ahead. Thank me." Why did the pressure of Xavier's lips still linger on mine? I had kissed him. I'm the one who baited a literal fire-breathing dragon into cremating his body. I said as I lifted my sword and pointed it at Xavier. Well, I put up the magical barrier that stopped us both from dying a horrible death. If it weren't for that, you wouldn't be here to enjoy that fact. Xavier smirked. I said, "Fine. Fair enough." We were procrastinating. The flame symbol on my arm burned, reminding me of our promise to Alana. If we left before fulfilling it, it would destroy us both. My nose had gone somewhat numb to the burned sewage smell, but now that I was paying attention, it returned. Instead, I focused on the large circle on the floor. There were 5 symbols, one in each section of the star. I caught a jagged lightning bolt. There were 2 more symbols I couldn't make out since they looked like jumbles, but another looked like a scythe and the next one reminded me of a single flame, not unlike the mark Alana had put on my arm to make sure we went through our part of the bargain. I was supposed to have pieces of 3 of the Dark Council members, or the 3 who had been absent anyway. Did that mean I was distantly descended from them, like I was supposed to be from Gaozu? Cazio told me I had more rare genes just waiting to wake up and smell the roses. And once that happened, I would be the key to ending the world. I really didn't want to be here anymore. I've got to figure out how to resurrect people. Xavier paced around the circle now. I told him, well, we need all 5 members of the Dark Council to do this right. I supposedly carry genes from 4 of them. He said, I know that. It's on that scroll we found. I have a gross proposal, I said. Xavier eyed me and frowned. I'm scared. Then I told him, we have to drag Cazio's body into the circle or onto his symbol here and bring Leon back, and then Alana. I sighed. I wished bringing one back didn't automatically bring the other back to life. Well, Leon and Alana are battle partners, Xavier said. If one dies, so does the other. And if one lives, so must the other. I'm assuming it works that way. Maybe Alana will come back to life somewhere else, and will only have to deal with my grandfather. I hope, I said. I really didn't want to fight the 2 of them at the same time. Now that Cazio was dead, the people left Alana would want revenge on would be the 2 of us, Xavier especially. I said, let's get this done. What do we have to do again? Like I said, I really hate this place. I can't feel the dread like I could before, but I think I've just gone numb to it. The chamber outside of our ring of torches got darker and darker. So have I, Xavier said. He reached into his pocket and drew out the clump of white hair he had pulled from his grandfather's head while I was distracting Gaozu the dragon. He tossed it down in the circle. I think I remember the words I need to chant. We need my blood. Is there a dagger around here? Blood. Panic surged into my chest. I'd sated myself from the bus driver, his blood was still providing me plenty of energy, but my stomach rumbled a bit again as soon as Xavier mentioned his own blood. Why wouldn't this stop? I had barely stopped myself from biting him when his shoulder was bleeding all over the place, and now I'd get hit with more temptation. Biting Xavier would make both of us more powerful, but that would take me one step closer to becoming the being that would help merge Earth with the infernal dimension. But Cazio had just died. Maybe my mind couldn't comprehend it yet. What if someone else in the Dark Council wanted to use me? Cazio had almost used me to accomplish a different rite that had nothing to do with merging the worlds. We weren't out of danger yet. I wasn't going to become a hazard to the people around me. I had already done that enough. I glanced over to where the body was on the floor before the war magic explosion destroyed it along with all the blood I had spilled. Sure, the man had deserved it for luring tourists down here to their demise, but I had still killed. He was the first normal life I had taken. I was officially a killer, just like the vampire who had bitten me 14 years ago. Alyssa, Xavier said, jarring me out of my trance. Yeah? I asked. I tingled whenever I looked at him, and his kiss came back to mind. If I focused, I could still feel the tingle of his lips on mine. He said, what happened before we went into battle? Well. A new panic exploded inside of me as I said. Don't tell me it was fake because you're awesome or that it was something that sounded good because we were both about to die. If you say that, Xavier, I'm going to kill you myself. Well, not really, but you know what I mean. He stood there and stared at me, paling in the torchlight. No. The kiss was good. I was going to say that I'm not sure about it. I mean, we're battle partners, but if we get really involved with each other, it's going to complicate things. I thought battle partners usually did that. I asked, tightening my grasp on my sword. Xavier was back to sending me all these conflicting signals again, and it made me want to storm out of the chamber and leave him down here to finish the rite himself. I liked him. Ugh. Good job, Alyssa. They do, but there's so much more to this, Xavier said. We shouldn't talk about this now. We must get this right going. Alyssa, can you find that scroll in the library? You can see way better than I can, and after what I did, I don't think I can summon a fireball. I need all my energy for what we're about to do. I turned my back on Xavier. Of course, I shouldn't have expected some fairy tale relationship between us after just one kiss, and one right before battle. Xavier hadn't expected to survive to deal with the aftermath of it, after all. Now he was dealing. I wished he hadn't even done it. The library was a mess from the blast, even though none of the books had burned. I grabbed book after book, careful this time not to let any more ancient covers crumble in my hands. Out in the main chamber, Xavier hissed with pain as a knife slid across his skin. I stopped, but then I realized what he was doing. He was slicing his palm and spilling some of his blood while I was in here. That was so I wouldn't be tempted by it like I had been in the past. Xavier, who had once begged me to bite him, was reconsidering after he had seen what I'd done to the bus driver on the surface, the driver who still might be lying out there, crying out in pain. I watched for a second as he held his palm out over the circle, allowing one of the ingredients of the rite to spill. I turned away as his wood smoke smell intensified, making my stomach rumble. I knew what I wanted, and it was still forbidden. There were too many things that were still dangerous. And besides, we were in for another potential battle. Draining Xavier of any energy was a bad thing right now. Have you found the scroll? Xavier asked. I'm getting there, I said, focusing on the paper smell instead. At last, I found the rumpled scroll resting underneath a couple of very large books that had flown to the floor. I lifted it up as a corner crumbled and turned to dust. I have to be careful, though. Bear with me. Panic. My life was in this paper and so was Xavier's. My fire mark on my wrist burned, warning me to go through with the rite. I muttered that I was getting to it, that I wouldn't have to die right now. Xavier and I were keeping our promise. I walked back out into the main chamber and handed him the scroll. Xavier had wrapped his palm up tight in a piece of his t-shirt, which was ripped at the sleeve. I would have to give him his leather coat back once we were done with this. And his hat, too. He had let me borrow them to keep the sun off me yesterday, and now a big part of me no longer wanted to wear his clothes. That's it, he said, avoiding my gaze and turning away. These are the words. I'm glad that part didn't get ripped. I'm amazed the rite is so easy. I was expecting that we'd have to do something horrible like human sacrifice. Well, I'm rare, I said, tense. I'd focus on the coming battle, not Xavier. I wished he hadn't kissed me. I guess it's a pretty difficult rite. That's why Alana wanted us to go through with it. She knew we were the ones who could do it. We're still missing Cazio's part in this, Xavier said. Xavier and I shot each other disgusted glances. He placed the paper down inside the circle, letting it rest next to a shining, tiny puddle of his blood and the tuft of Leon's white hair. We entered the tunnel and the burned sewage smell got so bad I gagged. Xavier shot me a sympathetic glance and a questioning one. My gray vision snapped into being and I looked down the tunnel, dreading what I would see. It was as bad as I thought. Halfway to the first curve, Cazio's dark form lay there, barely recognizable. His suit was still intact along with his sunglasses, but all the organic parts of him, yikes. He looked more like a burned blob in the vague form of a horned demon than anything else. Crusty things that might be burned wings clung to his suit, wrapping him in a cocoon of fried demon. He had died in his true form. Xavier was right that war magic was one of the very few things that could slay demons. And Leon's body had contained a lot. I don't want to do this, I said. Xavier coughed. Neither do I. I can even smell this. I'm glad I don't have the vision that you do. I wouldn't even want to touch Cazio if he was alive. I got a great idea right then. We don't have to touch him. We can use something to drag him to the circle like a makeshift gurney. He asked, but what are we going to use for that? Easy, I said, taking off Xavier's jacket. He must have heard the leather squeaking. His mouth opened in horror. Alyssa! Well, we need something, I said. If we don't use your jacket, we carry Cazio with our bare hands. A horrible, vindictive part of me wanted to do this, but even without that, it was the only good choice. I ran, reached the disgusting remains, and laid his jacket down. I kicked the suited blob, rolling it onto the jacket while Xavier listened in horror back towards the main chamber. That's my trademark! Xavier shouted. I wanted to say something about him messing with my feelings so badly, but I put that aside. Now wasn't the time for this, so I said, I'll help you pick out a fresh coat. Come down, grab one end and let's get this right done. We only have to bring Alana and Leon back to life. We don't have to stick with them. There was nothing else on the deal. Heck, we can leave as soon as Leon's coming back to life, so he wakes up alone in this horrible place with this lying next to him. Xavier grinned. I like that idea. We used the coat to drag the burned blob all the way back to the main chamber. It was a longer walk than I'd liked, and the stench made me want to puke. It was like a burning chemical factory. At last, we dumped the grossness into the magic circle, and even as we did, the power in the room seemed to intensify. The air got thicker, heavier, and more tingly as its magic prepared to work. I set Xavier's coat down on the floor. Xavier stood there, staring at his leather coat with a look of real mourning on his face. First you and Janine make me cut my hair, he said, and now this. I advise you to never wear that again, I said. With my superior vision, I could see that things had rubbed off on the coat that a human probably couldn't. Even Cazio's still intact suit hadn't kept it off. He gripped his coat and tossed it to the side. We'll have a moment of silence for it later, he said, picking up the scroll. Alyssa, you stand inside the circle with everything. It won't work without you. I had no choice but to enter. I felt stupid, just standing there while Xavier raised the scroll to read it in the dim torchlight. Xavier trembled as he muttered some words, the same few words over and over for so long that I was sure I had memorized them. The air in the room got thicker and thicker as the dark lines that made up the magic circle on the floor glowed. My skin tingled. The glow from the circle wasn't really a glow. It was more as if the blackness that made up the patterns and etches was more present, like little openings into a void. I felt like we were standing on a thin stone crust and there was nothing below us. I fought the urge to jump out of the circle. This was sinister magic, indeed. Something's happening, I said, eyeing the floor. Xavier said nothing. The glow shifted to something fiery, like the dragon piece inside of me. Another tingle raced through my body. Then it shifted to green, then magenta, then dark blue, and at last, a bloody red. The colors pulsed faster and faster along the lines of the circle while Xavier read. I felt like waves of magic were pulsing through me, sucking my strength away. I was lending my life force to this rite. I wanted to scream as the feeling intensified and my knees wobbled. I closed my eyes and indistinct, leering faces danced in my vision, but none of them remained long enough for me to make them out. My stomach heaved and I was about to throw up when it all stopped, and an utter silence fell over the chamber. Alyssa. Xavier took on an undertone of terror. I opened my eyes. The air of the room was clear now, clean even of the dread that had filled the place since Xavier and I arrived. It felt like every ounce of magic had drained from this place and would stay gone for a while. I remained standing inside the circle, which had returned to its normal black etched in stone. Cazio's burned form was smoking. That was new. Leon's hair and Xavier's blood were doing the same next to him. Xavier and I watched, standing on opposite sides of the circle, while I trembled with weakness. I felt hollow, like a shell that was standing there. If I took a step, I might fall. Leon's hair turned black, like ash, and then melted. What? I asked. He said, I don't know how this works, but something's happening. The tiny black puddle shifted and merged with Xavier's now drying blood on the floor. Both turned inky and spread out, filling the edges of the magic circle and racing through the grooves like a dark flood filling every canal of a city. I watched in horror as the liquid spread and spread, far beyond what it should have. It was expanding to fill every crevice of the magic circle. It almost looked like inky demon blood, like the portals that turned dark when they were ready for use. Some of it touched Cazio's form, which smoked even more. Get out! I said, finding the strength to back away. I managed it, stepping out of the circle. I realized that I might have screwed things up too late, but apparently the right was already done because the liquid kept spreading until it had, at last, filled every groove and symbol of the circle with its shining darkness. So, Leon is liquid darkness, Xavier said, backing out as well. I didn't get the chance to respond. The ink inside the circle's border rose with a disgusting sucking sound, forming a circular wall that narrowly missed Xavier as it climbed, curved, and formed into a dark, shining dome that was terrifying to look at. It made a horrible squick sound as it met at the top, closing the circle inside. More of those awful sounds followed from inside the circle like something was forming inside, something from that gross fluid. I think it's happening, I said. Xavier, we might want to leave. He smiled and grinned at me. It's a good time. The noises intensified. I couldn't see inside the circle, but I could still smell. The burned sewage smell of Cazio's form remained, but then a newer scent, a wood smoke one that marked a war mage, joined in and merged with the other. I staggered back. My strength was returning, but would I be fast enough? Leon would roast us as soon as look at us. Alana would help if she materialized here as well. But I grabbed Xavier's hand, and we ran. I staggered once at the entrance to the tunnel, but we continued, me guiding Xavier through the dark as his evil grandfather continued to take form behind us. Chapter 2. What have we done? Xavier asked as he closed the hidden door to the underground. We'd both collapsed on the dust now, exhausted underneath the late-night stars, as the last of the horrible stench vanished from my nose. Xavier's hat fell off the top of my head as I focused on a star right above. I didn't know the names of the stars, but the night sky was my friend. It meant the sun wasn't out to make me sick. It meant I didn't have to hide. And it meant that I could pretend I was normal for a while. I stretched my legs, which still felt somewhat like rubber. I don't know. That right drained me, and all I did was stand there. I think I'm feeling better, but we need to walk and get as far from here as we can. I sat up as much as my body wanted the rest. I felt hollow for a moment. I didn't want to be here anymore. I hated that the right confirmed I had more pieces inside me waiting to wake. Some of that was my fault. Xavier frowned at me, deadly serious. I said, all of it was your fault. We were changing the subject to our messed up relationship again. I knew Leon was right below us, but I couldn't get off this. This place brought out the worst in me. Look, the kiss was a great thing to do, he said. We were about to die. I said, exactly. It was nothing more than that, so why did you spend the last few days suggesting it might be something more? It's complicated, Xavier said, standing. He stood right over the door now, which was disguised to look like dusty ground. Only one little notch in stone told a different story. Beyond him, the circular ruins of Göbekli Tepe spread out with the rings of T-pillars half excavated from the ground. I didn't see any tourists, but I heard distant speech. The tour group had escaped and all of them stuck together. I wondered if they'd found the road that led back to the city, and hopefully a vehicle, too. I just hoped no one else who was with the Dark Council found them, or more scary rites would go on as planned, with or without me. Okay. I get it. It's always complicated, I said. It always will be. We'll settle it there. Now we need to leave before Leon emerges from the ground and kills us. Who knows if Alana's with him? I rolled up my sleeve to eye the fire mark on my wrist she had given me, the mark that promised a burning death if we didn't fulfill our promise to bring her back. Only pale skin met my gaze. The toll had lifted. We had fulfilled our promise. Xavier watched me with interest. What do you see? I said, my fire mark is gone. Alana is back to life. If she's not down here, she's somewhere out there. Xavier grimaced and said, great. And I mean that in a good and bad way. There's a chance she came back with Leon down there, and she might be below our feet, filling him in on all the details as we speak. I know little about resurrection spells. Never thought I'd pull one off. If she's back, she's either down there with Leon or at the place she died. Nothing else makes sense. That's in the ATC building, I said. Well, she has to be back. If Leon lives, she lives. Xavier pretended to slash himself across the throat. You explained the battle partner rules to me, I said, forcing myself up taller. I couldn't believe how tired and useless I felt. We need to go. I didn't want to talk to Xavier anymore, but it was inevitable. We had to spend time together. Kissing me was just a great thing to do at the time. I couldn't stop dwelling on that as we walked as fast as we could towards all the tourist traps. I stumbled a few more times. The distance seemed like so much. I tried to focus on any sounds around us. The bus driver I had bitten was still out there among the ruins, groaning and weak with pain. He deserved no sympathy. He had roped tourists into their deaths. He could lie out there for a while, waiting for someone to find him. A big part of me wanted to stab him with my sword, but I held back. Getting out of here came first. The tourists' faint voices, in a myriad of languages, floated from the direction of the road. Xavier and I stopped once we stood between all the darkened tourist shops. Only a couple of orange lights burned by some back doors, providing just enough glow for me to see in color again. I sniffed the air, which was faint with the near victims' dinners. They had been here minutes ago while Xavier and I were trying to resurrect pure evil. From here, I could see the parking lot. Gaozu's limo left, I said. The Dragon Emperor actually left. The bus is still there and the driver's still out in the ruins, groaning. A dark look came over Xavier's face, and he faced me. He had witnessed what I'd done, and now he was reliving it. Another invisible gut punch hit me. Maybe that was why kissing me was a good thing to do, because we were going to die. It was too late to take that back. What did it matter now? I had ruined things by biting that guy in front of him, the same way I had ripped my family apart by biting Hannah in the 2nd grade. It was just the way it was going to be for me. Even other supernaturals wouldn't fully accept me. Maybe it would make Trish happy that I was moving on from blood bags, but I was screaming inside. Then the bus driver might have keys, Xavier said. It's miles and miles back to the city. We can't let those people walk through the dark the entire way there. Gaozu could snatch them at any second. He couldn't have gone far either. I told him, I'll get them. I think I can run now. Can you wait here? I didn't pause for his answer. It was good to be away from Xavier, running across the hilly ruins and kicking up dust. I found the bus driver still lying there, deep in the ruins and clutching his neck. Now dried blood caked around his wound. I sniffed. His scent was weaker now but still spicy, and my stomach rumbled a bit again, but I would not drain him to death. Sweat had formed around his forehead and he breathed in a slow pattern, like he was trying to calm himself down, to slow his pulse even though he was no longer bleeding. Help! he muttered when his gaze landed on me. Nope, I said. I should stab him so he couldn't hurt any more people. I had already killed one normal who was helping the Dark Council. I could do it again, but right now, I just couldn't. This was my shame right here. So instead, I shuffled through the man's pockets until I found the keys I needed. I held them up as the guy swore at me in Turkish. I smiled and waved, and then ran back until I met Xavier again at the tourist traps. By now, the tourists' voices had faded. They had made it quite far from the ruins. Those people were moving as fast as they could. Not that I could blame them. Great, Xavier said, smiling when I jiggled the keys. I said, the bus driver is still alive. We'll let the employees in the morning find him. I don't think he's going to die, and they need to know that people have been sneaking around here. Well, you're not a linebacker, Xavier said. You didn't need to take much from him. I asked, can we talk about something else? I know you're all freaked out at me, but we have another job to do. The tourists tried the bus already, but they abandoned it, and they're walking up the road. Sorry, Alyssa. I didn't get freaked out. Well, I sort of was, but that was the shock of seeing you. Well, never mind. It changed nothing between us. He waved me towards the bus. Come on. I wanted to say, yeah, right? But we had Leon behind us somewhere. I hoped it would take the old man a while to emerge from the ruins and figure out what had happened. Alana might even be close, too, but I didn't smell any demon yet. Xavier and I boarded the bus. It still held traces of people's scents. Apparently, the tourists had tried to start the bus because the driver's seat still held a trace of sandwiches. I got into the driver's seat and started the bus, which rumbled to life, even though I could hear some clicks and clunks under the hood that Xavier probably couldn't. I think the ropers got this from a junkyard, I said. I think you're right, Xavier said, standing there and running his hand along a ripped seat. People like them don't deserve to live. I hadn't heard him so hateful in a long time. Or ever. Xavier was sinking into one of his moods again. It might have just been me, but it seemed like it was getting more frequent. Something was wrong and he wouldn't tell me what. Maybe my biting the bus driver really hadn't had to do with things going bust. I struggled to figure out how to get the bus in gear. Once I did, turning and pulling out of the parking lot was the hardest part. At least the headlights were already on. The road was mostly smooth, and I opened my window as I drove closer to the group of tourists, who were walking maybe a mile ahead of me. Already, they had put distance between them and the ruins. A woman looked back, tugged on a man's shirt, and ran. And the rest of the people scattered. They think we're those guys. Xavier yelled that we're here to help them or something. I hope they understand us. I fumbled around and found the lever to open the bus door. It squeaked open and Xavier grabbed onto a railing, balancing on the steps. Hey, he shouted into the night. We're not those goons. We'll take you back to the city. He kept shouting over and over as I drew closer to the tourists. Some were walking still as if too exhausted to go on, and about half of them ran across the brown fields and into the night. There was nowhere to hide out here. I stopped the bus next to the old man who shuffled along, who looked up at me and Xavier with fear at first, and then incredible relief. At least he remembered who had freed him from the cell. I'd slashed a man's throat in front of this guy, and he didn't seem to mind. Get on, I said as Xavier stepped out of the way. We're going back to the city. The old man did, but not before he turned and shouted at the people in the dark in what sounded like French. We were the people who had freed them from that cage underground, after all. The old man coaxed back the woman and the 10-year-old girl who had been the last out of the underground cell. The girl managed to smile at me, even though I still had my dirty sword sitting there, propped against my seat on the other side of me. Xavier hadn't put the illusion back on it. We were that weak. I had killed a man in front of these people, and they weren't recoiling in horror. They must have known we were supernaturals. I stood at 5'0", and that man I'd killed had been twice my size. Not everyone is going to come over here until they see us, Xavier said, maintaining his balance in the open door of the bus. We need to get out and look for people. We can't just leave them out here in the middle of the night in case Cazio comes back. At least we don't have Cazio to worry about, I said, getting off the bus. I made a hand gesture that said to the 3 people already on that we'd be right back. The girl nodded as she sat towards the back. Maybe she was a Hannah and thought supernaturals were cool, even after nearly being killed by a couple of them. We had to rely on my vision to find the rest of the tourists who were out running along the hills. People had split up, which meant I had to run to catch up with everyone. Xavier and I came across a British couple first, who we could talk to and who helped us round up the rest of the tourists. It took forever, even with my enhanced movement speed, but at last, Xavier and I guided the last little group, a Brazilian family with 2 adult children, towards the bus where everyone was waiting. I could tell that they were leery of us. The mother kept looking at me the whole way back. I watched as they boarded and went as close to the back as they could before sitting. We might have saved them, but we were still supernaturals, and they knew. Xavier and I waited outside the bus while they boarded. So far, so good. That's more what I'm used to, I said as the mother glanced at me one last time before sitting. I suppose you get that more than I do, Xavier said. I said, well, you're human. You can go out and blend in so long as you don't do any magic. Xavier nodded and spoke. True. We should do one last check out there to make sure we're not leaving anyone behind, or we're going to see a news story about someone who wandered around the Turkish countryside for a month, barely surviving. I held up my finger again to tell the people inside the bus that once again, we'd be right back. A man inside nodded at me and smiled. It was a mixed bag of reactions inside that bus, mixed prejudices. Not all normals hated us, but the haters were always there. Some of those people had boarded that bus because they were more scared of Cazio and Cazio than they were of us. They knew bad things were out there in the night, things even worse than me. Xavier and I turned away from the bus and climbed a hill. Now that we were away from the idling vehicle and its lights, my gray vision snapped back, showing me all the details of the surrounding landscape. I spotted several woolly lumps that were sheep about a mile away, sleeping beside a wire fence. I see no more people, I said once we were at the top of the hill. I think we have all the tourists. We should get them back to the city and see if we can find a way home. It was then that something very strange happened. My gut told me something was wrong right away. The stars were normally bright to me no matter what kind of vision I was using, but somewhere ahead, from the direction of the city, the sky darkened. It wasn't a cloud either, it was more like some rolling blackness, like a shadow in space that was moving across the sky, and it was coming right towards us. A sense of dread crawled up inside of me. It reminded me of how it felt to have an army of shadow wraiths close to me. Xavier, get down! I grabbed his arm and pulled him to the ground. What? He asked once we had hit the grass. I dared to look up. The darkness spread across the sky, growing closer. It was big. No. Enormous. I watched as star after star vanished as the circular blob sailed right over us and continued towards the ruins. What is that? Xavier asked, looking up. Even he could see it. Another Dark Council member? I managed once it had passed. The dread was clearing from the air, and I felt safe to stand. I watched as the darkness sailed away in complete silence, lowering towards the ruins. Yeah, it might be a third Dark Council member. I think we should get those people out of here. They probably even felt that. Well, Leon's going to get a surprise, Xavier said, grinning. I said, this isn't funny. We're not even sure how the rite worked, which is another reason we need to go. I grabbed his arm, and we ran back towards the bus. I hoped we had left no one out here to wander around within miles of that. I got back into the driver's seat and closed the door as Xavier stood next to me, holding onto another seat. A glance back confirmed one thing. Yes. No one with a brain had missed that presence. The old man had his head tilted back and he was staring at the ceiling. The girl was leaning on her mother and the Brazilian family was muttering amongst themselves. "Everyone," Xavier announced. "We're getting out of here." I smiled and waved to everyone. I switched gears, and the bus lurched forward, clunking the whole way. Now that I was driving it, I noticed everything wrong, everything that could break down and leave us stranded. I smelled burning oil. Leaking antifreeze. An ominous clunk came from the left front wheel well. But I drove. I'd never driven before, but I had watched Janine do so plenty of times. It couldn't be too hard, right? And this road had no traffic signals or other traffic. At least it was good practice. But the bus drove on, dim headlights illuminating the road ahead. I could spot tire tracks where the limo had passed right before us. Cazio had departed. Leon's magic exploding all over had chased the ancient dragon off. I wondered why he hadn't stuck around, waiting to strike when we came out from the underground. The dread feeling faded the farther we got from the ruins. I spotted the lights from the city ahead that had the name that I still couldn't pronounce. "Alyssa," Xavier said. "We're going to need to get a flight back home." "I know," I said with dread. Flying would mean exposure to daylight at some point and the risk that we'd be discovered. We had left Xavier's jacket back in the ruins. I had nothing to cover myself with effectively unless we found something. I'm not looking forward to it. The daylight is going to suck. "I agree," Xavier said. "It will not be easy. I carry a fake ID, so that might help." Panic exploded in me when I realized we had a big problem on our hands. In the last 10 years, airports had ramped up security to keep supernaturals from getting in and out of the country in case they were plotting to hurt any normals. People had paranoia over groups like Beatrix's crime ring, but I knew the new laws would not make it easy on us. "We don't have any portals over here we can use," Xavier continued in a low voice. "That sucks." "We have demon blood," I said, gesturing to my sword. "We could use one." Xavier said, "Don't wash that sword. And besides, we need to save that demon blood." "For?" I asked before it hit me. He said, "For the ATC portal. The one that's going to lead to our parents. We might get there now." I said, "Oh. Dad." He still slept in the infernal dimension. Cazio couldn't stop us from using the portal. Xavier was right. We needed to save the dried demon blood on my blade. Demons weren't easy to kill or even to find. Sure, we could meet Alana again, but she would be ready to take revenge on us. My fire magic wouldn't do any good against a demon. I wasn't even sure yet who it could or couldn't work on. Cazio's minions had been immune, anyway. I wasn't sure about anything, except that I had pieces of some of the Dark Council members inside of me. That probably included whatever had flown over us out in the open. I shuddered as we passed the city limits. I parked the bus back in the lot of the now long closed, legit station that took tourists to the ruins with real buses. I'd leave this old one here. Maybe the local police could find fingerprints of those guys who worked for Cazio. Xavier watched the tourists get off the bus and head for the parking lot, where all their cars were still parked. Still others got out phones and placed calls. "I think they'll be safe here," Xavier said. "What's bothering you?" I said, "Everything." Cazio said I have pieces of some of the other Dark Council members inside of me. That must include whatever flew over us. "Do you think I'm related to that, too?" We were alone on the bus. I turned off the engine and all the lights followed seconds later. Xavier said, "I don't know. I said. Cazio said that I was. I have a bunch of scary genes inside of me. What does that make me? He told me, well, you're not a dragon. You have some of Gaozu's power, but you're not a fire-breathing reptile. It's probably like one gene or something that you inherited. Gaozu's been around for thousands of years like the others. There wouldn't be much of him left inside of you. Are you sure? I asked. I'd been wondering about that with growing panic for the entire drive back. I wouldn't be able to put off asking that question for long. Xavier nodded. You must have just a little of the other members in you. Those beings are all ancient. I know you haven't spent a lot of time studying the supernatural world. But trust me when I say that supernaturals have been having children with normals for all of history. Some normals will deny it, but a lot of them have some distant supernatural ancestor and don't know it. Of course, when this happens, the children are usually born one way or the other. Like with mages? I asked. The elders at Leon's funeral had mentioned that Leon had married a normal woman. Only 2 of Leon's children were born with magic and the other 4 were normal. Yes, Xavier said. Mages are human, though. Some non-human supernaturals have also had children with normals. Like Gaozu. Obviously. His children must have been normal, but with that dormant fire gene that you have. It must have been on my father's side, I said. I thought of telling Xavier about my great-grandfather, who had come over from China a long time ago and always told stories about dragons to my father. The carrier of the Gaozu gene must have been him. The thought felt right. I wondered if he had known or suspected it or if a part of him had just sensed it. My mother would have freaked double if she'd found out about that, even if it didn't make my father or I special at the time. The turning gene came down my father's side, too. Xavier grinned. Maybe the others came from your mother. I said, whatever they are. I wished I knew where she lived. I'd love to tell her about this and watch her squirm. Vengeful, he said. Outside, a car started. I said, you haven't met my mother or her side of the family. I'm sure I won't see them again. That's why we need to get your father back, Xavier said. If you're lucky, you won't have to find out anything else about your family that you don't want to. Really, I said, thinking of that darkness that swept over us. Come on, Xavier said, stepping off the bus. We need to figure out a way home. Then we rescue our parents. Chapter 3. Xavier and I walked across the city that started with an S. The night remained deep. It must be close to midnight by now. The stars crept across the sky, but the darkness didn't return. Whatever had sailed over us had stayed at the ruins, apparently. Maybe the new Dark Council member and Leon were having a tea party, and he was telling the new creature all about his stay in the infernal dimension. There was an airport on the other side of the city. It wasn't very large and just offered connecting flights to Istanbul, but it was better than nothing. Despite losing his jacket, Xavier still had his money and the people at the airport were happy to take it. The flight itself wasn't very long, just about an hour and a half in total. By the time we landed at the capital's airport, it was only about 2 in the morning, local time. And yes, that was my first time on an airplane. We should have just taken a plane to the other city on the way out there, Xavier said once we were off the plane. It would have been easier. We weren't thinking. Wow, I win today. I said, we don't have an option but to fly now. Let's hope the security here isn't that bad. Once we get home, though, all bets are off. Xavier booked us another connector flight. He then grabbed some cheap brochures from a store and put an illusion on them to make them look like passports, complete with fake names. We had to wait in some uncomfortable chairs for a few more hours for it to board. By then, the first daylight was appearing on the horizon, pink and pale. We'd be in the air when the sun came up. Xavier seemed to notice at the same time. He frowned at me. We should find you something to wear before our flight leaves. You don't need to get sick. Also, we don't need to get caught. We have things we have to do. He sounded caring. I heard no tension in his voice. What was up with him? But I'd take it because already, a slight headache bloomed between my temples. We searched stores and found nothing besides t-shirts obviously meant for tourists and some food stalls. Xavier ordered a sandwich from one and we gave up, heading back to the waiting area for our flight. He said, "I'll let you take an aisle seat. Hopefully, the sun will rise behind us." It should, I said, thinking of the stops we would have to make before crossing the ocean. This would not be a fun trip. And it wasn't. Once we got on the plane and waited on the runway, the horizon got brighter and brighter until the sun peeked over it, shining pale light right into the plane. Even though I was opposite the sun, there still wasn't much shelter from it. The plane would rise into the sky where there would be even less. We might even get above the cloud cover. We took off. What I feared happened. The plane rose higher and higher, and eventually, we rose over a few wispy clouds, and then there was nothing between me and the sun but this metal tube. I could see why people hated flying. The irony was that I hated it for other reasons than normals. I feel like crap, I said, leaning against Xavier. The headache had returned, and my exposed skin felt like it had sunburned. It wouldn't get better until I found some shelter. Yes, Xavier kept his window shut, but other people didn't, and though the sunlight wasn't direct, it still made me sick. "You're not going to have a seizure, are you?" Xavier asked, wrapping his arm around me and holding me close. Now, he was coming out of his funk, but these times were getting rarer and rarer now. I said, "I don't think so. It would take the direct sun to do that. For now, I would just feel like I had the flu, if this was what normal flu felt like. I've never tested it this long though." "Let's hope," Xavier said, pulling me closer. I didn't complain. No matter how he felt about me, I needed the shield as much as possible. I felt a little better with him hugging me and I closed my eyes, my sword-turned fake cane leaning against my leg. I was sure that underneath, the mixture of normal and demon blood was still there, dried and ready for use on the portal that would take Xavier and I to our parents. This was almost over. I had to remind myself of that. But why didn't it feel that way? It took 2 more connecting flights to get home. By then, almost an entire day had passed and both Xavier and I were exhausted, despite having slept on the flights. But the good news was, it was night by the time we got home. It was the only good news. Xavier and I got off the plane, stretching while I pretended to lean on my fake cane. I double-checked to make sure Xavier had illusioned it correctly, and it hadn't turned into a fake Superman baseball bat this time. My Hello Kitty tape was still there in all its glory. "At least we don't have any luggage," Xavier said. We stopped near the baggage carousel, where everyone was waiting for their stuff to come out on the conveyor belt. Bulging souvenir bags, suitcases, and plastic zip-up totes all came out, one after the other, while people watched and waited. I pulled Xavier towards the wall. I looked out at the fresh night. We had been on planes for hours and hours. My headache had vanished. I couldn't wait to get outside and breathe some fresh air. "We have a problem," Xavier said. "We have to pass through security because we came through an international flight." "That might be an issue," I said, looking at the checkpoint up ahead. Dad had once told me that flying was easier before I was born. Then the government got all worried about supernaturals, and people started voting the anti-supernatural crowd into office. I remembered that Russell Fox's going around and biting as many people as possible had a lot to do with it. There had been a big scare about supernaturals because of him. There had also been an incident where a dark mage had attacked a bunch of innocent people at a movie theater and even killed a couple for some rite she was doing. I almost let myself think about how disgusting those 2 supernaturals were when I remembered that I had killed now, too. I had returned home a killer of normals. I was so much worse than a homewrecker. My knees trembled and Xavier looked at me, then offered a hand to steady me. I stepped away from him. Maybe his increasing rotten moods were because of me. The more of me he saw, the worse it got. "What's wrong?" he asked. "Everything," I said, leaning on the cane. We stepped away from the rest of the crowd. "I know we went through a lot back at the ruins," Xavier said. "Don't let Cazio bother you. You might have some link to some of the Dark Council people, but you're not like them. Those people are horrible. They were going to sacrifice a 10-year-old girl. You saved those people." I lowered my voice and leaned close to him. I said, "I killed someone, and I enjoyed it." "That guy would murder people for whatever Cazio promised," Xavier said. "You stopped him from hurting more people in the future. You should have killed that bus driver, too." I asked, "What if he had a family?" Xavier hugged me. "Stop torturing yourself. You don't understand," I said into his shoulder. His hug felt strained. Xavier snorted. "I know nothing about the guilt that comes after killing people." "Sorry," I said as we separated. "I just don't like the thought of everyone fearing me." One of the other passengers walked past and I went quiet. Even at 10 feet away, the young man smelled like pizza, and it made my stomach growl. I was getting hungry again. "I hear you," Xavier said, voice very low. "No one likes war mages either. There are times I wish I was a nature mage or something." I said, "But then you wouldn't have cool powers, and then other supernaturals would accuse you of working with the government." Nature mages were probably the most tolerated of all. No one feared those who made flowers bloom like in some bad fantasy movie. "You can't win," Xavier said. "Let's see if we can get through security. I might have to transpose us out of here. Airports don't have magical wards that prevent it, as far as I know, but we'll have to do it fast if things go south." Agreed. I held my fake cane close. Xavier and I waited until other passengers were ready to go through the gates and out into the rest of the airport, into forbidden normal territory. We got in line and every muscle in my body tensed. My stomach growled, begging me to bite someone, begging me to bite Xavier. It was getting worse, along with his changing moods. I had bitten people twice within a few days and my fears that it had woken up something inside of me was coming true. I couldn't stop thinking about it whenever I was even a little hungry. I was losing control. I had worked my whole life to be normal, and this was threatening to take it all away. I had to be strong. I had to keep it suppressed so I could get back to school and friends when all of this was done. I would start a new identity and a new life. Maybe Xavier could come with me. It didn't take long for us to go through the turnstiles. The line moved fast. The security officer was a very overweight man with a no-nonsense look on his face who smelled like black coffee. He asked us to show identification. Xavier pulled out his fake passport and ID card. Duncan Mello. Really? It was my turn. My urge to laugh was over. Ally flowers. My fake ID and passport. The guy took it in his sweaty hands and waved me through the turnstile. "That was too easy," I said. Xavier said, "I know. At least we didn't have any metal detectors. I think they only make you go through those when you board a flight. We should still leave as soon as it's clear." "I didn't know your official name was Duncan Mellows," I said. "It reminds me of that cute turtle on a show I used to watch when I was little." We walked faster, cutting around the rest of the small group. Xavier said, "You watched a show about a cute turtle? I've watched you fight werewolves and slay evildoers, but you watched that show? You collect superhero figures," I said. "I did," Xavier reminded me. I said, "I never said it was a bad thing." "Oh, crap." Xavier and I stopped in the middle of the hallway, right next to a fake potted plant and a drinking fountain. Apparently, the ATC had an office right in the airport to deal with people like us, one right between us and the food court, because there was an open glass door with those red letters on the front and several even more serious-looking men and women in black stepping out to block the way forward. Behind us, some of the normal passengers freaked, muttered amongst themselves, and backed away. The scent of nervous adrenaline filled the air. I wasn't sure if the people behind us were backing away from us or the ATC themselves. Not all normals liked them. Or it might have been the fact that they were all holding guns with large barrels that I had never spotted before. I watched as a dozen of them raised to face us. "Xavier?" I asked. "Have you ever disguised paperwork before?" He shot me a nervous smile. "No. I might have missed a few details." "You?" An ATC agent with the shiniest head I'd ever seen motioned for us to stop by holding up his hand. The security guy had detected something off about the passports. Or he had scanned my face. Maybe I was on a no-fly list, and he'd pressed a button under his podium with his foot. I must be all over the news and on some most wanted list by now. The coward didn't want to deal with us. I was wanted and feared, just like Russell Fox had been. "Alyssa Choi," bald guy said, showing me his wallet ATC badge. The leather fell open to reveal their coat of arms. A glimpse of the schoolhouse and the sun were enough to tell me they were the real deal. "You are wanted by the city of Cumberland and the ATC for immediate treatment of your condition. Place your hands up and step away from this young man." Those guns looked terrifying. I could hug Xavier and we could transpose, but they would fire before I did and hurt us both. They might not know that Xavier was another supernatural yet. He was without the leather coat he'd been wearing when we fought the police in the sewer. So, I put my hands up and stepped away from him. "Happy?" I asked. The fake cane swung over my head, so I tightened my grip on it. Any second, I could shake it out to reveal its real identity. I did not want to fight in an airport. Or kill any more people. We were hosed. "Step away from the young man," bald guy repeated, putting his badge away. "Place your hands behind your head and walk towards us." He turned his gaze to Xavier. "Young man. You do the same." No. They didn't know who he was, but they would figure it out soon enough. Despite everything, I had to protect Xavier. If he stayed free, he'd help me out after capture. "Duncan," I said to Xavier. "Don't listen to them. They're lying." "You're not a normal girl?" Xavier asked me, his jaw falling open. It was a decent act. Yes. He had to stay free. "They're pretending," an ATC woman said. "This may be the young man who was seen in the library with Alyssa." Bald guy seemed to think. "Both of you," he said, moving the gun up and down. His name was Jamal, I could see. It was on his golden name tag. "Hands behind your heads. Step towards us and inside the office, please." Dead silence fell around us as passengers watched in awe and horror. I heard fingers clicking on phones. People were recording. Why did people have to film every public spectacle? Xavier and I exchanged a look. We were getting into deeper and deeper trouble now. But if we went into that office, they would remind me I was a monster. I would think about it all over again. Dad would never see me again. I shook out my fake cane just as Xavier shouted. "No!" My sword shined in all its glory and still included a bit of dried blood. Jamal backed away into his comrades, eyes widening, and he let out a creative string of curses that would make a sailor proud. Something fired with a pop. I glimpsed a spring extending as something black shot for me, but I had no time to move before the pad contacted my arm. Someone in the crowd behind us screamed as what felt like a million jolts ran through my body, paralyzing me. I dropped my sword. Xavier yelled my name and rushed to catch me as I fell, dimly aware that I was screaming. I was being burned alive. This must be how it felt to be at the end of my fire magic. I thrashed as the current seized my muscles and turned me into nothing more than a rag doll. A single word crept into my mind. Taser. I'd never imagined one would take me down. The onslaught continued for seconds. Minutes. Hours. Xavier lay next to me, shaking, a spring sticking out from his back. He had joined me. The agony stopped, and I laid there, helpless as Xavier must have been back in the ruins. A faint zapping noise continued for a moment, then stopped as Xavier's tormentor decided we'd both had enough. The pad still stuck to my arm and terror gripped me. My attacker could torture me again any second. We will hit you again, a woman said from over me, if you try to attack. Now, hands behind your back. Chapter 4. The zip ties binding my wrists were uncomfortable, but nothing compared to the taser. The ATC had taken the pads off us, tied our hands behind our backs, and then led us into an office at the side of the hallway. Bystanders tried to creep closer to watch the scene, but angry shouts and yells from Jamal for them all to step back kept the growing crowd at bay. He also shouted at everyone that they couldn't record the security area. Despite that, I caught a phone held in the air by a tall man, filming us and our humiliation. The small ATC office was one long room with several steel doors that must lead to holding cells. It smelled like antiseptic. There was a heavy mahogany desk towards the front, with a leather chair that reminded me of Beatrix's. She would fit in perfectly here if she wasn't a half-demon. The ATC people, I counted 10 of them in all, ordered us to sit in some chairs on the other side of the enormous desk, facing the leather chair. After propping my sword against a cabinet and closing us all in the office, a woman nodded to Jamal. It was a signal for him to sit in the chair and face us with the most serious, you're about to die expression I could imagine. So, you like to electrocute people now? I said, aware of how stupid that sounded when I had been ready to stab someone with that sword, someone who just might have burned from the inside out. Even my urge to hurt people was getting worse. I was getting reckless. Angry. Ready to lash out. We dislike shocking anybody, Jamal said. You were ready to fight. What did you expect us to do? You have a good point, I said. Jamal smelled like pancakes and bacon. My stomach rumbled so loud that I was sure he could hear it. Great. It was hard when normals had a nutritious breakfast. That blood usually smelled the best. I said, the thing is, we were just walking out of here and about to leave you and everyone else here alone. Jamal gave me the typical ATC spiel. Haven't you ever wanted to be normal? We can help you with that. I'd love to be, I said, looking him right in those brown, merciless eyes. The thing is that you guys don't actually help with that. I was doing a good job of looking normal on my own, you know, not fighting anyone, not biting anyone, until you guys broke into my house with Cazio. Why don't you guys pay attention to what the scientists are saying? It's not my fault I'm like this. It's not any supernatural's fault. Outside, the crowd pressed in again, trying to peek into the office. This must explode on social media right now. Soon, everyone would know that the two of us were in here. I caught glimpses of more phones being held up and even a mini camcorder, probably brought along for a vacation. Of course, airports always filled with travelers who had that stuff. This could be good, or this could be bad. Jamal ignored them and shifted his gaze between me and Xavier. You chose your fate. Then he turned his gaze to Xavier. You are still a mystery, but we have tests to figure you out. I don't expect you to talk, but we'll uncover what you are soon enough. At best, you are a normal who sympathizes with these people who want to hurt us. At worst, you're a mage. Those eyes of yours are suspicious. He looked at me again and said, you wear convincing colored contact lenses. If I were you, I wouldn't want to walk around with your natural eyes. It would make it so much harder for you to disguise yourself as you look for prey. Though, with your tendency to break into places, you may not need them at all. I hated this more by the second. I shifted in my chair, sensing the other agents standing behind us and boxing us in. The zip ties cut into my wrists. Xavier and I had to get out of here. Our parents were waiting, and no one would save them but us. I eyed the distance between us. 2 feet, and both of us had our hands bound with stupid zip ties. We had to be touching to transpose. Even if we broke free, they would shock us again, a thought that made pure terror pump through me. I had faced demons and dragons and werewolves ready to tear out my throat, but a simple device was my downfall. Whatever, I said. Now what? I pulled against the zip tie, but it remained in place. Thorn had once taught us how to break zip ties in class. You had to raise your hands over your head and bring them down quickly, but there was no doing that when my hands were behind my back unless I wanted to dislocate both shoulders. Even with my strength, I wasn't sure that I could do that part. And if I did it right now, I knew what would happen. Treatment, of course, Jamal said, while another one of the ATC goons breathed on my back. You will find the treatment centers very comfortable. We treat supernaturals humanely in this society. You are very lucky, considering what you have done. In the past, your kind got burned or hanged. Torture was not uncommon. Xavier snorted. Do you know what really happens in those treatment centers? Sir? Jamal raised his eyebrows. You've been in one? How many have you seen the inside of? I asked, looking at the walls. For the first time, I realized there were pictures hanging everywhere, of nice brick buildings with ATC plastered across the front in red lettering. Other photos showed what looked like rooms with simple beds, bookshelves, and televisions. There was even a picture of several supernaturals in a cafeteria eating together. A very hairy man who might be a werewolf had a salad and a pale woman with reddish eyes held a fruit smoothie. They were all smiling. On closer inspection, I realized that these weren't photos at all, but computer-made images. It was there in the lines, in the way the colors met up, but it wasn't something a normal or any human would notice. These ATC people, like everyone else, didn't realize the truth. Cazio and his inner circle didn't want these normal goons to wake up to reality. Jamal shifted and said, I have not been to the facilities personally, but I have heard good things about them. You won't mind answering some questions, then? How many supernaturals do you know of personally? I asked, forcing my voice into a sickly sweet tone. How many have gone into the centers and come back out as normals? If you have an excellent track record, believe me, I'd love to give this whole thing a try. Jamal remained quiet. I didn't have to be an expert to know that the answer was 0. I could also see the mental gymnastics going on in his head. He didn't want to believe he was the bad guy. Maybe we had a chance. Do you know what you're working for, man? Xavier asked. The ATC is pretty much run by Cazio, a demon. He collects supernaturals to make them work for him or he destroys them. He wants to take over the world. He makes everyone think he's a normal mayor who wants to help with the problem that's supposed to be us. Did you know he's planning to enslave all normals, too? Xavier spoke as if Cazio still lived. If we let slip that we'd killed him, we wouldn't even make it to a treatment center. We might go straight to prison. Jamal stood up as if someone had aimed the taser at his backside. That is the most ridiculous story I've ever heard. Cazio is not a demon. He's the best mayor Cumberland has ever had. Since he's come into office. I said, Cazio blew up that apartment building. You remember that huge fire? Jamal stopped, went silent, and leveled a glare at me. That was a gas leak. I've heard nothing about that. It would have been on the news. I said, nope. Demon fire. There's a reason he tried to make all those people shelter in the ATC building. We were getting somewhere. Then I said, how did you like how he defunded the hospital last summer? Or how he didn't have the funds to keep that old folks' home open? And how do you like the fact that every supernatural who goes into a treatment never comes out? I'd keep punching. It was all I had. What's he up to now? Xavier said as he agreed with my tactic. I bet it's something to further his plans. Jamal spoke. He's left to go meet some international ATC people. A bit of sweat formed on Jamal's temple. He went to go sacrifice some normal people, I said. What was I doing? Why don't you guys try calling him? See if he picks up? I'm sure you have his number on speed dial since you must donate to all his campaigns. Unless, of course, you're just a bunch of low-level guys who couldn't get a better job somewhere else. Did you know he's in Turkey, and he went to meet with some other supernaturals? Go ahead. Call him. Tell him you have us. Jamal's face hardened. The surrounding agents shifted. Maybe we should give Cazio a call, a woman said. These two got off a plane from overseas and the mayor went in the direction their flights came from. It will calm our nerves, though I'm about 90% sure they're just giving us a story. Xavier looked at me like I was crazy. I couldn't even mouth anything to him. I was stalling and angry and losing control of myself all over again. Maybe worrying about the mayor would distract them and we could find an escape. Besides, Cazio wouldn't pick up. He was too crispy for that, and they had no proof we'd done anything. That would drag out their brief investigation and keep us from going to the ATC building for longer. Maybe we should, Jamal said. I'm sure our mayor is fine, and he would like to know who we have in custody. Xavier stared at me again. Would his phone even ring? He just mouthed the words. I wasn't sure if Cazio's phone had survived the explosion, which seemed to only destroy organic stuff like flesh. His suit had. If the phone had survived, I wondered who would pick up. I watched Jamal take out his own phone and scroll through a bunch of contacts. I pulled against the binds again. My sword was sitting up against the file cabinet, begging me to use it. I shouldn't hurt these people, especially if they really thought they were helping us, but I wanted to. I might not have a choice if Xavier and I were going to avoid a fate worse than death. Someone else would head the ATC once they figured out Cazio was gone. It might be Marissa. She wouldn't be any kinder to us. At last, Jamal lifted the phone to his ear. I could hear it ringing on the other end. It rang, and rang, while Xavier tensed in his chair. I did the same. A look of worry crept over Jamal's features. But then a voice answered on the other side, too muffled to make out. Hey, sir, Jamal said in a friendly voice. This is Jamal S., from the Cumberland Airport ATC office. We have one Alyssa Choi and one unknown teenage male in our custody. He paused. The voice he got must have been a voicemail. But then Jamal nodded like he was having an actual conversation. He said, yes. Alyssa Choi. You say the boy's name is probably Xavier? I jumped in my chair and one of the ATC people drew closer to me. I could smell the metal of the taser. It was a warning. Don't move. Something was not right here. The voice continued on the other end of the phone. Something about it sounded familiar. It was raspy, like dry leaves, but it was also deep, like some ancient void. All the color drained out of Xavier's face. Yes, we can hold them here for your arrival if you'd like to see them personally. Have a pleasant flight, sir. Jamal snapped his phone shut and glared at me. Why did you make such accusations? To have something to laugh about? I asked, feeling very small and vulnerable. Jamal waved to his colleagues and said, place them both in separate cells. Cazio just told me that the boy has teleporting abilities, but we won't leave without the girl. Xavier and I exchanged a look of horror as the ATC folks yanked us to our feet. The right. We hadn't just resurrected Leon. We had also accidentally brought the mayor back. Chapter 5. What the hell? I muttered to myself as the steel door of the holding cell closed behind me. Nothing but white walls and a tiled floor surrounded me. We had screwed up. The mayor of Cumberland was back. Something had been off with Cazio's voice on the other end of the phone, but the sense that I was listening to some deep void had been there. How had we messed this up? Sure, Cazio's remains had been there for the right, but the right had required some of the dead person's fresh blood to be in the circle, too. None of Cazio's had been in the circle. Just Xavier's, which had come from Leon. And if Cazio was back, didn't that mean he could kill Leon and try to use his energy against the underground all over again? Sheer panic swept through me. All it would take was killing Leon, hard as that would be. But then I shook my head and forced myself to think. The full Dark Council meeting wasn't for another 3 weeks, and Cazio needed all the members there to do the extraction right, or at least little pieces of them. I'd left, so no go there. The other members wouldn't make it for another 2 or 3 weeks. That bought time. And Cazio was flying back here to get us right now. He couldn't have sent that wave of Leon's energy through the underground. But he was still coming for us right now. I slumped against the wall of the plain white cell and said, oh, crap. It was quite possible that Cazio, Alana, and Leon were all coming to murder us right now. Now we potentially had 3 major enemies after us all over again. 4, if I counted Beatrix. 5, if we included the ATC. I supposed the ATC and Cazio were the same thing, so maybe it was 4. That wasn't so bad, right? I tilted my head back to rest against the wall. We were both so going to die. I couldn't tell Xavier my thoughts. Judging from what I had heard outside of the cell, they had led him to the end of the hall, where he could await our doom in silence. Even through the steel door, I could make out faint voices talking about how dangerous we were, what I'd done to that librarian, and about the crowd that was still hanging around the office outside, snapping pictures and getting on social media. I had to get out of this zip tie. I had gone through worse. It was infuriating to think of a strip of plastic keeping my wrists together. I had to have my arms free when they opened the steel door again. I wondered if I could summon some of Xavier's war magic around my wrists, but that fire burned nothing that wasn't flesh. It could throw things back, but it couldn't burn them. Plastic was invulnerable to it. So much for that. It would have to be brute force, then. I could heal from whatever injury I got doing this. Over the last couple of weeks, I had gotten used to pain. It was a regular part of fighting and getting hurt. It wouldn't last long with my healing. Standing, I lifted my arms up behind me and brought them back down against my back, transferring all my force into the zip tie. The tie just dug into my wrists and threatened to open them. What would Thorn do in this situation? He had shown this escape technique with his arms in front of him, not behind. The physics had to be just right. I had to get my arms in front of me somehow. Could I step through them and bring them around? I wasn't a contortionist, but I had to try. I reminded myself that I would heal from whatever happened. I kneeled, trying to pick up my leg and get it through my bound arms, but it was no use. My muscles screamed as I tried to stretch. Oomph. With a flash of magenta light, a body landed on top of me, and we both went toppling to the floor. Alyssa, Xavier breathed, as the column of magenta fire closed behind him. He had transposed from his cell to mine. We lay there in a heap, my leg halfway through my folded arms. Every muscle cramped, and I desperately scrambled to get up. How did you do that? He got up, which was no simple task, with his hands still bound behind his back. He said, easy. It was a short distance, and I could picture the cell you were in perfectly. I figured it was a plain white square, like mine. Lucky guess, I said. Relief. I struggled to get up, and Xavier was helpless to do anything but watch. I added, I take it your magic sucks against plastic. Despite everything, I was happy to see him. At least we could wait out our fate together. Xavier nodded and spoke. This is humiliating. I can knock down doors and drill holes through fences, but there's no way I can get this off. I can't really throw a charge at myself. I asked, well, there's two of us in here now. How drained are you from transposing? The air in the room was still hot from his entry. I had forgotten that happened when a war mage transposed to you. It reminded me of the first time he had come to my house to get me away from Cazio's people. Xavier said, not very. It was such a short distance, it needed little energy at all. I'd transpose out of here to get help, but I wouldn't have the strength to get back in and you'd be gone by the time I could reach you again. We might help each other with our ties. After that, there's the matter of getting out of these cells. Guess what? I know this is a shocker, but the door's locked from the outside. I swallowed down my irritation. We had to get out of here, and we had to do it without arguing with each other. I said, after the doors, we have all the guys out there. I eyed the door. It was steel. Thick. Even the tiny glass window towards the top of the door was thick, so much that the glass itself had a greenish tint. My strength might not be a match for that door. Neither would Xavier's war magic. But we had to take this one step at a time. Cazio's flight should take forever, Xavier said. Alyssa. Look at my arm. He turned sideways so I could see it. I did. He had rolled his sleeve up by rubbing it against his side. I paused over his crossed swords, even over the faint pair that betrayed that he'd been bound to someone else. Both of his victory marks were now missing, the marks that said he had killed 2 demons. Only bare skin remained. Yikes, I said. See? Xavier asked. This means both Alana and Cazio are both alive again. He's back. We messed up. I expected Alana to come back when we resurrected Leon, but the mayor? How? I said, we shouldn't have dragged his body into the circle. Xavier said, but he would have needed to have his fresh blood inside the circle. We stood face to face now. Xavier was turning greenish like he was about to be sick. I said, he still smelled like sewage. The war magic must have only burned the outside of him. Maybe there was fresh blood left inside of his body. Xavier sighed. We left him lying there for a while, before we even dragged him into the circle. Remember? We explored the tunnels first and then we dragged him in. The right needed fresh blood. Then I said, maybe demon blood stays good for longer than human blood. The portal worked with Beatrix's drying blood all over the sword, after all. But that blood was only a minute old, Xavier said, turning away. His fists clenched, and his skin bulged against the zip ties. This is really awesome. So much for not arguing. Could we have a tea party for once? We had to do it that way, I said. If we hadn't done what we'd done, we'd both be dead. Look at the good news. Alana will now have someone to take her revenge out on more than us. Xavier turned back to face me. Some victory. Here I was, thinking we might be free to go get our parents out of the infernal dimension, and now we're right back to where we started. We don't know what kind of condition Cazio is in, I said. We've resurrected no one before. If we're lucky, Leon will hold him up long enough, or they might kill each other. They would have both materialized in that circle together after we left. Xavier forced a smile. I guess you're right, he said. I'd like to see that fight. But what if Leon takes over the underground again? I'm hoping the elders won't let him. They'll get too suspicious. And we still have the traitor elder we have to deal with. I had forgotten the name of that guy, but he was out there. I said, we're never going to solve all of this. We will. Xavier paled and frowned at me. Alyssa, do you think you can? Use your teeth to get my zip tie off? That might work. I said, I don't know if I can. I might. You have to try. He turned around and backed towards me. I spotted his bluish veins right underneath the thin skin of his wrists. His wood smoke smell got stronger, along with the greasy sandwich he had eaten at the last airport. Chicago. A sub, with lots of turkey and gravy. My stomach roared. Now that I was almost free to bite Xavier without worrying about what Cazio wanted out of me, I couldn't all over again. But we didn't have any scissors right now and I couldn't use my own hands to pry the tie off Xavier's wrist. I said, I'll try. I know you keep pushing me to bite you, but... He told me, just do it. Please. Bite me right now. Why do you keep bothering me about it? I asked. You said getting closer to each other would complicate things. Xavier made a strange sound, like he was trying to speak, but no words came out. It was almost as if something were stopping him, something that he couldn't control. I asked, are you under some curse or something? Is something wrong with you? Xavier remained quiet for a moment before he yelled. Just get this zip tie off. Geez, I said, trying to make light of this crappy situation. You don't have to rip my head off. Something was very wrong here, and it went beyond mood swings. I had to figure out what it was because this wasn't getting any better. Xavier was my battle partner. No. He was more than that. If I had learned anything from the underground, it was that anything was possible. Hurry. He followed that with a sigh. Xavier, I said, kneeling behind him. I don't know what's wrong with you, but I'm going to figure it out. I think something's happening that you don't control and now it's finally sunken through my thick skull. Don't put yourself in any danger trying to tell me what it is. He was silent. Tense. The adrenaline pulsed through him, and his wrists were only inches from my face. I would have no choice but to use my teeth on the zip tie that was hugging his skin. But if I bit him, he might bleed too much to help get us out of here. It wasn't just Cazio stopping me. Xavier had lost blood before, and the experience had scared me on so many levels. My stomach roared. The longer I waited, the more agonizing it would become. So, I leaned forward and worked on the tie with my teeth. It was tricky, and I even scraped Xavier's skin. It was so thin and just on the other side of it was his blood, but I counted to 10 and focused on Cazio's horrible words that I would help end the world if all the scary things inside of me came to life. That included full access to Xavier's power. My bite would make our bond strong. It was something the mayor wanted me to do. So, I ran the whole prospect of Cazio merging Earth with the infernal dimension through my head over and over, focusing on any horrific detail. It worked. At last, I broke Xavier's zip tie free. His hands fell away from each other. They were red around the wrists. The ATC people had bound him tight. That feels better, Xavier said with a smile. Now turn around and let me work my magic. His horrible mood had gone. He had given me no clues to his condition. I turned around while Xavier picked at my ties with his hands, which wouldn't get very far. He said, I wish I had my knife. The ATC people raided my pockets. They took my money, too. Apparently, they like to keep it for themselves. I told him, surprise. They've also got my sword. Xavier picked at the ties some more. I'm not sure if my magic can break these, even with my hands free. It can blast down doors and put dents in police cars, I said. If I threw a blast at you, you'd get hurt, Xavier said. My magic is too violent for a job like this. I can kill demons and blast down doors, but I can't use my war magic on this stupid effing zip tie. That's why the ATC uses them, I said as he continued to pick away. I might have to dislocate my shoulders after all. Can you help me with that? Dislocate your shoulders? Xavier asked, as I turned to face him. I'll heal, I said. I was so not looking forward to this. Help me get my arms in front of me. I think I can fit my thin little legs through my arms, but someone's going to help. Thorn taught me a trick, but it's only going to work if my arms are in front of me. He nodded. So, I help you pull your legs through your arms and... This might be fun. He lit up with a grin. What did I tell you about the sexual harassment? I said, but I was glad to see a bit of the old Xavier back. It wasn't easy, and I had to lie on the floor while Xavier pulled my leg through the loop formed by my bound arms. That was a little awkward and my shoulder screamed in pain, but at last, I pulled both of my arms up in front of me as I lay on the floor, face against the plain white tile. Got it, Xavier said, standing above me. Shall I help you up? Please, I said as the pain in my shoulder abated. He leaned down and took my arm, then helped me to stand. I would never, ever take free hands for granted again. I checked the little window to make sure no one was watching, and I stood, leaning against Xavier for support. Thanks for helping me, he said, very close to my ear. Is there anything I can do to help you? I tingled all over. I think I've got this, I said, raising both of my arms high above me. Just stand back. I don't want to hit you by mistake. He did. I lifted my arms higher, and squeezed my palms together. I brought down my arms with as much force as I could muster. And the zip tie snapped, cutting into both of my wrists. I let out a breath as Xavier whistled, impressed. I didn't know you could do that. I shook out my arms, so glad they were free. We had passed step 1 of this whole mess. I could mark it off the to-do list. Next up, get out of this cell. Well, we're together, Xavier said. You ready for a nice, big, transposing hug? More than ready, I said. I think the ATC underestimated us. Xavier spread his arms wide, and I was just about to dive into them when the steel door to the cell burst open. Chapter 6. Freeze. Xavier and I did so. There was a mass of black-clad ATC agents on the other side of the door, cramming the entire hallway. I smelled the metal of another taser mixing in with adrenaline, Mountain Dew, and even liver and onions. It was a smell that rivaled demons and Cazio himself. How did you get in here? Jamal asked Xavier, eyes widening. So, he didn't know everything about war mages. Typical. People feared what they didn't understand, and most of the time, they didn't want to change their minds. And to keep fearing supernaturals, they learned the bare minimum. Xavier raised both hands above his head. My exceptional guy powers? He kept a stupid grin on his face and right then, he did not look threatening. Maybe that was the plan. We stood 2 feet from each other. Jamal had another taser pointed right at Xavier. The man was shaking. The agents behind him weren't the ones we had seen earlier. Their black uniforms were puffy, and the metallic smell gave away the fact that they were all wearing bulletproof vests. Or magic-proof vests. I wasn't sure if that was a thing, but if anyone had them, it would be the ATC. You are being transferred to the main ATC building prior to Cazio's arrival, Jamal said. Mayor's orders. I shook my head. I wondered if Cazio would still have that charred look when he got back and how he would explain that to everyone. He should have stayed dead. The right made no sense. Come on. Jamal ordered. Keep your hands up or you will be on the wrong end of electricity again. Alyssa. Hands up. Now. Shaking, I raised my hands above my head. I said, if you do this, the world is going to end. She means it, Xavier said. Now. Jamal ordered. My shift ends in half an hour, and you will not make me late for taking my son to school. It was almost morning, then. You have a son? I asked. If you don't want him to experience what it's going to be like to have this world merged with the infernal dimension, you won't turn us over to Cazio. If he gets us, that's what he's going to do. He hates all of us, including you. It makes him more powerful when we're all fighting like this. A look of doubt came over Jamal's face, but then it vanished a second later. You abnormals are what's wrong with the world today, he said, using the common slur. Out! He backed away to allow us some room. It was very little room, I noticed. As soon as we stepped out, we'd suffocate in ATC goons. Xavier led the way, walking through the doorway and into the hall, and I followed. The body heat was awful, and I felt like I was getting crushed, but at least no one put new zip ties on us. One of my contacts was about to fall out and I blinked, begging it to stay in. That would be the icing on the cake, having one of my reddish eyes exposed for the walk of shame to the ATC van. They led us through the office. My sword was still leaning against a filing cabinet as if the ATC had forgotten about it, and Xavier's wallet was sitting on top of Jamal's desk. They had been busy dispersing the crowd of onlookers, because they had left, and because of them they'd forgotten to lock up our things. Jamal opened the glass door to the airport outside. It was busier now that morning was drawing near, with business people rushing between flights. It was still black outside the windows, and I glimpsed a plane rolling down the runway, lights blinking, ready to take off. Two men with briefcases stepped to the side as the parade of shame exited the office, with 4 ATC goons in front and 4 behind. I waved to the two guys as I walked, keeping my hands up. Enjoy the end of the world, I said to them. That's what's going to happen when these guys take us to Cazio. I keep trying to tell them, but they won't listen. Jamal let out a disgusted sigh behind me. I left the 2 men behind us. He couldn't make me shut up. Gagging me in front of the airport would be bad PR. I wouldn't. I had to warn as many people as I could, even if they didn't take me seriously. At least Jamal would regret everything he'd done once the worst happened. Janine might die. Everyone I had met at the underground might die. I didn't even like Trish, but she was like Xavier's mother. And my mother, wherever she was, I didn't want her to die either. And those who lived through the big merger might wish they were dead. I had seen the infernal dimension, and I was fairly sure no one would have fun with that. And then I saw her as panic exploded in my chest. Alana, dressed in an ordinary hoodie to hide the silver scales on her neck. She stood down a narrow maintenance hallway, watching us get paraded past. Her blonde hair stuck to her skull as always, and her eyes were very dark, like black pits that led to a bottomless void. She was here. She had heard about us through the social media explosion, and now she was here to let us know she was back. The succubus shot me a smile. Xavier tensed next to me as his adrenaline spiked. He had seen her, too. Alana smiled and waved. It was an evil smile, one that told me she knew the world would merge with the infernal sooner rather than later. She turned away and ran quickly and silently down the hall, leaving a faint sewage smell. But before I could respond or even point her out to the ATC, we passed and left the maintenance hallway behind. No dragging your feet, an agent said behind me. She sounded like a mean English teacher. Xavier shot me a look as we walked closer to the front entrance of the airport. I had expected the ATC to have some secret door for this kind of thing, but maybe this was some PR stunt to tell the populace that Cazio was doing a great job at cleaning up and treating us with compassion. Politics. I waved to more people and gave them the news as we crossed the open food court area, where the smells of coffee and donuts filled the air. But then a very strong doggy smell hit, and I tensed. Before I looked at Xavier, it happened. A loud growl closing in. A large, hairy, hulking form loping across the food court, shaking the floor as it raced for us. People's screams. And at last, Jamal shouting. Incoming! It was too late. Tasers went off, sticking to the werewolf, but the 10,000 volts of current didn't faze the beast. I smelled burning fur. Electricity zapped. The huge black wolf stopped for a second and snarled, showing slobbery teeth that would rip someone's head off. Xavier pulled me to the side as the shocked ATC people all shouted and fanned out in formation as if they had practiced this a million times. Real guns came out and cocked, but it was too late. The werewolf jumped at Jamal, knocking him into a glowing sign of departure times. His eyes widened in horror. And then the werewolf bit into his shoulder with a disgusting crunch. Jamal lay there, shocked, as the werewolf backed off him, slobbering and facing the other ATC people. Two of the ones in vests backed away, guns trained on the werewolf, but I couldn't imagine bullets doing much to something that looked like a cross between a regular wolf and a bear. A gun fired, but the bullet missed and broke the glass on the sign. Glass rained down on Jamal as the sign fizzled and went out. He lay there, grasping his bloody shoulder with a look of utter horror. He had taken a bite. It was clear from his face that he knew what that meant. Karma did not smile on him today. Magenta light flared next to me. Xavier threw a charge at the two ATC people still aiming guns at the wolf. Another shot fired, but the bullet shot to the ceiling as both men flew back into a donut stall. The woman working the counter screamed and ducked. The wolf looked at us and narrowed its eyes. It growled. I could guess what it meant. Go. This werewolf had enough control over its state to control itself while in beast form. Intelligence lived in those eyes. This was no new werewolf. And it had come here to help us. Come on! Xavier shouted, grabbing my arm. We ran back toward the ATC office. I wasn't sure why he was pulling me back, but I took over, running and guiding him as the world around me blurred from my speed. I ran past the two men in suits, who stopped to watch us. An announcement came over the airport intercom, advising everyone to shelter in place. Some dangerous abnormals were on the loose. Another pain scream came from another ATC guy along with a crunch of a bite. The werewolf was biting them, but it wasn't killing. We stopped, and I yanked the door open to the ATC office. I asked, "We came back for our stuff?" Xavier said, "We can't leave it. My sister's number is in my wallet. So is Thorn's. The ATC can't have that." "Oh," I said, picking my sword up. It still had traces of both human and demon blood on the blade. I could smell faint sewage, but I could deal with that. Another scream followed, this one belonging to a woman. That werewolf's biting all of them. Good, Xavier said with a smile. It serves the ATC people right. Let's see how much they like their own treatment centers. A shot fired and then another. A loud snarl of pain followed. The werewolf was the focus right now. I wondered who it was and how they'd known where we were. It must be someone from the underground. Another announcement came over the intercom, telling everyone to shelter in place again as if people hadn't figured that out by now. It added something about the authorities arriving soon. Okay, Xavier said, stuffing his wallet into his jeans pocket. We need to go before this place gets all GTA. They might call in the military for an airport. I agree, I said, gripping my sword tight. What about the werewolf? We can't leave it here. Obviously, they're bailing us out. We had our chance. We had to take it. He said, we can't go back. If Cazio catches us, the world ends. Werewolves can take a lot. Another shot fired, and the wolf snarled again. I could hear so much from out here, even Jamal's panicked screams and pleas for help. He was right. We had to go. Xavier opened his arms wide. I'm not sure where we'll end up. I jumped into his hug. He held me tight, and the now familiar heat of his war magic surrounded us both and we fell through the purple fire, spinning and spiraling out of control. We didn't fall for long, maybe just a couple of seconds. We landed on concrete and the cool pre-dawn air wrapped around me, relieving and free. The stars of the night sky winked overhead, and the buildings of the airport spread out not too far away. Sirens screamed as the police approached. The parking lot was full, and it took me a moment to realize we were both standing in the economy lot, across the street from the paid lot. The airport was lit inside. Even from here, I could hear the panicked screams from normals who were running out of the airport. A plane took off as if escaping the nightmare inside. "You didn't take us very far," I said, releasing Xavier. The feel of his muscular chest fell away. He said, "I didn't want to spend too much energy. We must conserve. A longer distance would have drained me. We can't afford to do that anymore." Cars started across the street. I wondered if the werewolf was still alive. I asked, "Do you think that was Les?" We had come across the guy in the underground and Xavier knew his name. "Les wouldn't care enough about me to bail me out," Xavier said. "The guy kind of hates me, to tell you the truth. Or it could have been. Elzina might have sent him. Those two used to work together in the underground market. I had run into Les once. He had said some pretty bad stuff about Xavier's family." I said, "Well, it was someone. Would Trish have something to do with it? How would she know we were at the airport?" Xavier asked. He reached into his pocket and pulled out my blood amulet. It immediately floated to point at me, telling him my location. "She doesn't have this anymore." "Huh," I said as he put the amulet back. "Something happened." "That was brave of, here the wolf comes." The doggy smell hit me just as the sound of loping feet did. The werewolf had exited the airport, which explained the new wave of screams coming from across the street. "Are you sure?" Xavier asked as the sirens got louder. The police were on their way. I didn't get time to answer. The werewolf bounded across the road towards the opposite end of the parking lot as us. The beast was fleeing. It appeared from behind some shrubs, looked around like it was searching for a parked car, and saw us. The wolf bolted for us, wagging its enormous tail. I grabbed Xavier's arm, and we waited. The wolf stopped and then edged in between an SUV and a truck, barely fitting in between them. It growled but made no signs of attacking us. Xavier and I waited as it sniffed the air, taking in our scents. It might have tracked us here by smell alone. I tensed, readying my sword. I had heard of rogue werewolves who went crazy and went around attacking everyone. This one could destroy us if it wanted, but it stayed between the two large vehicles instead, ducking down and trying to hide from all but us. "Hey," I said, holding up one hand and waving. "Thanks for getting us away from the ATC?" Then the wolf sniffed, and its lips curled up as if it were smiling. Quickly, almost too quickly, the wolf's form shifted, almost deflating like an old balloon. The popping and snapping of bones followed. I watched as hairy paws lost hair, revealing dark skin as fur fell out and vaporized on the ground. The wolf struggled onto two legs and quickly staggered back further between the vehicles. A police car pulled into the airport behind it, followed by 3 more. But I could see a second reason for the wolf hiding. Whoever this wolf was changing back into was naked. I knew clothes tended to burst off when someone morphed into a hulking beast, but I hadn't seen it before. At last, a fully human man stood in between the vehicles, crouched and hiding the best he could. It was a young man with dreadlocks, maybe in his 20s. I could only see his top half. I had never seen him before, but there was something familiar about him, something I couldn't place. "Hey," the guy managed, clearly embarrassed. "I hope you really appreciate that, because I sacrificed a lot of pride to help my cousin's friends. If you could get into that red car with the DJ stickers 3 rows away and grab my jeans and a shirt, that would be great. I'm sure a naked guy running around Cumberland will only get more attention put on us, not less." "Your little cousin?" I asked. Janine, the guy said, ducking so low between the vehicles that I could barely see his deadlocks. She sent me. Hurry. I don't want to add indecent exposure to my rap sheet, which is already getting pretty long. Oh, I said. Our rescuer turned out to be Janine's favorite second cousin, George, the one bitten by a werewolf when he was just 14. I wasn't sure how he had found us, but I had the feeling all those people filming us earlier had something to do with it. Word had spread that we were captive. Janine had found out. And she had done what she could to help. Xavier and I fished George's clothes out of his little car, which was unlocked. Once George had dressed, we piled into the vehicle, which was messy, and carried a trace of the doggy smell. Besides what we had witnessed, the car looked like any normal guy car. It was full of fast food bags, boxes marked as Meat Lovers Pizza, and pop cans. More police and ATC vans passed the economy lot, all headed for the airport terminal. They did not know the people they were looking for were in the economy lot. It was lucky George had gotten dressed while he could. It had taken most normals time to reach the economy lot, but it filled now with people herding each other into cars. The place was a mess with vehicles trying to escape, so we blended in as George pulled out of the space and got in line for the traffic signal. That was an interesting night, George said, ducking his head. You two stay down. You're both going to my place. No one knows what I am, and it's staying that way, so we should be safe there. Janine and her mother are both there waiting for you. Well, Janine is, I said, trying to scoot to a place in the back seat where there wasn't garbage. I held my sword above it, trying not to get any dried demon blood on anything. I didn't know a ton about werewolves, but I imagined that even in human form, they had much better than normal sense of smell. I looked outside to see a faint crescent moon setting over the horizon. So, werewolves could transform outside of the full moon. I knew that the full moon forced them to transform, but I hadn't realized they could do it at will, too. I know how her mother is, George said as he continued to drive. She doesn't know what I am either. We'll have to be quiet when we get to my place, since she's sleeping. Janine's awake, watching the news. How did she know to send you? I asked as we reached the light. I stayed low, out of sight of any police that might set up a perimeter around the area. It was going to be blocked off soon. More lights flashed, red and blue, against the inside of George's little car, but no one stopped us, and he sped down the road, blending in with the others who were fleeing. The cops were looking for a hulking, wild werewolf, or a naked dude. George had come prepared. The adrenaline smells got thinner as we got further from the airport. Both Xavier and George were calming down. Thanks, man, Xavier said. Alyssa has a good question. How did you know to come for us? Janine has alerts on her phone, George explained. That girl is obsessed with social media and gossip. She must have set up an alert for the two of you when she realized you were wanted. Me? I asked. Okay, so no shock. They'd wanted me since the incident with the librarian, and Janine never knew that Xavier and I had ever headed out on a deadly mission to Turkey in the first place unless Liliana had told her, which I also doubted. My name would be out there. And the people around the ATC office snapping pictures of the wanted Alyssa Choi would have reached Janine's phone for sure. Those people had indirectly saved us. I had to give Janine a very, very big hug when we got back. We hadn't seen each other since well before our journey to the ruins. It was amazing that I was about to see my friend again at all. At least we're out of there before Cazio landed, Xavier said. Is it true that he's a demon? George asked as he stopped at another light. Janine has been telling me all this stuff. I gulped and said, true. Wow, George said, shaking his head. I thought he was just the leader of the Supernatural Haters Club, also known as the ATC. I think I infected 6 of their agents tonight. I didn't kill any of them, but I took a couple of gunshots. I figured it was better to let them have a taste of what they dish out to people like me. At least I heal fast. That was awesome, Xavier said. You should join the underground. We need people like you. George's voice dropped. Janine has been telling me about that. I don't think it's for me. I remembered Janine saying that George was ashamed of being a werewolf and went to pains to hide it, even going so far to drive to the wilderness whenever a full moon got near. I could understand that 100%. You know, I said. You didn't have to come out and save us. What made you? My cousin. He smiled into the rearview mirror. Or maybe you just needed to hurt something, I said. That happens. George stomped on the gas. I couldn't believe I was on this side of the conversation. The stuff the ATC is doing is getting to me, he said as a growl crept into his voice. I'm sick of hearing them tell everyone that it's our fault we're the way we are. And the news, don't get me started on how they make us look. Wait. I take that back. I just made us look a lot worse at an airport. What was I thinking? He slapped himself on the forehead. I hear you, Xavier said. I'm a war mage. We're on the top 10 list of bad supernaturals, too. We're right under dark mages. Stop beating yourself up. You just helped stop the end of the world. I explained as he continued to drive us towards the other side of Cumberland. On the way, we passed the ATC building, which would have been our destination if Janine wasn't so obsessed with gossip and social media. She was the most awesome best friend I'd ever had. Even though she had an obsession with supernaturals, she had never once asked me to bite her so she could become like me. The drive took a while even though not many people were out. The low traffic this early in the morning meant that we'd been lucky. The sky was just starting to turn pink on the horizon and traffic slowly picked up as people drove off to work. George had been able to get to us without too much trouble or backups. One construction zone could have changed the course of the world. George's house was an ordinary one in the suburbs, a small brick one that looked like the others. There was a van outside advertising party DJ services in green print. The pre-dawn light fell on the grass as Xavier and I staggered across, tired and weak, and into the house. Janine was standing up against the couch and there were bags under her eyes. She was looking at her phone, scrolling through it, but then she looked up at me and Xavier, not comprehending at first. And then her face contorted into anger. Never do that again. Do what? I asked. Taking off across the world like that, almost getting yourselves killed. She said. All right, Mom, I said as her expression softened. I know it was a crappy thing for us to do without saying goodbye to you first. Then I thought about it. It had been a crappy thing. I said, you were off with your mother, and I didn't know where you'd gone. You went to Turkey without me. We couldn't take you, I said, careful to keep my voice down. A clock rimmed in orange neon light ticked on the wall. It was too dangerous. We fought a dragon, Janine. Wait. How did you know we went to Turkey? We never told you. Janine and her mother had taken off from the underground to come to George's before Xavier and I had found out where the Dark Council met. We had left Janine out of the whole thing. She knew about Cazio's plan to use Leon's power to vaporize the underground, but nothing beyond that. Heck, Xavier hadn't even told Elzina or Trish about our plans. Trish would have killed both of us if he had. Janine swallowed while George stood behind us like he was guarding the door. Then she said, a guy came looking for you late last night. He said his name was Mac. Xavier and I looked at each other and he spoke. Mac? He can't be expecting payment already. Janine spoke. He said he was from a junkyard and he found me by using a black mirror. He was trying to track you down with one of your hairs, Alyssa, to see if you were still alive, but it turns out he accidentally had one of my hairs instead, so he got me, Janine said, shrugging. That guy gave me the creeps. He figured I knew you if one of my hairs came off your clothes, so he asked me if I knew where you were. I told him I wasn't sure, so he was happy to fill me in on what you did. He told me about that demon, Alana, making you promise to bring her and Leon back. Dark mages can track people down? I asked Xavier. He said, well, they can transpose people to them. Tracking people is something a lot of mage types can do. Great, I said. I felt worse. Mac must have picked some hairs off me when I wasn't looking, probably when we were sitting by that black mirror. Janine and I had hugged earlier that day. One of her hairs had come off on me. We both had black hair, so it was a simple mistake to make. I said, I'm sorry he showed up here. What else did he tell you? He wanted me to give you a message. You need to meet him at his junkyard as soon as possible if you survived your mission. There's a task he wants to give you. We don't have time for this right now, Xavier said. Our plan well, it worked because Alana's alive and, by extension, Leon must be, too. But we killed Cazio and now he's alive, too. We all sat on the couch and George started to make breakfast. The smell of bacon wafted into the room, but it was nothing I could eat. I was back to square one. Meals used to be so simple, back when I had the blood bags at home, but they weren't anymore. Meals meant hurting people, and if I kept this up long enough, I would bite somebody who had the bad gene. I would turn them in the way Russell Fox had turned me. To turn my thoughts away from nourishment, I told Janine about what had happened with Mac and the promise we'd made that we would complete some tasks for him in exchange for his work. We had gotten in deep. I'd thought we would have some time before we had to pay for Mac's services. Cazio is alive again? Janine exclaimed at the end of our story. He is, I said. I'm also descended from a literal dragon emperor and who knows what else. I don't know what that darkness was that blocked out the sky for a minute right outside the ruins. Cazio didn't give me a lot of clues, but it's bad. That darkness reminded me of the shadow wraiths, Xavier said. If you have a piece of that in you, Alyssa, maybe that was why Cazio wanted the wraiths to touch you. They're supposed to bring out whatever dormant thing in you that came from that darkness or whatever. But we don't know what it is, I said. We don't want to know what it is, Xavier said in a way that made me feel gross for a minute. I was enough of a freak and now I was feeling like a worse one. Janine looked me over like I was some rare find in a museum, but at least she didn't keep it up. She stood when George announced breakfast. I sprawled out on the floor while the others went to enjoy the food, trying to sleep as the morning light got brighter and more orange outside. The curtains remained shut, at least. There were no distant sirens out here, keeping me awake. There was just the ceiling and my thoughts. I had come from a few of the Dark Council members. Gaozu, the floating darkness, and who knew what else. The more I tried to shove those thoughts from my head, the worse they became. I turned over and closed my eyes as the others enjoyed actual food out in the kitchen and I finally fell asleep. But when I did, there was nothing but the darkness, spreading over everything and sucking all hope from the land. Chapter 7. Alyssa. We have to go, Xavier said. I opened my eyes and realized I had slept for far longer than usual. The noon sun shined outside, missing the curtains completely. The sun was overhead, which meant bad news. And I was hungry, so much that my mouth was dry. I knew what I had to do soon. Xavier kneeled next to me, his blue and purple eyes gentle and understanding. There was no trace of that moodiness I was getting more used to. He told me, Max stopped by again about an hour ago. You slept through it, but he says we must get to his junkyard and it's urgent. He has a task for us he says can't wait. Janine stood above me. There were bags under her eyes like she hadn't slept at all. I sat up and realized that the TV was on to the local news, even though the volume was all the way down. It was what was on the screen that terrified me. Cazio himself, looking just as good as he had been before Leon's energy had roasted him. His bald head shined in the sun as he stood in front of the ATC building, right by the entrance Xavier and I had stormed through on our assault. He had on his new sunglasses and wore a tan suit that didn't match him at all. A black suit with flames on his tie would have been better. He was talking about the record ATC profits, according to the text at the bottom of the TV. "I'm sorry you woke up to that," Xavier said, getting up to move in front of the TV. Somewhere down the hall, Janine's mother talked on the phone with someone about a deposit on a new apartment. She didn't get that they had to stay in hiding because of who was on the screen. "It's like nothing even happened to him," I said. My limbs were getting shaky. That was bad news. "Cazio's completely uninjured." "We still haven't seen my grandfather yet," Xavier said. I messaged my sister using Janine's phone, but in between her calling me an idiot, she says there have been no sightings of Leon. I said, "That's weird. He should have showed up by now." Xavier said, "Well, he and Cazio would have come back at the same time. In the same circle." "Good point," I said. "Maybe Leon's tied up somewhere. He can't be dead or Alana wouldn't have been at the airport." I worried about sounding insensitive, but only relief showed on Xavier's face. "That was sad." "It's very possible," Xavier said. "I just wish Cazio would have stayed dead. Then we'd be rescuing our parents right now." He sat down on the couch and continued. "Now we have to deal with whatever Mac wants us to deal with." I stood up. Yes, I was shaky. "We'll get there," I said, aware that Janine was silent and waiting. We were about to take off again and leave her here with her cousin and mother. I could sense the disappointment wafting off her. That, and the scent of breakfast flowed through her veins. I told her, "It's just going to take a bit more time. Cazio won't hurt them so long as he doesn't have me. They're the only thing he can use to sway me to his side." "I guess you're right," Xavier said, giving me a weak smile. He turned to face George, who stood in the doorway between the small kitchen and the living room. "What do you say? Want to go on another adventure?" He shook his head and said, "Last night was enough for this man." "That was brave, what you did," I said. I knew how George felt. He hadn't asked to be bitten back when he was 14. From looking around the messy house, the guy was single. I told him, "You gave those ATC people what they deserved." I imagined them all getting hauled off to their own treatment centers, and finding out the hard way what they put their prisoners through. But then I imagined how I would feel if I bit someone and made them like me. I knew that no normal was immune to lycanthropy. George had infected every single person he had bitten last night. "I think we should all go," Janine said. "I knew you'd say that," I said. My stomach rumbled so loud that I was sure she could hear it. I knew George did because he snapped his gaze at me. "You might need me," Janine said. "I'm not wanted by all the police and the ATC people in Cumberland. You two, on the other hand, are." Xavier shrugged and said, "We could use someone with a good sense of humor." "But we're going to visit a dark mage to see what he wants from us," I said. "It'll probably involve something dangerous that Janine shouldn't be going on." "Mac won't hurt Janine," Xavier said. "Besides, we're just going to meet the guy. It's not like he's going to kill us. Else Ina wouldn't have sent us to someone who was going to royally screw us over." "It was an emergency," I said. "She had to or everyone in the underground was going to die. Speaking of that, we still must find that elder war mage who is going to betray everyone down there and channel Leon's energy for Cazio. I'd like to fight with that old man. What was his name again?" "He won't give anything away," Xavier said. "Yeah, we have to deal with him, too." "Hello?" Janine asked. "I saved the two of you last night. I think I deserve to spend some time with my best friend." I faced Janine. "Best friend?" I asked. She said, "Maisha's cool and all, but you're the coolest friend I've ever had. You faced a demon to get me out of my apartment and we've done dangerous things together. What more could I ask for?" I wasn't sure if Janine said that because she thought we were cool, but I'd go with it for now. Just as long as she didn't ask me to. You know, if you need a meal, Alyssa, I can help you out with that if you absolutely need it. She sounded nervous and a bit of adrenaline pulsed through her, metallic. I said, no. I don't bite people unless they deserve it. You definitely don't deserve it. Janine's shoulders sagged with relief. I backed away. This was becoming like Hannah. Janine had that same obsession with the supernatural world, a world that she couldn't enter without an invitation. People like her felt shut out of an amazing party and only my bite could let her in, possibly. People like her didn't realize how lucky they were. We should get going, Xavier said. We might need Janine to keep track of all the social media stuff. That apparently saved us at the airport. Thanks again, man. He waved to George. I should hire you if I ever throw a party at the underground. They'd like you there. George backed away. Maybe, he said in a way that meant no. He's one of those people Trish would call an imposter, I said once the three of us left George's house. George had lent me an old Halloween costume he had worn back in high school, a long black robe that covered my arms and legs. It was supposed to be something from a fantasy video game, and it was shielding me from the sun some, especially if I kept Xavier's leather hat on, but being outside in the middle of the day was still making me sick, so we stood under a thick pine tree in Mac's yard for a moment while I got my bearings. I tucked my hands inside the robe for the extra protection. I felt more like a freak than ever. A freak with a headache. It looks like he's single, Xavier said. Some supernaturals like him never get married. They live alone. Like Mac, I said. Exactly, Xavier said. There are a lot of very lonely supernaturals out there. It's not like we can start a dating site. That would be an idea, Janine said. Maybe I could start the dating site? That would be up your alley, I said. Alyssa, is that protecting you? Xavier asked. The material isn't very thick. That's because it's an old, cheap Halloween costume, I said. I longed for Xavier's nice leather jacket. I said, we might have to say we're doing some cosplay thing if anyone asks. Janine, you still have your purple hair, so it might work. Her highlights were almost as bright as the night we had our hair done together. And your pink pigtails are gone, Janine said. I knew you'd probably have to get rid of them. I'm sad. I said, so am I. We should go, Xavier said, grimacing. Let's get this over with. Walking with the Halloween robe over me, I'm sure, was drawing stares, especially since there was no hood included in the costume. It must have been some wizard's robes or dark magician's outfit. Fitting, considering that we were going to visit one. Xavier's hat did not go at all, making me look weird. Each car that passed us in the suburb was torture. I could hear kids inside some of them, telling each other to look at me. Some adults in others made comments about how kids were so weird now. The joys of having a great sense of hearing. I think we should find an underground way most of the way there, I told Xavier. It was as if he hadn't heard me at first, as if he were trying to ignore me. Maybe, he said, but he sounded like he was mentally somewhere else. I told him, your moods. It's happening again. His moods? Janine asked. I've never seen Xavier have any moods. I thought that was something only girls did? It's Xavier's job here, I said. I'm not going into one of my moods. He yelled, whirling and glaring at us. This isn't funny. I wanted to shout back. The violent part of me was rising again. I hadn't had a fight in over 24 hours now. I was craving them, but I didn't want it to be with Xavier. I'm sorry, I said, but there was pure torture in Xavier's eyes. I know something's wrong and it's not normal. Another car passed, where a woman was talking on her cell phone. She said something about us not belonging in this neighborhood and mentioned something about the neighborhood watch before quickly blowing through an intersection and driving off. People were getting suspicious. I said, "We're not trying to make fun of you. I was just saying that we need to get out of sight before someone calls the police on us. We're not in good light right now, and some of that is my fault." "And George's fault," Xavier said. For a second, it sounded like he hated the guy, which was uncalled for since he had saved us and, by extension, the world. "It's Cazio's fault," I said, looking around at the shade trees. My headache wasn't getting any better, despite Xavier's brimmed hat keeping most of the light off my face. I said, "He's backing us all into a corner." Xavier took a breath. His eyes seemed darker now, more shadowy. There was something about them I didn't like. I exchanged glances with Janine. She shrugged. Of course, she wouldn't know anything about it. Heck, I didn't, and if Xavier did, he seemed unable to tell me. This was the guy who had admitted to still collecting superhero figurines to me, to losing his last battle partner to the Shadow Wraiths, to the messed up relationship he had with his family. We had shared some heavy secrets, but it seemed like there was one horrible thing that he couldn't speak up about. I wondered if Mac, being a dark mage, would know anything about that. It was a long shot, but whatever was bothering him was something he couldn't ask his family for help with. His Aunt Primrose hated him, especially after we had interrupted an Elder War Mage meeting. He definitely would have told Trish, his one and only mother figure, about this if he could. "We should go," I said. "I know something's wrong. Maybe Mac can help us out." "He can't," Xavier said, turning away. "Come on. I think I see a sewer cover over there and I think I can take us to where we need to go from here. This area isn't familiar to me, but I can wing it and make it work." I hated the way Xavier said that, but Janine and I had no choice but to follow. "I wonder how long it will take for my mom to know I'm gone," Janine whispered to me. "She's going to kill me for this." But I wasn't listening to her. Xavier didn't look back at either of us as he walked, bent down, and tried to pull up the sewer cover. I helped, putting all my strength into it, and the metal cover came up, revealing a ladder that led down into shallow, but mostly clean, rainwater. "I love sewers," I muttered, trying to lift the mood. I expected Xavier to smile at me like he always did when his moods ended, but he refused to meet my gaze. This whole thing was getting worse and coming out of nowhere. I felt like I had to walk on eggshells around Xavier. It was beyond awful. The walk through the sewer was no better. Xavier remained quiet, making no jokes about anything. The lowered mood was even affecting Janine. Of course, sewers weren't the most uplifting places in the world, especially since the only light in this one were tiny circles of sunlight that poured down through the covers. Water sloshed around our ankles. Even though it was mostly clean except for some leaves and gum wrappers, the sewer itself was tight and we had to duck in places. Eventually, it joined up with a larger one that might be close to the city, and we could step out of the water and onto a small, concrete catwalk. There was nothing in Xavier's eyes as he looked around, mouthing the street names of the tunnels to himself. "Do you see or smell anything?" Janine asked me. "No," I said, peeking down the tunnel as my full gray vision snapped into place, letting me see all the details of the sewer. "Well, I see a couple mages walking away from us down that way, but I can't tell what kind they are since their robes are all gray to me right now. I'm sure other supernaturals use the sewers to get around all the time." I pointed with my fake cane. "They do," Xavier said, but it sounded like he was struggling to join in on the conversation. He was trying to hold on. He winced again and rubbed his arm where his crossed swords were. It was almost as if the mark were hurting him. "The sewers are so big that we don't run into each other much. Now, we head to the west from here. Mac's junkyard is that way." He led the way, walking quickly at first. Xavier still wouldn't meet my gaze. This was the longest one of his moods had ever lasted. The more we walked, the more scared I got. It was as if someone were holding an emotional voodoo doll of Xavier and they were squeezing on his chest over and over, making him hurt. Was that a thing? Mac could have something to do with it. It sounded like something dark mages would pull. We walked for miles and miles. As we did, Xavier's shoulders slowly rose higher with tension until, at last, he growled and punched the concrete wall. "Xavier!" I shouted. "Leave me alone!" he said, turning away and storming off. I could smell his blood even more now. I glimpsed bloody knuckles as he walked. Xavier smelled like angry adrenaline. Bacon. Eggs. My stomach roared, but I pushed the urge aside. Sustenance would come later, hopefully in the next fight if I wasn't too weak by then. I don't want to be Captain Obvious, but something's wrong with him, Janine told me. We're almost there. Xavier shouted back at us, breaking into a run. Wait, I said. I think Mac might be doing this to you. Maybe once we get there and he sees we're going to, never mind. I grabbed Janine's arm, muttered an apology, and ran to catch up. It wasn't that hard, even though Xavier was running with as much anger as he could. Or was it terror? I could feel his torment invading my mind. We still had our bond. Even with a weak one, I could sense unbelievable panic, anger, and rage inside of Xavier. I shook my head to clear it out. Ouch. Janine shouted, trying to shake her arm out of my grasp. We slowed to run just behind Xavier. I didn't realize you could run so fast, Alyssa. You should have done that when we were playing Hampton last month. We would have saved ourselves the worst defeat in all of soccer history. Her words did nothing to lift the mood. Xavier slowed, gasping for breath, right next to a ladder. "We're here," he said. My battle partner sounded like he was on the verge of tears. I wanted to hug him, to kiss him, but he kept that defensive posture with his shoulders hiked. After a pause, Xavier climbed the ladder and pushed off the sewer hole cover. Sunlight poured down, a little less intense than before, and Janine climbed up before I did. Her form helped to keep some of the light off me. My headache had vanished in the sewer, but it came back full force as I emerged on the surface and squinted. Xavier's hat protected me some and the thin robe helped, too, but I was back in the noisy world of sickness and pain. My time in the underground had showed me how hard the life was on the surface and how I had gone through the last 14 years, pretending to be completely normal. But it had also shown me that the inconvenience was worth it. Now that my secret was out, I had to slog through sewers to get around. We stood right outside Mac's junkyard. The feeling of dread washed over me, and Janine even wrapped her arms around herself. Normals could sense the darkness here, too. Stacks of cars towered overhead, waiting for the crusher, and other metal trash and appliances gathered around the stacks as if worshipping some ancient metal gods. The gate was open now, since the junkyard was running on business hours. I glimpsed two guys wandering through the car stacks like they were trying to find some spare parts. Neither one was Mac. But he was here. This dread felt like how the ruins had felt, only not nearly as strong. "I guess we go inside," I said, since Xavier had gone quiet. Janine said something about not wanting to go in there, but then Xavier grabbed the chain link fence and leaned against it. "Alyssa," he said, begging. "Xavier," I said, wrapping my arm around him and propping him up. I exposed my hand to the full sun and my skin burned right away, but I did my best to ignore it. Once out of the light, the healing would begin. "Xavier. Are you hurt?" His body felt fine, as strong and muscular as ever. I could feel it through his t-shirt. All his muscles tensed like he wanted to hit something, but he kept his eyes closed like a very lost, terrified boy, and let his forehead rest on the jagged top of the fence. Adrenaline pulsed and ebbed again. Xavier finally spoke. "I'm sorry, Alyssa. I've dragged you into something bad and I'm sorry. I didn't think it would go this way." "What do you mean?" I asked. "It's her," he managed with great pain and sorrow. I asked. Who? Your sister? Your old battle partner? Janine backed off. Xavier twisted, throwing me back with surprising force. I let go and grabbed onto the fence. He sucked in a breath and held it. His magenta and blue eyes were reddish now, filled with sadness and agony. Your old battle partner, I said. I glanced at his crossed swords that showed everyone that he and I were bound, but there was also that very faint one right underneath the old mark, off-center like some strange shadow. Are you still kind of bound to her? I asked. I knew she'd become a shadow wraith, and even being around them made you feel you'd taken an emotional beating. Xavier groaned and leaned against the fence like he didn't want to face me. I said, Xavier. I'm not mad if you are. It's not your fault. It is my fault. He said. I let her get turned. I didn't get to that wraith in time. It touched her. She suffered for 3 days before becoming one of them. Come on, I said, wrapping my arm around Xavier again. I was so worried about him, I didn't care if he had another outburst. He leaned on me with his full weight, letting his head rest on my shoulder. I could smell the adrenaline of his fear, the salt of tears he was struggling to hold back. This wasn't my battle partner at all. Xavier was tough. Funny. Rebellious. This boy was a mess that might not walk on his own. What's wrong with him? Janine asked. What's wrong with him? I don't know, I said, even though I had a very scary idea going through my mind. We can ask Mac. I at least want to get him out of the open. We couldn't risk the ATC or the police finding us now. I dragged Xavier to Mac's door. Janine tried to help, but I was doing most of the work. Xavier was dead weight, as if he had lost the will to live. He breathed heavily against my neck and his wood smoke scent was stronger than ever. My hunger grew, but I could still push it aside. If he didn't start bleeding on me, I'd be. Mac pushed his old door open to his house before I had the chance to knock. It's about time you arrived. I have a task for you that literally can't wait a few more days. His gaze shifted to Xavier, who still leaned on me and panted. What's wrong with him? You tell me, I said, shaking out my fake cane and showing my sword. Xavier continued to lean on me as I pointed it right at the dark mage. Whoa, Janine said. You had better not mess with Alyssa. I didn't care if Mac was a dark mage, even if he didn't look like one from the plain white tank top and the greasy jeans. Any normal would think he was just a typical junkyard owner, minus the dog on the chain. I would fight him. I might even kill him, like I had that roper back in the ruins who was ready to help sacrifice innocent people. Mac must have done something to Xavier to make sure we came here. Mac leaned closer. He was a middle-aged, muscular man, but he was still human. He said, I'm not sure, but it looks like your friend here might have shadow sickness. Shadow sickness? I asked. Explain. Xavier muttered about how everything was his fault again. He had told me something once, something like this, but my mind didn't want to wrap around it. Get inside, Max said, peeking around the junkyard. I don't want my customers to see this. I didn't have a choice. I lowered the sword. Janine and I stepped inside, helping Xavier up the steps. He didn't resist us, but he dragged his feet. Maybe Mac had nothing to do with this, especially since this seemed to stem from Xavier's horrible moods, which had been there as long as I'd known him, but I couldn't let my guard down. I kept my grip tight on my weapon. Over here, Mac said, walking around his crooked kitchen table and to the living room. Put him on the couch. Janine and I obeyed while Mac watched with a look of real concern on his face. What's shadow sickness? I asked. Xavier groaned and kept his eyes shut on the couch. He sank into the old cushions among potato chip crumbs and loose change. He turned over as if he were thrust into some nightmare. I hated seeing him like that. I wanted to shake him back to his senses, but I had the feeling there was no coming back from it this time. He had gone over an edge. Did a shadow wraith touch Xavier? Mac asked. No, I said. We haven't even seen any shadow wraiths since we jumped from the ATC building and none of them touched us. Are you sure? Mac asked. This looks like shadow sickness to me. Well, his old battle partner got turned into one, I said. I don't know if it has anything to do with this, but that was months ago, and then we got bound illegally. It's a long story. There's a bit of his old mark right under his new one. Mac gave me a knowing look and grabbed Xavier's arm, turning it over to reveal the twin crossed swords. Our mark was as strong as ever, but the faint one was still there, barely visible unless I really looked. I think I see it, Mac said. Then he let go of Xavier's arm and faced me. His expression was serious. Deadly. A horrible memory roared into my mind, a kind-looking doctor with the same look on his face, telling my parents that I was turning as I lay there in a hospital bed with a wounded neck, not understanding what turning meant. I hadn't realized the memory was even still there until now. We dark mages know some things about shadow wraiths, Max said. Our magic aligns with them, after all. It's well known that when a shadow wraith touches someone other than a demon or a dark mage, the victim turns into one in only a few days, even though some people can hold out for up to a week. What interests me is the fact that your friend here. Battle partner. I corrected, grasping my sword tighter. Mac continued. Seems to still be bound to someone who already got turned into a shadow wraith. The link has faded, but it's not gone. His old battle partner is still affecting him and probably has been since she got turned. Xavier's moods. The way they were unpredictable. Shadow wraiths were dead souls, full of pain and anguish and terror. Even being around one took away your will to survive. I knew. I had pushed one out of a window once, narrowly avoiding a fate worse than death. And if he was still bound to one, even a little. So, what does that mean? I asked. Mac paced around the room, hands behind his back. He looked more sophisticated than you'd expect. I backed away to stand by Janine while Xavier groaned again and turned over, burying his face into the couch. I worried he was going to suffocate, but he continued to breathe. It seems he's been suffering from a long, drawn-out shadow sickness, Max said. It's well known that all battle partners affect each other. This is a strange case, so I'm just guessing here. If his old battle partner's already a shadow wraith, it's very possible that she's going to drag Xavier into that state with her. It seems like he's resisted it for a while, but maybe visiting the temple put him over the edge and drained the rest of his strength. After all, it's the place where my lady meets with other powerful entities. Her magic is powerful there. I raised my sword and pointed it at Mac's chest. I was shaking. My blade trembled with me. What exactly are you saying? Mac held his hands up with calm. No matter what happened, it looks like your partner's finally gone into full shadow sickness, Mac said with that deadly look that I would hate forever. He has maybe a few more days in which he'll linger in this state, and then he's going to become one of them as well. Chapter 8. Excuse me? I jabbed the sword at Mac, not to hit him, but to express the torment inside. He's going to turn into one of those things? Lower the sword, please, Mac said. I'm only telling you what I think might happen. But please, sit down. I'm not sitting down. It was no wonder Xavier didn't want to tell me about this. There was no known cure for it if I remembered right. My battle partner is about to turn into some shadowy thing that Cazio and dark mages like to employ and you're all calm like this? Did he only just enter this state? Mac asked. It happened right outside the junkyard. Janine dared to step forward. He was moody before that, but not like this. Then he will hold out for at least a few more days, Mac said. I know they say there's no cure, but if you listen to me, you might find that we have a common goal. I lowered the sword slowly until it rested at my side. There's a way to reverse this? Mac gestured to the kitchen table. I wanted to kneel next to Xavier and comfort him, but he turned over again and covered his face. Everything about his body language warned me to stay away. I'm sorry, Alyssa, Xavier said, words long and drawn out. I thought getting bound to you would stop this. I took a step back. That's why you did the illegal binding? He didn't respond for almost a full minute. Trish thought it might help me after what happened with Lisa. And it didn't. Just leave me alone. He yelled with so much force that I backed away. Okay. I turned to Mac. What's this common goal? He pulled back a chair and Janine and I sat down, as much as I wanted to get up and hurt something. He said, let me explain a few things. You've heard me refer to my lady. It is said that the magic of dark mages is even more ancient than other types. My lady granted dark magic to a few normals far back in our history, and it has passed down through families ever since. She is also the ruler of the shadow wraiths, who all carry her essence. Who's your lady? I asked, cringing. Mac leaned across the table and stared at us with those black flecked eyes. Death, he said. Janine and I remained silent while Xavier groaned on the couch again. What? Death is like a person? Janine asked. People think Death is a guy with a black robe and a scythe, Mac told her. She's not even a man, nor a skeleton. Few know the secret, but I'm giving it to you. Death is an entity as old as the world itself. She's probably the oldest supernatural since she's always been here. She's the closest thing I can think of to an actual deity. And she meets with the Dark Council. That's what you're saying? I asked. All the hunger I had vanished as I thought about that. She does, from what the legends say, Max said. Of course, I've never met her. Most dark mages never get the privilege of meeting her, since she only emerges once every 100 years for a Dark Council party. She should be awake right now. I believe their official meeting is in a few more weeks. I shuddered. If she was one of the missing Dark Council members, that would mean I had some relation to her. Right? That was what Cazio said. I've done some poking around with my black mirror, Mac continued, talking to Alana while she was still dead. Alyssa, you have the best chance of finding my lady. It's her magic that curses me to live the life of a hermit and her magic that makes me want to hurt and take from people. He glared at Janine for a second as if to make his point. I want my dark magic removed so that I can live as a normal. If you ask her nicely, she may remove Xavier's shadow sickness as well. This is my task for you. I rose from the table. I'm supposed to ask Death to make you normal? Do you want Xavier to turn into a shadow wraith? Mac asked with that horrible, cold calm. He will, for certain, if you do not do this. Alana told me you have a valuable bloodline that just might go back to my lady. Maybe she'll be partial to you. And besides, you promised me a task when I opened that window for you. This is it. I closed my eyes and thought of that pure darkness that drifted over us right outside the ruins, blotting out the stars. That must have been her. Mac's lady. I had a piece of that creature inside of me. That must have been what Cazio was trying to wake up inside of me with the shadow wraiths. I had the feeling that if one touched me, or if Xavier turned, that I wouldn't turn into a wraith. Instead, the horrible piece from Death would awaken inside of me and make me, what? Maybe I'd end up turning my enemies into shadow wraiths when I stabbed them, or maybe they'd get an equal chance of burning and turning. You don't understand, I said. I think Cazio wants me to meet her. It'll do something to me and then he's going to use me to end the world. Mac leaned back in his chair, tipping himself against the kitchen counter. He plucked a piece of gum from a pack and chewed. He said, I don't care about the world, What have they ever done for me? I live in a junkyard because I have to. You will care if you become normal, I said. It was the dark mage talking here. Dark magic made people hermits at the best and pure evil at the worst. Not all normals hate supernaturals, Janine said. Then he turned that anger on me. Remember our deal. I would put a condition on you if you failed, but I don't have to. The condition you need is on the couch. I wanted to stab Mac for his nonchalant handling of this, but I didn't. We had to leave. I said, I'm not leaving Xavier here. We have to get him to the underground. I want people who care about him to be nearby while I do this. Janine looked at me with wide eyes. You're going to go after death? What choice do I have? I asked. Come on. Let's get him home. It was not easy dragging Xavier back home. First, Janine and I had to get on either side of him. He hadn't improved at all, so he was still dragging his feet. Even getting him off the couch was an adventure. Then we had to get him into the sewer, and I had to keep my face out of the setting sun the entire time. Alyssa. Just leave me. Xavier begged, as I pushed him over the sewer ladder, hoping he'd climb down on his own. I'm going to cure you, I said. Don't. Meeting death will be bad for you. I said, I know. But I'm still going to cure you. Despite everything, a strange relief coursed through me. Xavier had a reason for his moods, and it wasn't me. I had to help him. We eventually got Xavier to climb down the ladder on his own. He was unfocused, but he had heard the conversation between me and Mac. Once at the bottom of the ladder, he staggered and kneeled on the catwalk. Not now, I ordered. Up. Try to walk. The faster we get you home, the faster we get you better. There's no point. He said. Look, I said, lifting his chin and forcing him to face me. I know everything seems horrible, and it is horrible, but you have to help us. You're not physically weak right now. He still smelled as strong as ever, not empty like he had back at the ruins when I found him. Fine. Xavier snapped, getting up. I'll walk on my own. Sheesh, Janine said. I said, leave him alone. He can't help it. I felt horrible for all the times I called him out on his moods. Now that I knew what they were, I'd never do it again. Xavier walked, snapping the directions at us until we came to a tunnel that branched off and down from us. This goes to the underground. We'll let my family see what's happening to me, and then we can go on our pointless mission. I held back a sigh. This would be temporary. It would have to be temporary. At least we know Leon's alive, I said, and his energy isn't about to sweep through the underground. It was the one perk of seeing Alana back in the airport. I let Xavier lead us down into the tunnel and to a steel door, which he blasted down with a magenta charge. It landed with a loud clang and Xavier stepped through, not caring about what he'd done or who could see it. I had to put the door back up when we stepped through into an even darker tunnel, one so dark that my gray vision snapped into place. We need Trish, I said. She would kill me. I hadn't done this to Xavier, the shadow wraiths had, but she would make this my fault. I couldn't let that stop me now. Xavier needed to get to her. Even if it was just to say some final goodbyes. We came to a ladder that led into the real underground. I had never used this one before, but Xavier stood there while Janine and I descended first. We landed somewhere in an underground alley between a pub and a butcher's shop. Both were open and meat smells overtook everything. A lantern hung inside the bar, and a few people were enjoying some golden-colored drinks. They were a greenish couple with dark green hair, pointed ears, and perfectly smooth skin. Pixies. Like Xavier's old battle partner, Lisa. Xavier landed beside us as he jumped off the ladder. So, people have come back after the scare. Stupid. Nowhere's safe. There's nowhere to go. We know Leon's alive, I said. Alana wouldn't have been standing in the airport if he wasn't, and Cazio wouldn't be landing at the airport probably right now. That meant no energy would go screaming through here, unless Cazio found another dead war mage. And if we took out the elder who was working with him. Xavier came first. Come on, I said, gripping his arm with force. Let go of me. I said, you're going to Trish. If it makes you happy, she's going to kill me, too. Xavier went back into full-on despair halfway through the tunnels. He was walking fine with us 1 minute, fists clenched like he wanted to punch everything in sight, but then he sighed and slumped against the wall, right next to a skull candle that was spewing green flames. Xavier, I said. I was losing my patience. The longer he stalled like this, the less time we'd have to fix him. I can't help it, he said, struggling to stand again. I knew the pain wasn't physical. It was so much worse. I had only gotten a taste of what shadow wraiths could do to you. Xavier was getting the full dose. Would he feel like this after he turned into a shadow wraith, too, and be this way for the rest of eternity? I wouldn't let that happen. I wouldn't think like that. Come on, Janine said. You can get up and get to the finish line. You know, I always thought you oozed hotness, and I don't want that to stop. Alyssa wouldn't like that too much. Stop hitting on him, I said, slapping Janine on the arm. But I was glad to have her sense of humor. Xavier managed a little smile. He said, of course, I ooze hotness. All the ladies love me. That's what I want to see, I said, taking his arm to steady him. Keep fighting, Xavier. There could be a way to fix this, but I need all the time I can get. I got it, he said. Already, his weak smile was fading. We turned down the underground street labeled Frankincense with its old wooden sign, and we kept both of Xavier's arms in our grips. I didn't let any feelings of jealousy crawl over me, even though Janine kept hitting on Xavier. I knew she was just trying to cheer him up and do her best to help. I knew what I would do. I would leave Janine with Xavier while I went out to look for the cure. If anyone could stave off his turning into a shadow wraith, it was her. As good of a fighter as Xavier was, he was useless in this state. I couldn't have him fall and turn into a mess in the middle of battle. I would be on my own. At last, the underground apartments got larger around us, and I knew we were getting close to Xavier's home. There weren't many people down here. Not everyone had obeyed the Elder War Mage's orders to return to the underground. Maybe some people knew there was something fishy. Maybe others had gotten caught by the ATC and our numbers were just plain down. Either way, it was scary, especially since I wasn't sure that Leon wouldn't die soon and leave his body for Cazio to take the energy from. The blast of war magic could surge through the underground at any moment, killing us all. But Cazio didn't want to kill me and Xavier. We were too valuable. If Xavier was down here, the underground might have some protection. I had to make sure that the traitor elder knew that if he was still here. We turned left at the next corner. By now, the ceilings were high, and the glass mosaics stretched overhead, making it look like actual stars were winking down at us. I knew it was an illusion, done by different mages. Xavier's home was at the end of the street. The lion statues were still there, flanking the steps that led up to the wooden double doors. The marble pillars held up an awning with flowering vines cascading down it. This place was bright and wealthy compared to the underground. I had seen people living in alcoves and holes in the wall. Not here, Xavier said. He groaned. Not my ego-filled family, please. I said, you need to be here. We're going to call Trish and the others. I knocked on the door. Janine and I had both visited before. It was Nora, the Loveless maid, who answered as usual. At first, she smiled at the sight of us, but then it dropped off her face when she saw the sad state Xavier was in. "What happened to him?" she asked. I told her. Nora backed away to allow us entry. It didn't take long to get Xavier lying down in the guest room, on a plain bed above dark purple, royal carpet. We were in a room next to the painting of Leon and Alana, the one where Leon was much younger, and Alana had her hand on his chest from behind. It was the painting that got Janine speculating about things every time, and it was a horrible reminder of how we had screwed everything up. I wish the Lovelli family would take it off the wall, but they would allow no shame to get in the way. Leon wasn't the shameful one. Xavier was the scapegoat. Oh. Xavier groaned as he flopped onto the guest bed. Nora stood in the doorway. "I'll let the family know," she said, and hurried off. Now that he was lying down, Xavier sank into the bed and put the pillow over his face. He said, "My aunt's going to kill me." "No, she won't," I told him. "She'll kick me out." I wasn't sure about that. I could see what Xavier's Aunt Primrose, the only remaining daughter of Leon and his favorite, would do. She wouldn't want someone about to turn into a shadow wraith in her home. It would be too horrible and might shame the family more. I said, "Your sister will be here with you." "She thinks I'm an idiot." "That's because she's your sister," I said. "No," Xavier said. "She really thinks I'm an idiot. She hates me, just like the rest of my family. I think I really am one." "Stop saying that," I said. "It's the sickness making everything seem like it's bad." "Well, it is bad," Xavier said. He was right that it was, but the shadow sickness was magnifying everything. I could hear Nora's faint voice coming down from upstairs as she delivered the news, even though I couldn't make out her words. Janine and I sat in 2 chairs by the bed, waiting in silence, until at last a light pair of feet thudded down some stairs outside. I guessed it was coming from somewhere to our left and behind us. The door to the guest room burst open and Liliana, Xavier's 13-year-old sister, burst in. Her magenta dress flowed around her as she ran into the room. "Xavier." She about crushed him in a hug as she lay half over him, squeezing as hard as she could. "Don't turn into one of those things. Please. You might be an idiot, but you're my brother." It was heartbreaking, watching her clutch onto Xavier like that. I could see the regret in her eyes, the guilt. Xavier squirmed, groaned, and tried to buck her off, but it was no use. I could only sit there while the 2 siblings remained in a painful embrace. It did not take long for the others to arrive. Trish was first. It turned out she had listened to the elder's order to return to the underground and Nora had found her in her hole-in-the-wall clinic. She trained her reddish eyes on me as she walked in, complete with her Victorian dress and her lab coat. There was no anger in them, only fear. I had had nothing to do with this, and even Trish knew that. But did she blame me for not stopping the worst from happening to Xavier? I didn't care about the break. Xavier had improved none, and even with Trish sitting next to his bed, rubbing her hand up and down his arm, he didn't seem to find any comfort. "I let her get turned," Xavier said, over and over. "I let Lisa get turned into one of them." I said, "You did not. Alana is at fault." Alana had been plotting against Xavier all the time, bringing me and Xavier together and eliminating Lisa, his old battle partner, so it could happen. She had been working with Cazio to make sure I became what he wanted, and getting access to a Lovelli's magic was just one of the 5 steps. Trish's eyes got wider and wider. "I knew about Lisa," Trish said to me. "I knew Lisa. Those shadow wraiths she sent were waiting for her right outside the Lovelli's place. That's why Xavier beats himself up when he remembers." "I didn't know," I said. Xavier had mentioned that she'd gotten ambushed, but he hadn't given me any details. I asked, "Did Lisa once live here?" I remembered the half-finished portrait of her, kissing Xavier on the cheek. Trish nodded. It was almost like she was trying to distract herself from the horror that was unfolding. Then Trish said, "She did. The Lovellas won't let you live here because you and Xavier made an illegal bond." I encouraged it, though. I knew Xavier was in danger of shadow sickness, and I thought that taking a new battle partner would stall it from happening or stop it altogether. I was wrong. You encouraged him to make a bond with me? I asked, shocked. I wanted him to make a bond with someone appropriate, Trish said, and not an imposter. The disappointment returned. I'm not an imposter anymore, I said. Imposters were supernaturals that were trying to be normal. Trish would call George one for sure. Besides, why do you hate imposters so much? They're just trying to avoid the ATC. She said. Because one made me the way I am and took away my career. She leveled a glare at me and continued. It just might have been the same one who did this to you. Back in my time, Russell Fox used to specialize in looking normal so he could get into hospitals and take all the blood he wanted. I had the misfortune of being his physician. Oh, I said. Oh. That was a revelation. Well, he got me, too, and I killed him. So maybe we can get along better? Common enemy, and all? Enough with this, Trish said. She leaned over Xavier and hugged him as he groaned again. He was talking less and less. In fact, he seemed to have slipped into a troubled sleep that was no better than being awake. Trish said, there is no known cure for shadow sickness. He will turn in a matter of days. Wait, I said. I think there might be a way to cure him, but I'll have to go alone. I need to. Then, as Janine stood there and watched, she turned to me and frowned. For the first time, she sent me silent warmth. Trish said, I know this is not your fault. I've been unfair to you. You had nothing to do with the Solana plot. If she wasn't dead, I would kill her myself. The red in her eyes grew more intense than ever. She was bloodthirsty, even though demon blood was the worst blood out there and no sane vampire would think of touching it. Alana's not dead, I said. Well, she was, but not anymore. I saw her at the airport. So, you might get to go through with it. Trish shot me a shocked look as Xavier turned over. She sat up all the way, making the chair squeak. It was thanks to social media, Janine said. Everyone knew Alyssa and Xavier were at the airport, being held. Explain, Trish demanded. I did. I told her about how Xavier and I had to stop Cazio from unleashing all of Leon's magic on the underground and about the elder who was going to betray everyone. Then I told her about my having to go to death to save Xavier. I wasn't sure if it was possible, but Trish paled. I will tell the others, Trish said. I am not sure if they will believe me, but if it's true that Elder Thurton is working with Cazio and Cazio lives, then we are still in danger if Leon dies again. Exactly, I said. But make sure everyone knows Xavier is here. Cazio won't nuke this place with Xavier in it, and he can't come in here easily, if at all. After all, I still had to bite him to solidify my bond and gain more access to his magic. That's true, Trish said. I need to warn everyone about Alana, too. So, you are going to go out and seek death, as much as I do not want to see someone so young do that job. Yes, I said, standing up. Janine and Liliana both stared at me. They had gone mostly silent while Trish spoke. Trish had an air of command around her that no one messed with. Maybe she could convince the war mages that they had a traitor in their midst. I sure wouldn't be able to. I was just an illegal battle partner who had done a stupid thing by going out to the Dark Council on a suicide mission. I did not know that death was an entity, Trish said. I thought it visited me when Russell Fox sank his fangs into my neck over 100 years ago, but maybe I was wrong. Alyssa, if you visit death, you may very well die and take Xavier with you. I don't have a choice, I said. Xavier is about to suffer something worse than death. The only chance for me to cure him is to visit death and beg for it. And I won't die. Death is part of the Dark Council and friends with the mayor. Cazio wants me alive. Trish got up as well, leaving Xavier to groan on the bed. He looked horrible, pathetic and powerless. This wasn't the funny, sometimes obnoxious Xavier that I knew and loved. I loved Xavier. Maybe as a friend, maybe as something much more, but I couldn't deny it now that I was about to lose him. I suppose you are right, Trish said. You need someone to go with you. I will do so. I said, no. I don't want anyone going to see death with me. I just might descend from her, but you probably aren't, so you won't have any protection. I'm more worried about Cazio, Trish said. That he died and returned because of a simple mistake concerns me. He is still out there, able to twist you into whatever monster he wants to help him take over the world. Monster. The word stuck, growing bigger. And maybe Trish liked me now less than I thought. Maybe I was the ultimate monster, the rarest type. What choice do I have but to go? I asked. Trish ignored me. How are you going to find death again? Going back out the turkey might work. But going through airports remains your only option now. Trish glanced at Liliana and told her, you are not adept enough at transposing to get even close to there. A brief look of hurt came over Liliana's features, but she wiped them away with her hand. I know I'm not. Xavier nearly killed himself getting us there, I said. And I don't think I can use Beatrix's portal again. The crime boss wanted to murder us both because we'd played a part in Leon's first death. She and Leon had worked together and were friends, a fact that most people didn't know. The elders will not transport you there, Trish added. They are too busy in their own affairs to do such a thing. They will write Xavier off as a minor loss. Xavier turned over and muttered something that I couldn't make out. Trish was right. The elders looked down on us like we were smudges that had to be wiped away. Leon had made his grandson look like a stain on the family honor to regain his own, an attempt that hadn't worked very well. I know how to get in contact with death, I said, gulping as a horrible thought hit me. I'm sure the person I'm going to ask will be more than happy to let me see her. Who are you speaking of? Trish asked. I gulped. I have to go to Cazio himself. Chapter 9. Everyone's mouths fell open when I said that. Liliana came off her chair. Janine turned her gaze from Xavier to me and said something. I know. It's stupid, I said. But the only other option is to let Xavier turn into a shadow wraith and then the same thing might happen to me. Or worse. But Cazio will awaken whatever is left inside of you to awaken, Trish said, jabbing her finger at me. Then he will use you to merge the worlds and the Dark Council will rule this world again. Trust me, that does not sound like happy fun times for normals and supernaturals alike. I know, I said. One thing Cazio wanted was for shadow wraiths to awaken whatever's inside of me that's related to death. I'm sure of it. That means that Xavier turning might do the same. If it's destined to be, I might as well save Xavier. It hurt to speak those thoughts out loud. Screw destiny. I just wanted to be plain old Alyssa Choi, who had a family and people who cared about her. Trish thought. She gazed at Xavier and then at the ceiling. I had to decide whether to sacrifice Xavier or sacrifice myself and possibly the world. This might even be part of Cazio's trap. He knew this would happen to Xavier and knew I would have no choice but to go to him. Trish's bottom lip quivered. It was the first time I had seen it. Even Janine's eyes were tearing up. I hated this. Everyone was in pain. This must be how people around someone's deathbed felt. I had never been near a deathbed, but this had to be the same. Cazio would love this. I stood up and said, I have to leave. You're not going. Janine seized my arm. You can't go. The mayor wants that. I said. I know he does. Alyssa, Xavier said. Don't. Please. I broke away from Janine. My limbs were shaking. I was hungry and desperate. I leaned down and kissed Xavier on the cheek. That all I could reach. He had his face half buried in the pillow. He groaned when I kissed him. There was no smile there. I said, "You're going to get better. I won't let Cazio make me into whatever. He can't go all the way with the dark pentagram thing. Not without you there, anyway. I would have to bite you for that to happen. I think the best thing right now is for us to separate." No. Xavier said as he grimaced. I said, "We have to. I don't think Cazio will let you turn into a shadow wraith. He will allow me to cure you. If your power vanishes, so does his plan." I kissed him again, closer to his lips, and Xavier reached out and pulled me close. I let him and he turned until our lips met. I wasn't sure if this was real or desperation like before, but I took it. I would worry about that later, if there was a later. "Don't do anything stupid," Xavier said, eyes barely open. "I won't," I said, knowing it was probably a lie. This whole thing was stupid, but I found myself in a trap. "I'll stay here," Xavier said. "The underground needs to be protected." "It does," I said, "until we know different." I couldn't deal with it anymore. I turned and ran out of the room, leaving everyone there. Janine yelled my name. I ran as fast as I could through Xavier's home that wasn't a home, past Aunt Primrose, who stood there in the entryway talking in a low voice to Elzina. She said something about what might happen if Xavier turned inside the house, confirming my worst fears. I stopped right next to them. I was shaking. Both Elzina and Aunt Primrose faced me. Aunt Primrose had that same angry, intolerant look that I remembered, with her hair pulled into a tight bun that was as severe as her thin lips. Elzina, the old seer mage, looked uncomfortable standing here. She had never been in the Lovelli home before, then. The huge underground mansion was imposing and didn't take kindly to poor people of any kind. "Alyssa," Primrose said. I stopped and let her have it. "Take good care of Xavier for me. Now is not the time to treat him like a dirty dog that just rolled into something. I know that's what you want to do, but believe me, you'll have to go through Trish and Janine first." The two of them wouldn't let her boot him out, especially Trish. I was getting some respect for the doctor. The air heated as she returned my glare. "You have no right to speak to me that way. Not after you embarrassed me in front of the elders, you don't. Xavier deserves better than you," I said. "Did you ever think the reason he's so messed up is because of you? I don't blame him for never wanting to be at home." I left Primrose with those words. She was part of Xavier's pain. She deserved to think that fact over for a while. Once I was out of the house, I ran. I ran and ran through the underground streets, past smaller and smaller homes and finally, rooms where some of the less fortunate supernaturals got to stay. The scent of werewolves and even some normals who had just eaten mixed. Cool air mixed in on a faint breeze. It must be early night on the surface. I would have to go to Cazio and face him. Alone. I clutched my sword tight and slowed to a walk. I was getting tired. Hungry. I jogged towards Trish's little office. She wasn't there right now. I could raid her food stores before heading to the surface. I would need it. Only Cazio could lead me to death. Maybe. He could always just throw some shadow wraiths at me, too. My thoughts spun as I ducked into Trish's little office. It was so quiet around here, with Elzina gone from her alcove. It barely still held her scent. She might have just returned to the underground when she heard about Xavier. Trish's office still had the steel table lying out with candles lighting the busted vanity mirror. Some still clung to life on the floor. Well, this was where I had been bound to Xavier while unconscious and given no say about it. I imagined Trish and Elzina willing to do anything to save Xavier from his delayed fate, willing to do what it took to save their surrogate son. Now I understood the real reason our bond was illegal and rushed. I had been angry at Xavier when I first found out we were bound. Now I regretted it. I rummaged through drawers and cabinets, only to find metal medical supplies and even a leather doctor's bag that smelled as old as Trish herself. I sniffed, trying to figure out where she kept her blood bags for imposters like me, but blood bags gave off a faint scent. Only fresh blood from the source carried much at all. Then I spotted the old steel door on the other side of the room, reflecting candlelight. I hadn't noticed it before since she kept it hidden behind cardboard boxes and other stuff that was full of what looked like paper charts. I yanked the door open to let cool air spill all over me. The room held plain old ice bags from a gas station and a wooden crate full of blood bags, all stacked on top of each other. It was what Trish told me to avoid before fights, but I had no other alternative. "If you didn't want me to do this, why do you have this stored?" I asked. It seemed hypocritical. At least no one was here to watch. I did what I had to do, and when I was done, I felt stronger, but not as strong as after I had attacked the bus driver and the librarian. Something in me had changed. I stood there in Trish's office for a while, thinking. Death was out at the temple in Turkey again, maybe. But an entity like that, as old as life itself, could probably travel anywhere it wanted, when it wanted. Death wouldn't use airplanes. Or would it? The only person who could call it was probably either Cazio or Cazio. I didn't want to face either of them again. But I had to. I thought of going back to Mac, to see if he could contact Death, but if he could, he would have for us already and probably would have shackled us in another dirty deal. Either way, I figured Death would be somewhere around Cazio and the other Dark Council members, whether they had changed the date of their big meeting. And the end of the world was near. There was no way Death wouldn't want to be around for that. I made sure I had my sword, check, and left Trish's office to head to the surface. The underground was getting more populated now. I passed several people of all types walking around the underground streets, and some meat smells told me that the market was open once again. Life was returning here, and I had to keep it that way. I found one ladder that went to the surface, the one that wasn't far from the main underground mall. I had come up this ladder when I first arrived here, running from Xavier to go find Dad. Just climbing it brought the memories back, and I struggled not to let emotions overtake me. It wasn't doing much good. At last, I opened the hidden trapdoor, complete with a thin layer of concrete, and peered out into the same dark alley I had risen from so many nights ago. How long was that? The ATC building towered overhead, glaring down at Cumberland with its red letters. It was Cazio's office and the headquarters of the ATC itself, along with a few other businesses who did not know what really happened on the top floors. The night was early, with some faint orange light still in one half of the sky and stars winking in the other half, trying not to be drowned out by the city light. The portal to Dad was on the top floor of the ATC building. I still had a bit of demon blood on my sword. Maybe, just maybe, I could get both Dad and Xavier back. But I wasn't sure how. I walked. It was all I could think of to do. Before I left the alley, I checked behind me to see if anyone was coming up the ladder behind. I half expected Trish to emerge, telling me I was crazy for going off and doing this on my own, but there was no one. No footfalls crept up the ladder. Of course. Trish still had little respect for me. I wondered if she was angry because I hadn't done my job of stopping this from happening to Xavier. I thought of going back and biting him, but Trish would have ordered me to do that if it would help. Besides, there was no cure for shadow sickness other than possibly going to the source. I had to seek out Death, then. My sword had no illusion. That was great. I kept it at my side as I walked and ran, staying in the alleys as much as I could. I drew closer to the ATC building. I almost wished Janine was with me, but I knew what would happen if she came along. Cazio would threaten to hurt her to get to me. It was better that I'd left her and all of them behind. The building loomed larger and larger as I walked, sometimes ran, staying in the shadows as much as I could. I ran past a couple of guys in hoodies who smelled like weed, and one of them giggled and made a comment about my body, but I turned around and glared at them, holding up my sword. The guy stopped and turned away, walking off with his buddy. I am not in the mood, I said, watching them hurry out of the alley. At last, after I had spent some time calculating my trip through the shadows, the ATC building towered over me with its many stories. I stood across the street from it, close to where Janine's mother had sat in an ambulance after we'd rescued her from Cazio's minions. I stood right outside a closed, fancy guitar shop. There were magical wards around the ATC building. Normals could enter with no problem, but any supernatural who crossed the wards who weren't with Cazio would get detected pretty quickly. Once I went in, it would be a matter of just turning myself in and then figuring out later how to get out of here. If there was a way. Cazio would keep me until I became what he wanted. But Xavier wasn't here, and one of the things he wanted me to do was bite him. I might have something to my advantage. I took a breath, steeled myself, and walked across the street, sword out and ready to go. A car slowed, and I heard the cabbie inside talking about how the police needed to work harder in this town, but there was no mention of my name. I couldn't believe I was doing this. I stood right outside the ATC building now. The air was electric and tingly. The wards. I watched a business executive, a normal, walk through the doors without a hitch and meet the receptionist woman at the front. I wondered if that pleasant-looking lady knew what really happened on the upper floors of the ATC or if she was as deluded as Jamal had been. I watched the man walk towards the elevators and I steeled myself one final time. I had to do this now or I would lose my courage. I opened the ATC doors and walked inside. The electric feeling washed over me. Somewhere on a floor above, an alarm buzzed for a few seconds, a non-magical one that no one would mistake for anything else. Cazio, or one of his supernatural servants, had merged magic with normal inventions. The receptionist lady looked up and smiled at me as if I were a normal girl. I approached, not looking back and knowing that I might make the worst decision of my life. Her smile dropped away when her gaze went down to my sword. Somewhere, an elevator hummed. The authorities were already coming for me. They had remembered our last attack on this place. My name is Alyssa Choi, I told the lady. I'm here to turn myself in. Chapter 10. The woman's mouth fell open as if she couldn't believe it. You're Alyssa Choi, she asked, studying my features like she was trying to compare me to some photo she'd seen. Why are you turning yourself into the ATC? She stared at me, bewildered, because I was probably the first supernatural to march in here and do this. Nothing I told her would be believable, so I said, because I'm sick of everyone looking at me like I'm some kind of monster? The woman eyed the elevators and looked at me again. Yes, she had some clue about what went on here, just like the receptionist had upstairs when Xavier and I confronted him. A faint adrenaline smell mixed in with the sandwich wrap she'd had for dinner. She didn't seem happy about what went on inside this place, so maybe she was just here for a paycheck, or she had some horrible student loans to pay off. I felt bad for her. Cazio was probably her boss. Are you sure you want to do this? She asked. The woman looked around the lobby again at the nice chairs and the fake plants that made this appear as normal as possible. Then she said, I recommend you leave. I told her, I say the same to you. Did you know Cazio's a demon? It was best to warn as many people as I could. The woman's bottom lip quivered, and more metallic fear pumped through her veins. She said, I can't leave because I'm bound to him. What that means is that I have to serve him. She knew, and she was a victim, too. Demons could bind others to them, normal or not, and make them do their bidding, or at least the high-up demons like Cazio could. I didn't know what happened to those who went against their masters, but I imagined it wasn't good. Behind me, the elevator hummed as it descended, and that meant that the security was coming down. I said, "I'm so sorry." Then I spotted her trash can behind her. It was full of breakfast wraps, lunch combos, dinner rolls. What hours did Cazio make her work? Please leave. The woman glared at me. If you're Alyssa Choi, you don't understand what you're doing by coming here. You need to go, and you need to do it now. She rose from her chair and pointed at the door a moment before the elevator dinged and the doors slid open with a final, metallic sound. Security. The voice of a rough man emerged from the elevator. The woman sat in her chair and went silent. There were 4 security guards standing in front of the elevator, all men in the now familiar black ATC outfits. I smelled metal and the strange scent of bulletproof vests. And tasers. I cringed at the sight of those. The man in the front, a mustached guy who could pass as the world's jerkiest police officer any day, waved to the others as soon as his gaze fell on me. The guard said, "Check the perimeter, or we could face an attack like the one at the airport." The 3 other men fanned out, leaving me standing in the middle of the room with just my sword. 2 of them circled behind me, checking the glass doors for any werewolves. "Clear," a second man said. "I want to be certain." The leader said. His name tag read Connors. He added, "We don't want to lose any more good ATC folks to any abnormal sicknesses." I had to take a stab, so I said, "I thought we all chose to be what we are." Did Jamal and the others choose to get infected with lycanthropy? Silence, Connors told me. He and a 4th guy waited by the elevator. "State your name and drop the sword." I gulped. I was putting the world at some risk by doing this and putting myself at risk, but if I lost Xavier, I couldn't bear it. Either way, people were going to get hurt. If I wanted to, I could still get out the front doors so long as I dodged the tasers, but there was only a chance. The woman behind the counter tensed. I could sense her pulse racing, carrying all the adrenaline through her veins. "Who are you?" Connors nodded at me. "My name is Alyssa Choi," I said. "I'm sure you've heard of me?" "Call for backup," Connors said. He wasn't messing around. Another man, one by the door, pulled out a walkie-talkie and pressed a button. It crackled to life, and he muttered some things about a code orange. I had a code dedicated to me. That was great. I know I'm holding this really sharp sword right now with bloodstains all over it, but I won't stab anyone, I said as struggled to keep my voice level. I just want to talk to the mayor. Of course, you do, Connors said. Drop the weapon and get on the ground. I forced a smile and thought of Xavier, lying there on the guest room bed while his own aunt fussed about what kind of trouble he'd be if he turned. I thought of Trish, practically lying over him, and Liliana, the little sister who would regret calling Xavier an idiot for the rest of her life. None of them would ever be the same again if he turned. Xavier's actual family, Elzina and Trish and Liliana, would shatter. His family would break just as mine had, so I dropped the sword. He said, "Good. Hands up. Please. Get on the ground. I'm here to cooperate," I said as I lifted my arms and did not lie down, because if I did that, I'd lose all control over this situation that I had. I could tell Connors believed that as much as he believed I was here to deliver flowers. He hardened his glare and raised the taser at me. I said, "Come on! I have my hands up and my sword is on the floor, and you're seriously going to." The spring shot towards me and I dodged out of the way in time for the business end of the taser to connect to the ground. I smelled faint smoke as it buzzed, injecting its 10,000 volts onto the floor. The woman screamed at Connors to stop it already, but he got caught up in the moment and kept electrocuting the floor. They were officially bringing out my killer instincts again, and I was about to lose the other control that I wanted to keep. I grabbed my sword and rolled to the side as another taser fired, this one landing just inches from my leg. I was moving faster now that I'd had some sustenance, but they still outnumbered me 4-1. My sword shined in the light as I swung at Connors, slashing him across his bulletproof vest. It held, but fabric sliced open, revealing the vest, so I lifted the sword and brought it down on his shoulder as he tried to retract the taser. The sword met flesh this time and dark blood dampened the sleeve of his ATC shirt, making the air smell of pizza. What if he burned? The horrifying thought hit me, and I shoved Connors back into the elevator as the other men shouted and cursed. Maybe I could douse the flames before they spread, because Connors was just doing his job even if he was a jerk, and for all I knew, the mayor had bound him, too. I was going to cooperate. I whirled. The second elevator hummed as reinforcements came down. I boarded the first one and pulled the now unarmed Connors up by the back of his jacket. He was bleeding, and he also smelled like beer, but at least the flames from the cut I'd delivered hadn't sprung to life yet. Cazio needed to hire some better people, or maybe Connors drank because of Cazio. What are you doing? He asked. Attempt nothing, I said, swinging Connors in front of me as a shield. I held the sword just above his throat. I'll kill him if any of you move. The receptionist stood behind the counter and watched, expressionless. The other 3 men all had tasers pointed at me, one of which was still deployed and stuck to the floor. Connors's gun lay on the floor, springs still bouncing from the impact. I didn't know if Connors had a regular gun, but it seemed like tasers were standard issue unless these guys were in a SWAT team. There's nowhere to go, Connors said to me. You're surrounded, so even if you kill me. I pressed the button to the top floor, keeping Connors pinned with the inside of my elbow. But he continued. The rest of the ATC will find you. It won't do you any good. Connors's blood flooded with metallic terror. He was only now just realizing what a mess he was in. The elevator door closed and the guys on the other side all shouted at each other to take the stairs. Footfalls thudded as the elevator dinged and climbed. I had a hostage. I held the back of his jacket with one hand, and he raised both hands in surrender. I was stronger than him, even though I was smaller. His bleeding shoulder was very close to me, but the beer in his blood smelled disgusting. I wondered if I could get intoxicated by drinking it. It wasn't a risk I'd take. Are you going to bite me? Connors asked. If you aren't good, maybe, I said. You're lucky you're not burning from the inside out. I now had confirmation that my firepower only worked against some other supernaturals, and it wasn't just a fluke that I hadn't burned that guard back in Turkey who I'd slashed. Maybe all humans and demons were immune. Then I said, answer my questions honestly. Where is the mayor? I need to speak to him. Connors gulped. Where? I asked, leaning closer to the back of his neck. He trembled. In his office. I haven't seen him, but I've heard that he's back and up there. I'm not allowed to go up there. We passed another floor. I asked, did you know that he's not a normal, like most people think? Cazio isn't an abnormal, Connors said. That wouldn't make sense. He runs the ATC. He's against all of us, I said. I preached more and more to these people who refused to listen. He hates you, too. He's a demon who gathers supernaturals up so he can eliminate his competition or use them as slaves. Now he wants to take over the world and go after normals, too. I suggest you think twice about serving him. We passed floor after floor. His office is on the top floor, Connors said to me. I told you, I'm not allowed to go up there. Of course, you're not, I said. Then you'd see his demon portal, and who knows what else. A demon portal? Connors asked. He looked over his shoulder at me. I kept my grip as tight as ever. Maybe Connors could think independently. I said, "You'll see. I think I'm going to give you a lesson." The elevator stopped at the 19th floor, the same floor where Janine's mother had stayed as a prisoner. I pressed the button for the top floor again, but the button flared red, as if warning me not to go any further. The elevator refused to move. "See?" Connors asked. "Cazio likes his quiet and privacy when he works. No one without a special code may go up to the top floor." He pointed to a small number pad on right below the room numbers. I said, "Really? I've been there, so I know there's another way up." The elevator doors opened onto the 19th floor and the hallway stretched out in front of us, lined with doors and offices. A plaque told me we'd reached the Chamber of Human Services and that Travis Ketchum was the head. I wanted to tell Connors that Travis Ketchum was a vampire who worked for Cazio, but he was about to be overwhelmed enough. The same receptionist Xavier and I had met before was at the end of the hall behind a small desk. He looked up, saw me holding Connors in front of me like a prize, and stood up to back against the wall. "Remember me?" I asked, pushing Connors into the room. Behind me, the second elevator hummed again. The backup must have gotten to the ground floor, then realized that they'd missed me, so now they were coming up behind us. Once they were here, they'd have me trapped in a corner. I had to move fast. I had maybe a minute at the most. "Why, yes," the young man said. I said. "Then I suggest you let me through. Me and Connors. I want to show him something." The young man stepped aside. I heard him reaching into his pocket as I passed and turned the corner he was guarding. He was about to call someone, hands down, which meant he was more prepared this time. The long hallway curved up ahead, and Connors walked in front of me. We came to some closed metal double doors with a sign that read restricted area. That hadn't been there before either. This was the prison room where some of Cazio's minions, including Travis, had been tormenting some normals who were sheltering from the apartment fire, including Janine's mother. The last time I burst in, Travis had been feeding on her. "So, what have you heard is behind these doors?" I asked. "Dangerous abnormals," Connors said. "Prisoners." He was tensing up again. Though I held him with my sword near his throat and with the inside of my other elbow, I wouldn't let my guard down. Some people didn't want to see the truth and would do anything to avoid it. I said, "You're right, in a way. Now open these doors." He said. "I don't have access." More metallic fear pumped through him, eclipsing the beer. I tightened my grip on Connors's jacket and kicked the doors as hard as they could. They were steel, Cazio had replaced them since Xavier and I had been here last, but they both buckled and swung in a little. I kicked again and again, wishing I had access to Xavier's magic right now. But at last, just as the elevator dinged well behind me, the doors both swung open, but I'd get to where I needed to go in no time. Cazio hadn't made it too difficult for me to come through, and that wasn't a good thing. The strange chamber stretched in front of us as I pushed Connors into the room. He remained silent and looked up at the domed ceiling and the marble that made up the space. It was empty right now. None of Cazio's minions were feeding on anybody or tormenting them with dark magic. Marble pillars with carved, evil demon faces in them surrounded us. Faint torches burned, casting horrible shadows on the demonic faces. This was a creepy place, all right. I hoped Connors could see everything that I could. "What is this?" he asked in wonder. I said. "Cazio's classy home decorating. Now I'm taking you upstairs." Footfalls sounded from behind us. Backup was arriving. We didn't have time, so I closed the steel doors, locked them with the turn of a handle, and broke into a run, shoving Connors forward and making him come off his feet. He cried out, but I remembered where the stairs were, They were on the other side of the large chamber, set into the marble and hard to see until you were right on them. He said, "There are stairs here? We should go back." "Nope," I said. "You're going to see what you've been working for and then you're going to tell the rest of the ATC what the real deal is. If you do that, I'll let you live." Connors resisted as I pushed him up the stairs. The man was still in some denial, and he wanted to keep it that way. We emerged on the top floor, another marble chamber that stretched out in front of us. The bluish pool of water waited, set into the floor like some fancy, marble-ringed swimming pool. Strange symbols not unlike the ones back in the ruins surrounded the water, all etched into the floor. The water reflected off the ceiling as more torches blazed between pillars, making shadows around more carved demon faces. Now that I wasn't being chased by shadow wraiths, I could see that there was a large wooden set of double doors on the other side of the room. Both had demon faces that were leering at me. Cazio had just forgotten to add some sunglasses. I let Connors go and backed away. I said, "Go tell the others about this." I stood over Connors as he kneeled next to the portal pool. The portal that held my dad, as well as Xavier's parents, on the other side. The portal that I could open right now if there was enough demon blood left on my blade. Connors got up and nodded to me. His mouth hung open, and he'd paled to the shade of bread dough. "Go," I ordered. The ATC guy got up and ran back down the narrow stairs and into the other chamber below. A heavy knock sounded on the steel doors. The ATC backup had reached our location and they still wouldn't enter the restricted area, which meant that the door had swung shut after I'd gone through it. I tensed, waiting. "Guys!" Connors shouted. "She's climbing down the side of the building! We have to catch her!" I grinned. He was watching out for me now. Connors was a changed man. It was amazing what the truth could do to people. But the portal. And Cazio's office. Emotion gripped me as I realized I could go through right now. This would drop me in the right part of the infernal dimension. Then I remembered Xavier saying that once I was in, I might not get out again. A demon had to let us out. Once I went in, even if I woke Dad and the others from their magical slumber, we might find ourselves trapped and waiting for Cazio or some other ancient demon to find us. I hesitated. There might be a way. And there was no way I could get so many people out of the infernal by myself, was there? But Dad. He was just on the other side. I had to try. I took my sword and dipped it into the pool. I couldn't help it. Emotion was getting the better of me. Maybe I could get those people out and they would help me fight. There were war mages in there. Other supernaturals. Some normals, but even Xavier's normal father was good with guns and weapons. I had done this before. At Beatrix's portal, I had watched as the portal water turned inky and black, waiting for use. But this time, there was nothing. "Come on," I muttered, shaking the sword in the water and splashing it on myself. Even in the semi-dark, it seemed like it was glowing and not normal water at all, but it gave off no other smell than moisture. "Come on." A tiny fleck of blood came off, but it floated away and dissolved. The demon blood on my sword was too dried and dead to work. "Having trouble with the portal, Alyssa?" The voice, which sounded like something straight out of a void, washed over me. I looked up, expecting to see Cazio standing there, leering at me. What I found was much, much worse. It was Cazio, all right. He had slipped out of his office and one door had closed behind him. He wore his best suit and in full human form with his sunglasses and his shiny, bald head. To a normal, it would look like nothing was different with the mayor at all. But my nose told me another story. Cazio gave off his normal, demonic sewer smell mixed with cologne. But another scent mixed in now, wood smoke. There was also a new rasp to Cazio's voice, like drying leaves. And then Cazio reached up and took off his sunglasses. Instead of the black, fiery eyes that Cazio usually sported. They were blue eyes with a hint of magenta, a severe pair that I had seen before. I took a step back in utter horror. The creature before me was an abomination. Both Cazio and Leon had returned to life in the same body. Chapter 11. What? I asked. That one word was the only thing I could manage. The Cazio and Leon hybrid glared at me as if this were all my fault. Well, to be fair, it was, but the two of them deserved to hang around each other. Your resurrection rite had unexpected consequences, Cazio said, this time with Leon's raspy voice growing more dominant. It was two people in one, all right. We were both very dead before your battle partner said the words to bring us back. My grandson has always been in trouble and dangerous. A stain on my family's pride. He will bring down the entire Lovelli line if nobody stops him. You don't understand what you're doing to us by partnering with him. Leon had fully taken over now. The bright blue and magenta anger in his eyes could reach to the other side of the world. I swallowed. Xavier and I had done the worst. We had brought back two horrible people at once. The rite hadn't called for two sets of remains to be inside the magic circle, just the remains from one person. Xavier said the whole thing looked complicated, and that he'd never done it before, but we hadn't had a choice. The hybrid shook his head and Cazio returned, complete with black, fiery eyes. He was trying to hold Leon back and I could see that his arms trembled with the effort. He said, "Stupid war mage. He's insufferable. Alyssa, you can say that you stopped me from using Leon's full power against the underground. Extracting his magic from his body has become much more difficult now." Then he took a step towards me, a step filled with pure hate. He said, "But I have access to war magic." His smile turned into one that was strained yet confident and evil. He finished by saying, "I suppose it's the first time in history a full demon has, isn't it?" "Actually, no," I said, struggling to not run back down the steps. The air in the room was tingling and hot, like Cazio would unleash all his power on me any second. Leon wouldn't even try to stop him from that. He would help instead. I said, "All a demon has to do is to be a battle partner to a war mage. Look at Alana. She beat you to it, and I bet other demons have done the same. She couldn't kill Cazio now if Leon had merged with the guy, unless she wanted to die again." This was getting complicated. Cazio's face fell as he said, "I suppose you're right." I was happy to burst his bubble. And since he was showing no signs of attacking me, I stalled and talked. I'd come here to do that, and the mayor was giving me exactly what I wanted. I told him, "I guess you aren't so special after all. Do you know what? The two of you deserve to be merged with each other. I hope it lasts for a really, really long time and it's ruining that Dark Council meeting you've been looking forward to for the last 100 years. Cazio glared at me. A bit of Leon crept back into his eyes, but the ancient demon baron had the upper hand. He was the stronger of the two. Even the elder Lovelli, the strongest member of the strongest war mage family, wasn't much of a match for Cazio. It was no wonder the demon had stayed alive for thousands of years. "So, about this Dark Council meeting," I continued before he could speak. "Who were you meeting with, anyway? You should have a yearbook. Or a century book, with all your photos and some notes to each other about what a great time you had together, sacrificing people and doing disgusting magical rites." "I have cancelled the meeting," Cazio said, letting out a breath and pacing calmly around the pool of water now. He was trying to enter a bargaining mood, judging from his calm posture and the lack of aggression. I didn't dare loosen my grip on my weapon. Did he know what was wrong with Xavier and what I had come to do? Only those fiery pits stared at me now. Cazio still kept the elder war mage suppressed. He said, "You drained all of the ruin's energy when you resurrected me. It will take another full century to its magic to replenish itself. I do thank you for the handy resurrection, Alyssa, though the rest of the Dark Council could have brought me back quite easily. We've resurrected each other plenty of times. It helps to have Death be such a team player. I'm sure that at the next meeting, we'll find a way to remove Leon. A century is not too long to wait. I'll mostly just have to deal with that pesky Alana until then. I shuddered. We were both getting to the same thing. Death. Cazio must know. So, Cazio said, how's Xavier doing? I imagine his old battle partner has been getting to him. Death's energy is powerful around the ruins, and being exposed to it must have brought on shadow sickness by now. I'm amazed that such an inexperienced and rash kid like him held out for so long. I drew my sword. Do not talk that way about him. The mayor laughed and stopped halfway around the portal pool. If I lunged, I could stab him and spill his blood into the pool. I could get to Dad and the others. But the energy in the room was still hot and dangerous. Cazio could inflict some serious damage on me as soon as I moved. And I had the strange feeling he wanted me to do that. That left me no choice but to listen to him, as much as I wanted to harm him and Leon both and make them suffer. Cazio smiled and said, Xavier isn't the most intelligent mage in the world. His voice was mixed with crunching dried leaves. Both he and Leon were speaking now and in perfect agreement. He was trying to get me to attack and to make the first move. Thorn had told me plenty of times to avoid that, and that it was never good to take an enemy's bait. I said, Xavier's very smart. At least he doesn't blindly follow tradition just because someone tells him to. It's not his fault his family is a bunch of ego-filled, traditionalist losers who care more about how they look than about their own families. Leon, I heard you used to have dealings with Beatrix Smirch. You know, the half-demon crime boss. What would the other Elder War mages think about that? Cazio's eyes flashed back to the blue and violet, and he lunged at me, hand morphing into that of an old man. Then Cazio growled and stopped like he was trying to restrain them both. I said, you two deserve each other. Leon, I can always spread the news about you unless you help me out here. You don't want your pride hurt anymore, do you? I was pulling something extremely dangerous. You stupid girl, Leon rasped. Cazio's face turned wrinkly and severe. Leon was becoming stronger on his hate alone. Cazio's entire body trembled. It was a strange and creepy sight. I told him, like I said. Help me out, and I won't blab the fact that you shoved your nose into some organized crime. The first thing you need to do is stop scapegoating Xavier. The second thing you need to do is make sure Cazio does what I want him to do. And that's hook me up with Death. Leon melted away and a full Cazio stood there in his place, shaking his head like he'd just gone somewhere else and come back. He dropped his arm, but the air in the room remained hot and dangerous. I stood my ground. This was a very dangerous game, and I had to play all my pieces right if Xavier was to be saved. But Cazio was so close. I could stab him right now and spill his blood into the portal. Cazio shifted his gaze to the water and back to me. He said, I know what you want to do. I asked, once I'm in the infernal dimension, is there a way out? What do you think the answer to that is? Cazio asked with a horrible grin. He was fully back now. He and Leon were taking turns. It was unpredictable and scary. I said, I can guess. A faint feeling of dread surrounded me, and I knew the shadow wraiths were nearby. Cazio wanted them to touch me, to bring out whatever piece of death was lurking inside. That might make Xavier turn faster. I hadn't thought about that until now. At any moment, those wraiths could melt out of the walls and attack. I would be powerless against more than a couple of them. So, I take it you are here to seek the cure for your battle partner? Cazio asked. It's a shame I can't fulfill my other offer. No, I said, tensing. Something felt very off about this. I just felt like stopping by and having a chat with the being who's a blend of two people I completely hate. Of course, I'm here to ask for the cure. Is Death around? Do you have her cell phone number, by any chance? Cazio took a step back and laughed. Leon had gone, leaving no trace of his existence. I wondered what it was like sharing a body with a demon. He said, I love your sense of humor. You'll be the comic relief that I need by my side once the Dark Council regains its control over the world. Speaking of that, you have further preparations to make before you become the full Dark Pentagram. I knew Xavier would eventually fall into shadow sickness after his old battle partner turned. You will not, Alyssa. You cannot. Having a piece of death inside of you, no matter how small and dormant, gives you protection against becoming a shadow wraith. That protection will extend to Xavier if you would only allow that tiny spark inside of you to awaken. Hope dared to swell into my chest. I asked, and how do I do that? There was a way to save Xavier after all, if Cazio was right. He had to be, because if Xavier turned, I would no longer have access to war magic. Cazio would either find another war mage for me to bind with or he'd have to give up his plan until another person like me came along. Judging from the fact that he had waited millennia for me, that would not happen soon. You allow the shadow wraiths to take you to death, Cazio said, wrapping both arms behind his back and rocking on his heels. They and the dark mages both have connections to her. Of course, the dark mages, being fully human, only rarely get to see her, but the shadow wraiths are her true children. The air in the room thickened with dread and tension. I eyed the walls, but I couldn't see them yet. I asked, and what if I refuse? What if Xavier turns and I no longer have access to war magic? That would ruin your plans, wouldn't it? Cazio's eyes popped open and the flames inside looked like they were going to extinguish for a second. I will not allow that to happen, he said, getting his composure back. So, what if I just leave? I asked. I had more leverage here than I thought. Does that mean you have to cure Xavier yourself or ask Death to do that? I cannot. The mayor took a step closer. He left it there, and I sensed he was holding something back. My threat evaporated. I backed towards the steps. But it was already too late. The air in the room was darkening. I blinked, realizing that what I was seeing was no mistake, because the walls were black and moving. Dozens of shadow wraiths, all bleeding out of the walls in complete silence, blended together as they slowly crept forward. Their dark shadow robes flowed around them as pure darkness underneath their hoods glared at me. All of them were looking at me. My knees trembled as they drifted across the marble floor and over the portal pool. Cazio stood there, unbothered as they drifted past him, brushing his suit and closing in on me. I turned in a circle. I wanted to give up and let them do whatever they had planned. I wanted to scream and cry and pound the floors with my fists. Them touching me would be terrible, even if I didn't get full shadow sickness. The awful feelings intensified. I kneeled, clutched my sword, and closed my eyes. I would do this for Xavier. I was endangering the world, but I would do this for him. A gloved finger touched my shoulder. I gasped as a tsunami of sadness, anger, and self-hate filled me. A tear slid down my cheek as Cazio laughed. I was nothing but a monster and I was about to become even more of one, an abomination that no one could love. The world spun, the floor dropped out from under me, and then I fell. Wind screamed around me, cold and lifeless. This wasn't like the hot wind that blasted around me when Xavier and I transposed. This was different. I fell, and I fell for what felt like years. Even through my closed eyelids, I detected nothing but pure darkness. If I opened my eyes, there would be nothing but a void. Maybe I would fall forever and back home, Xavier would turn. A shadow wraith had already touched me. It could be too late. But then, as if I were approaching something huge and strange, a faint green glow tried to poke its way into my closed eyes. I kept them shut. I had fallen for years and years or maybe just seconds, but at last, my feet met the softest, coldest sand I had ever felt, and I sank to my knees. I let out a breath, and then I opened my eyes. I had just arrived in some kind of underworld. Chapter 12. It took me several seconds to understand where I had landed, but it was the only way I could describe it. I stood in dark sand that might be black, grainy dust. It sparkled with a faint green light and spread out from me in every direction, forming a dark, desolate wasteland that screamed death and despair. Though no sound hung over the bizarre landscape, the essence hung everywhere. The sky above was dark, except for some cracks of eerie green light that peeked through a black crust. It looked like a vast expanse of green, hardening lava. The only colors in this place were grays and blacks and the eerie green. Crumbled things that might be ancient buildings or temples dotted the wasteland, along with very dead and decaying trees. A faint gray fog hung over this entire world. Panic exploded in my chest just at the desolate sight. I'd landed in a nightmare beyond my imagining. And I knew I had found the home of the shadow wraiths. Despair and hopelessness hung over this place in a faint cloud. The sensations seared into my mind and lodged themselves there, and no amount of sleep would ever erase them. The world I stood in was a place of death, of sadness, of broken dreams and shattered hopes. Bits of those had fallen here over millions of years, given off by everyone and everything, falling from the regular world above and accumulating where I stood. I wasn't sure how I knew this, but I'd point my finger at the piece of death in me. This was where sad endings and heartbreaks gathered. Then I realized that the ground was slowly rising, almost so slowly that I didn't notice. I was sinking. I turned in a circle, yanking my legs out of the black sand. It tried to grip me tighter, to pull me down into it, where it would slowly suffocate me. Once I took a step, I sank to my knee again, unable to keep my footing. This realm had no solid floor. The ground was just the dusty sand, packed tighter the deeper my foot penetrated. A couple of shadow wraiths bled out of the ground in the distance, shifting and aimless. They ignored me or didn't notice my presence. That didn't matter, of course. I'd already taken a touch from one and not fallen to shadow sickness. The creatures couldn't hurt me. This realm could do that all on its own, and I sensed that if I stayed for too long, I might as well get shadow sickness. The pair of wraiths drifted from each other before they bled back into the sand to join the rest of the sadness. I watched another shadow wraith blur and rise from the sand to my left, close to some very crumbled stone ruins, only to vanish again a minute later. The ground gradually rose again. And this time, it had come up to my thighs. Black particles rushed into the space between my knees, like the grains from an hourglass. No! Let me go! I'd made a horrible mistake by coming here and thinking I could knock on death's door. I could go a long time without air. I timed my breath at almost 20 minutes in the bathtub when I was 7, but that wouldn't do me any good if I couldn't get out of here. Panic surged into my body, and I thrashed, which only made the sand close and faster. I said, "Come on, Alyssa. This is like that awful stair-stepper thing they have back in the high school gym that makes the guys smell like armpits in 30 seconds. You can do better than them, and you won't stink afterward." Then I let out a stupid laugh. And somehow, that gave me the strength to move and to think. I still had my sword. I took the blade and plunged it into the dust in front of me, just as the sand crept up towards my pelvis. Soon I would have no leverage to pull myself out. I pulled and grunted, focusing on gym class and mean Mr. North, who considered sitting down a cardinal sin. Even with my far above normal strength, pulling myself out was the hardest thing I had ever done. Slowly, inch by inch, my legs emerged from the cold sand, which had crept into my shoes and up my pant legs. I felt like I was merging with the sand, and if I came out again, I'd be a shadow wraith after all. I was cold inside. Dead. Or maybe I was already after Russell Fox bit me. But at last, I lay across the sand, my legs out of the mire. Sure, I had that awful feeling of sand between my toes and inside my socks, but I'd escaped. And while lying horizontal and getting my bearings, I did not sink. I'd cracked a joke to myself, and somehow, that helped me escape. Something inside me just knew that as well. My muscles trembled, weak and tired. My legs still felt like icicles, though they hadn't gone numb. I felt like an ice cube from the waist down and I held back tears. Despair filled me, but at least while I was lying across the sand, I wasn't sinking into it. Crack another joke, Alyssa. Janine would walk across this whole realm, no problem. Those of us with baggage get to play on hard mode. I had to talk to myself, because no sound lived in this place, and the silence unnerved me more than anything. I said, looks like I get to crawl across this like a baby if I want to find death. I bet Cazio's been here, too, and he probably had to do the same thing. Then I chucked to myself, and my strength returned, casting away the deadly ice. I looked up. 2 shadow wraiths floated nearby, watching me with that darkness underneath those hoods. Both turned away and left me lying there on my stomach. No sense of humor? I asked. You really need one here, you know, because laughter is sometimes the best medicine. The pair continued to drift away, soundless. The sight of them didn't scare me anymore, not after I had passed through whatever portal landed me here. Now I had bigger problems than the wraiths. This underworld was messing with me. Despite my attempts at snark, tears gathered in my vision, rising from a ball of pain in my chest. This place was reducing me to an emotional mess. I said, come on, Alyssa. Now you know how Xavier feels right now. How much time had passed since I got here? I had never heard of an underworld like this. Well, I guess the shadow wraiths had to go somewhere when you defeated them or whenever they vanished. This was the place. So far, they were the only creatures I had found here. Maybe only shadow wraiths came here, and that brought me comfort. I hated to think of people and animals coming here when they died. I crawled towards the nearest ruins, which turned out to be a stone building that looked thousands of years old. Well, it had layers of stone crumbs around its base, and only a few walls dared to point at the eerie sky. I had the sense that dead ideas came here, too. This wasn't a place for those who died. It was a place for death and sadness itself. I crawled and crawled, dragging my sword and creating a line in the sand. I wasn't sinking now, so that was a plus. I tried propping myself and walking on all fours, but the sand started its pull again and I had to flop back down on my stomach. I felt like a snake, but at least I could move. The sky shifted overhead like a thick fluid, and the green glow remained, pulling and pushing against itself like molten rock. This was the place Xavier's old battle partner now called home. I wondered if Xavier ever got nightmares about this place, since he still had a partial bond to Lisa. At last, I reached the bottom of the stone ruins, a circle of broken stones that might have been a temple or something like Stonehenge in ancient times. Some of the stone was crumbling into black dust, since the ruins had a clear gradient from large broken pieces, small broken pieces, stone grains, and the horrible material that made up the floor. This was something even older than the ruins in Turkey, but it offered some solid ground. I stood, grabbing onto one stone and keeping my sword with me. Sand fell off me, little remains of heartbreak, and I stepped onto a platform for a break. Now what? I asked. A single shadow wraith rose from the sand about 20 feet away and watched me in utter silence. This place drowned out whatever horrible feelings it gave off. A single shadow wraith couldn't add much more despair to it. Hello? I offered a wave and spoke in the happiest voice I could manage. Can you tell me where Death is? I've been looking for her, but your roads here really need to be fixed. I stumbled on the stone. It wasn't stable. These ruins were little more than a bunch of piles, with one stone pillar emerging from the center. The next set rose from the ground about half a mile away. I asked, can you just point in one direction for me? The wraith backed away as if it couldn't stand my attitude. The ground underneath shifted as if I had poked it with something sharp. I had an idea. I said, "Are you upset that I'm not crying and beating my fists? How do you like laughter?" Just to try it out, I laughed. I felt crazy and stupid doing it, but in this place, I'd try anything. The ground rumbled this time and shook again, so much that I went down onto the crumbled stone. This place did not like happiness. I'd keep that in mind. I picked myself up and brushed myself off. More of the stone crumbled into black sand. Some of the offending material was on me again, mixed with little pieces of rock. A crow cawed. I jumped because it was the first sound other than myself and the crumbling rock I'd heard since my arrival. I looked up to find the coal-colored bird perched on the center stone column. It stared down at me with fierce, yet intelligent eyes as the shadow wraith behind it melted back into the dark dust. A bit of eerie green light reflected off its gaze as it gave me a hard but inviting stare. I wasn't sure how to respond, or if my axe had drawn the first signs of life. But I'd go with it. "Hey," I said, trying to keep my tone light and happy. "How are you? You're such a beautiful bird and I'm sure you can help me." The crow cawed with annoyance. And flew off. I said, "Crap." I watched the bird, barely visible against the darkness of the sky above, fly to the next set of ruins and perch there. Then I said, "Or maybe not. Crows are symbols of death, Alyssa. It makes sense for them to be here, and maybe this one is trying to lead you somewhere. Just don't humiliate yourself too badly." It was such a long expanse of sand between me and the next crumbled stone pile. I sighed, unable to think of anything sarcastic or funny to say about this. Following was the only option. I walked across the ruins. I stepped on stones only to watch some of them crumble into pure dark sand, which ran down through the ruins to join the rest of the world. Things rotted down here. I hoped it didn't apply to me, too. It was another long crawl across the sand, but the crow waited as I made the trip. It took what felt like 20 minutes to make it to the next pile, but at last, I crawled up onto the broken rock. No. This time, the rotting material was concrete. Rectangular pieces mixed in with pebbles and bits of rock that molded together in a gray, stony glue. And the one wall that was standing was wooden with white paint on the inside. I'd crawled up to the remains of a modern house instead of ancient ruins. The crow perched on top, staring at me, waiting dutifully. Bits of white carpet lay tucked between the decaying concrete and the wall had crayon marks on it, purple and blue ones in the faint shape of stick people. Something ached inside of me. I used to draw on the walls when I was little, according to Dad. I went through a streak of it when I was 3 and 4 until he made me wash off my artwork. Apparently, I stopped after that. This drawing stirred something inside of me. I drew this. I took a step back as the crow cawed like it was trying to tell me yes. I squinted at the drawing. I had drawn a tiny stick figure, probably myself, holding the hands of 2 bigger stick figures. My parents. My father and my mother, who had left a few years later. The crow cawed a second time. I felt like it was laughing as I stared at my memory, which was crumbling into dust right below my feet. I had been right that this was a place not of physical death, but of broken hopes and dreams. I just hadn't expected to see mine. My family. Happiness. A normal life. The ground rumbled again, as if chastising me. The concrete shifted and darkened, turning into more of the black sand. I watched as it crumbled around me, rotting into tiny fragments that didn't matter. The crow took off into flight and the wall collapsed, roaring and throwing up woody dust. And then it, too, darkened and crumbled into dust. No! I stood as the ground softened under me, threatening to take me down with it. I should flop back onto my stomach, but I remained standing as the rest of the wooden wall decayed into tiny black particles that I couldn't tell apart from the surrounding wasteland. The concrete vanished, turning black, and whispering into the ground. The crayon marks had already vanished. There would be no happiness for me. There couldn't be, not for someone who had to bite people or use blood bags to stay alive. I wanted to sink down in despair and join the rest of the decay below me, but I couldn't. I might be a monster, but I had to keep going, to regain whatever dignity I had left. Xavier was counting on me. I would turn into something even worse if I gave up now. The crow made another abrasive call, and I had the sense that it was laughing at me. The creature circled above me now, a faint shadow against the cracked, green glow. This place was so dim that my color vision was barely holding on, and my gray vision, which was more detailed, couldn't kick in because it was just barely too bright. I had to wait until the crow crossed one of the green cracks to find its location. "Are you done leading me along?" I asked, trying to push the images of my crumbling memory out of my head. My other life. The life I wanted, the one that this place was telling me I would never have again. The crow flapped its wings with the faintest sound and flew off again, this time towards a hill that gradually sloped upward. I squinted, noticing it for the first time in the thin fog. A few shadow wraiths drifted between me and the bottom of the hill, but so far, none of them had bothered me. How had I not noticed that? A large castle crowned the hill, and it looked more like a massive gathering of black, pointed rocks than a building. Unlike the others in this place, this one showed no signs of crumbling, and the hill shone like it had a solid surface, though it shared the same color with the sand. The crow continued to fly towards the castle until, at last, it got too small for me to see. But at least I knew my destination. Great. I eyed distance between me and the castle. It was miles. At least, it seemed like miles. Distance didn't seem to matter here, because I was sure I'd only traveled a few hundred feet since arriving. It was as if I'd made a sacrifice and gained the ability to see the structure. But it still might take a day to reach the base of the hill. Okay, Alyssa. I took a deep breath. You've got your work and your humiliation cut out for you. Chapter 13. Under my feet, the last of the concrete turned to dust, and I fell back into the sand. I forced myself to take a step and then another. Each time my foot landed, I sank a couple of inches, but I kept going. Maybe this would work. If I kept up a quick pace, I could get across. It beat crawling, but I knew I'd get tired fast. I looked back, but nothing remained of my childhood memory but dust. It had all barely held together until I reached it, only to decay into nothing. All signs of the concrete had vanished into tiny black particles that would never see the light of day again. I said, "Come on, Death. You're putting me through a lot here." Once again, the sand pulled me down. I pulled my feet out, and the liquid sadness filled in my footprints and left no trace of them. A shadow wraith watched with indifference about 100 feet away. Sword in hand, I broke into a jog. Walking fast wasn't good enough. Jogging beat crawling or walking. I didn't sink in much, but I could feel my energy draining with the effort of pulling my feet from the muck with each step. My sword glimmered with faint green light. I had a passing thought that it would look good on a fantasy book cover. A dark fantasy book cover. The hill slowly loomed larger and larger. It got taller the closer I got to it, like a distant mountain. The stone was pure black and only reflected the green above, making it look like hardened motor oil. That was officially the grossest rock I had ever seen, but at last, when my legs felt like jelly and I was ready to flop down to my stomach, my foot sank and touched something solid. Hallelujah. I stopped, but I didn't sink, because I'd reached the base of the shallow mountain. The sand barely covered the smooth stone, and I felt like I'd waded out of the most depressing ocean ever, and this was the darkest beach in the universe. I looked behind me at the expanse of sand. It was an ocean, a still one with debris poking out here and there, and I just hadn't realized it until now. Yikes. I'd fallen into a world with continents and islands, but I didn't want to explore it further. My stomach rumbled. I was hungry now, weak, and I couldn't stay here for much longer before I weakened too much to fight. The castle, now that I was closer, trumped even the ATC tower. Its rocky, pointed spires looked almost as if they could touch the strange sky above. But I climbed up the shallow mountain because I didn't have any other choice. The faint cawing of the crow returned from somewhere above, urging me forward. My sword dragged on the stone. I was so fatigued that it was getting hard to hold it up in an intimidating way, which would have been a great idea in this dimension. Now that I could focus on something other than not sinking, I eyed the structure. The castle had no even lines. It was all jagged, black rock mashed together with a very large mouth in the front that had to be the entrance. It looked like some misshapen horned creature was screaming in silence. For once, couldn't anybody put some flowers out or even some plain old trees to spruce things up a bit? Death hadn't even put out any of those creepy Halloween ones that didn't have any leaves. The crow cawed again, louder this time, and circled over my head. I hadn't even heard it fly towards me. The bird stayed with me as I climbed the hill, trying to regain my strength and failing miserably. But at last, I stood at the door of the castle and had the joy of peering inside. "Hello?" I called, trying to sound cheerful. Before me was a very large, jagged stone room that reminded of that scary tunnel to the wizard in The Wizard of Oz, only black, oily stone held it together instead of nice, intimidating arches. Not a single torch lit the walls, so it seemed like Death didn't want any mood lighting either. I tried to flick my wrist, to summon some of Xavier's power. He had made a magical ball of light to see before, so maybe I could do the same. But nothing happened. Instead, a wave of sadness swept over me, and I had to grab onto the side of the entryway to avoid sinking to the floor in despair. Our link was still working, but Xavier couldn't help me. I could feel his moods if I tried, but nothing else came to me. "Hello?" I called again, shaking my head to drive the feeling away. The crow flew past me from outside, sailing into the castle, and I knew it was time to follow. Somehow, there was just enough light in here to keep my night vision away. It was the same greenish ambience that filled this place, mixed in with the gray fog. I really hated it. This was hard for me to navigate, and I could only imagine how it was for a normal. The sounds of the bird's wings stopped, and little feet clicked as it landed on something. I continued forward, leaving the exit far behind. Then someone said, "Come closer." I froze as a jolt ran through me, because other than the bird, this castle gave off no sounds. A silky voice, a woman's voice, echoed through the chamber where the bird had landed. It sent a shudder down my spine. There was something enticing in the voice, something that was drawing me closer, but there was also a sharp edge that could destroy me at the same time. I'd heard no one speak like that before, not even the mayor, and he had a talent for both. The voice returned. "You've been shy enough. Step closer." Shy? I moved my lips, but I couldn't even get that out. I thought of Xavier, and I forced my legs to move. My sword dragged across the floor with a gentle scrape, but I almost forgot about it. At last, a large, ornate chair appeared in front of me, taking shape from the darkness. My eyes focused the best they could, and the form of a woman, not much bigger than me, sat on the chair with both hands on the armrests. She had her legs crossed and a black skirt that was decorated with little green sequins draped over them. Almost her entire dress was black, except for more dark green sequins around her collar and her long sleeves draped over the armrests. They looked like the sleeves of a black robe. Death's robe. That was the only part of death that was familiar here. Then I tried to make out her skin, but then I realized it was a dark gray, almost black, and it wasn't the lighting either. Death legit had smooth, almost coal-black skin that somehow glowed, providing a bit of contrast with her dress. She also had very long, very black hair that rested on her chest and flowed down to her skirt. I couldn't tell where her hair began and where it ended. It was almost as if it merged with her flowing dress. When I looked closer, I could see that there were black feathers mixed in with her hair. And I realized the crow had vanished. She had been the crow that had guided me here. She kept her eyes closed as I stood there, staring. And then she opened them. They were the brightest green the first had ever encountered, and they were the same shade as the cracks in the sky above. I took a step back, as the feelings she gave off rivaled an entire army of shadow wraiths. But she offered me a sly, dangerous smile, and revealed a set of emerald teeth. Alyssa Choi. Her voice remained smooth, yet sharp at the edges. I'm so glad that you could come and visit me. I was hoping to meet you at the temple, but when I got there, you were not present. Instead, I found only Cazio in his new and unfortunate state. I opened my mouth to speak, but this was by far the most intimidating creature I had ever met, and I was including Gaozu. Her voice got into my soul and wrapped around it, and I knew if she ordered me or my soul to die, I would. I felt exposed, like she could see all my secrets. She asked, "Why are you so quiet, and what were you expecting? A skeleton in a black robe?" "Well," I said. "Something like that." "Yeah, you don't even have a scythe, like the brochure said you would." Death laughed. The scythe was an image that normals gave to me during the plague years, as if I handled the spread of the disease. Did you know that poor sanitation was the true cause, and I was simply there to help the souls pass? Oh, I'm sorry. To me, that was an eye blink ago, and you must have come into the physical world well beyond that time. I let down my shoulders because she was already breaking my expectations. Maybe I could get on her good side, and making her laugh encouraged me. I said, "So, you didn't cause the disease, and you go around taking people when their time comes." Today, I learned something. Do they all become shadow wraiths, or do souls go somewhere else? I knew the infernal dimension was one possibility because Alana and Leon had gone there. She said, "Oh, people have the wrong ideas about death. Just as there are different worlds and fates for the living, there are different worlds and fates for the dead. And as you may have learned while traveling through my realm, death is not only a physical thing. Everything can die. It's the dying of old ideas. The passing of seasons. The ending of relationships, jobs, dreams, and phases in one's life." I jolted and shuddered again. Her green eyes didn't leave me the whole time she was speaking. "You know me." I could barely get out the words. "You made me watch my old memory decay." I gripped my sword tighter. Even though I knew that I'd be no match for death, I wanted to hurt something, and I wanted to kill. My instincts were getting the better of me. "Alyssa, you are holding on to something which died and came here long ago," Death said. "That is never healthy. Have you seen this place? No one should hold on to anything that ends up here. It causes only pain and suffering. Death can liberate you and become a force of good." "Are you a psychologist?" I asked. "So, I shouldn't long for having a family?" "You're crazy." I was losing control over myself. I'd come here to help Xavier and complete Mac's mission, not receive her attempt at therapy. Her face stayed expressionless. "You should desire a loving family. But what you long for is something different. You know what that is." "I always wanted to be normal," I said. "That's so horrible when you live in a world where you get disowned and carted off to fake treatment centers just because of what you are. I just want to have a normal life where I can have friends and go to school and play in soccer matches." I ached inside. I just now realized how much I missed high school. "Do you, really?" Death asked. "Were you truly happy living in a way that goes against your nature?" I said, "Yes." She told me, "You are very uncertain about that. Alyssa, you are holding on to something that has died and decayed into the dust of my world. Many people have done that throughout history, and it rarely makes things better for them." I said. "I don't care." "Why do you care about how I feel inside?" Your death. Fear and sadness are your thing. Death shifted in her chair, uncrossing her legs and then crossing the other. Without me, there can be no life. Change does not happen without death, and life requires change. I let out a breath. She had a point about that, and if I kept pressing, I could get on her bad side. I was already botching my plan to appeal to her. I said, I suppose that's a good point and all about change and stuff. I'm here because my battle partner has shadow sickness and I'm willing to do what it takes to save him. I know you rule the shadow wraiths, and you gave some of your magic to normals a long time ago, which made dark mages. Very good. Death nodded. So, what do I need to do? I asked. What exactly is inside of me that needs to wake up? Cazio told me that there's a piece of you inside of me, and if I can activate it, Xavier will get protection from turning into a shadow wraith. Cazio was correct, Death said. Waking the death within you will protect him from shadow sickness so long as the two of you remain bound to each other. I could cure him myself, but I will not interfere. I prefer to allow the worlds to run on their own, as I honor free will. And those souls who die will always have a place with me to rest. I should have known I would run into this. Is there any way to convince you otherwise? I asked. She shook her head, keeping her face neutral. I respect free will. It is fulfilling for me to see how people respond to death and how they change. It was all a game to death, or maybe a play or some sick experiment. Maybe she suffered from boredom, and this was her one form of entertainment, or her nature was kicking in, just like mine. Okay, I said, shaking with rage. I knew there was no convincing this very ancient being of anything. But did you know that if the death inside of me awakens, Cazio will be one step closer to using me to merge the regular world with the infernal one? I really don't want that to happen, and I don't think most normals do either. I stared at her, waiting for a change in her expression, but none came. Of course, I do, Death said. I am a member of the Dark Council, after all. Cazio wishes to bring himself and the other members back to glory, like we were just a few short millennia ago. I do not need to share in their power when it comes, but I will not interfere with their plans either. They are part of the world, after all. Then why are you helping them? I asked. Death kept her stony gaze on me. The green in her eyes seemed to glow brighter as she seemed to think, which seemed odd for someone so old. She said, I am neither good nor evil. My only concern is allowing death to function as it should to create change in the world. This will be a change that most will consider bad, but it will not be the first in the billions of years the universe and all its worlds have existed. Life and the universe will continue. I said. But lots of people will die. Both normals and supernaturals are going to be enslaved. I realized how stupid this sounded. I was complaining about this to Death. And I will be there to perform my function. Death once again spoke in her silky, frustrating voice. You are probably the most powerful member of the Dark Council, I said, taking a bold step forward. You can do something. For me, okay? I take it I'm related to you somehow, so you should want to do some favors for me? Then I forced a smile. She stared down at me and said, that is true. It has been many thousands of years since I had a relationship with a normal human, but I have had a few children. Each time, the child was normal, with the death inside of them dormant. The last human child I had was about 15,000 years ago in your time. I suppose that means that most of humanity descends from me, though only a few still carry any trace of my essence. You are one of the few. That thought comforted me, because at least I wasn't alone. I would have to tell Xavier this if he ever felt better. That's a long time, I said. That's the Stone Age. At least there was a lot of distance in time between me and death. We looked nothing alike. I didn't have dark gray skin, for starters. It wasn't long ago at all, Death said. I only recently started taking a human form. I prefer my primordial form, but it might have been too overwhelming for you. I remembered the darkness floating over us back in Turkey. I had a feeling that was what she was talking about, and I was glad she was using restraint. I said, I get it. So, how do I awaken this death inside of me? This was very dangerous. It would take me one step closer to Cazio's plan, and we all knew, but Death didn't care. This decision was mine and mine alone. I wondered if I'd entertain her. It seemed like she had nothing else to do all day but sit and look out at her sand ocean of despair. I then said, also, a dark mage named Mac wants to have his magic taken away. He sent me here for that purpose. She nodded. It will happen, eventually, if he rejects my gifts. She didn't seem too keen on helping Mac either. That wasn't good news. I asked, what do I do? She said, you must learn how to accept death. Only when that happens can you wake your abilities. I cannot help you with the task, but I can tell you what you need to do. And I will send you a test soon. I stood there, trying to mull over the words. That's a little vague. Death smiled and said, think about what that means. I don't have time for that. I raised my sword at her, but she didn't flinch. Xavier is going to turn in just a few days, and I don't need to be sitting there, meditating and trying to figure out what you're trying to tell me. You will, or you won't, Death told me, snapping her fingers. Good luck. And then the world blackened once more, and I fell. Chapter 14. I landed on solid marble and blinked. I'd returned to the top level of the ATC building. The blue of the water cast shimmering lights on the ceiling, despite the hellish decor of the space. Dark, mottled pillars surrounded me, and the wind whistled against glass windows. Cazio's office door held shut, and the leering demon faces stared out at me with shadows dancing around their features. And Cazio was nowhere to be found. I spun in a circle to ensure the chamber was clear. I now stood alone in here, even though the mayor could have waited for me the whole time. That, I failed to understand. If I'd taken a week-long vacation, that would hardly matter to an ancient infernal baron. All traces of the shadow wraith stayed gone, too. No strange energy tingled anywhere, as if Cazio or those creatures had drained it. I let out a breath, because although those creatures had touched me, I didn't have shadow sickness. I carried a piece of death that came down through generations and generations. In most people, it shuffled out through thousands of years of breeding, but once again, I'd won the genetic lottery. If I woke up this trace inside of me and passed Death's test, protection would extend to him and he could no longer turn into one either. But I had a problem because I couldn't guess what Death would make me do. Clearly, Cazio didn't want to wait for me. It was still night outside, but his odor stayed absent. That meant I'd spent ages in the underworld. The idea made panic rise in my chest. Xavier had been lying in that guest room bed for hours, maybe writhing in emotional agony. I swallowed, and I knew I needed to go check on him, and immediately. Xavier. I sent the word out as strong as I could. We managed a very strained, weak telepathy in the past and we could again. Now, to make sure he hadn't turned. Hanging on. His words bloomed in my mind before dying once more. He sounded as if he inhabited another universe, but the connection still lived. Xavier was still suffering from shadow sickness. Death wouldn't help me, and I had likely done nothing for Mac, not that I cared about him now. Mac would figure out his own way to remove his dark magic. Despite it being a bad idea, I ran up and pushed on Cazio's office door. I couldn't smell his sewage stench or the cologne he wore to hide it from the public. Even a well-planted kick failed to budge the entrance. I guessed he had this protected by a magical ward. Then I swore and faced the rest of the 20th floor. Cazio had left me up here, like he realized I couldn't do anything. I couldn't open the portal and I couldn't hurt him. He was gone, probably off to do whatever government stuff he had to do. I had no choice but to leave and figure out what test death had for me. She told me there would be one, and I had the feeling it had to do with what she said I couldn't let go of. My memories, my longing for my past, and my family. I wouldn't let that go. Was that her demand? Dad slept beyond this portal that I couldn't activate unless a demon waltzed in, whistling, all while not noticing my presence. I needed to scream with the frustration. But I headed down the steps to the other chamber, the one that held the apartment fire victims so long ago. Connors convinced the ATC guys that I climbed down the face of the skyscraper like Spider-Man, reaching the surface. I detected nobody except for the faint donut scent of a guard coming from the other side of the doors. It must be very early morning, then. At what other time would people eat donuts? I'd crawled across the sandy sea of despair forever to talk to death and get her confusing answers. I opened the double entrance and realized the hallway didn't even smell like multiple workers anymore. Making it down to the bottom floor proved far easier than the trip up. No one stopped me as I made for the elevator, sword in hand. The young intern was gone from his station, leaving a crumpled pack of cigarettes in his place. Cazio probably inspired employees to smoke, too, as it might be the sole way to bust stress around here. When I stepped off, the poor receptionist lady slaved away behind the counter. She kept a mug of coffee in front of her as she typed on a keyboard, so I paused at her desk since no one else hung out in the lobby. The woman looked up at me, and her mouth dropped in shock. She said, "You're still here? Connor said that you jumped off the building and disappeared. The team left hours ago to search for you. He knows the truth now." I said as I leaned against her workspace because no one would attack me for the moment. I liked this woman, and I hoped she escaped. Her monitor said it was about 2:30 in the morning, which reminded me that the ATC stayed open 24 hours. How convenient. Then I said, I have to figure out what Cazio's friend Death wants me to do. Are there any tests on your computer that she gives out? The woman's jaw fell open again. Already, her name flew from my mind. Maybe she couldn't speak it to anybody because the mayor enslaved her, just as he had the other ATC people who attacked me in my own home. But she knew why Cazio wanted me, and she clearly held no fuzzy feelings for the mayor. She told me, "You can't go to Death. Cazio says you have a part inside of you that." I said, "I know. Oh, I visited Death earlier and sat down to a pleasant conversation, too." She informed I must pass a test to wake that piece up. I've got to protect my battle partner from turning into a shadow wraith, and that's the only way to stop it. I have to wake that piece up. The woman stood, and even the bags under her eyes seemed to vanish. "You do not want to do that. You'll risk the world." I said, "I know it's a horrible choice. I can't let my battle partner turn. There's no worse fate than ending up in Death's world. That's where he will go, and I've seen it, so now I can't let anyone go there." Then the receptionist leaned close to me, her eyes fearless although I could easily kill her. "There are 7 billion people in this world. It is selfish to sacrifice them to save one. You cannot go, Alyssa." I said. "I won't abandon Xavier." I realized I was letting my teeth show, and I backed off. The woman didn't even flinch. Maybe she was used to seeing much worse than me. I said, "Besides, I'd have to bite him to finish what Cazio wants, and I refuse to do that. Rest assured, it's one thing that he can't control." She told me, "Cazio has no mercy. He's a master manipulator, and he will bend you to his will." I couldn't say anything. This woman was right, and it was clear from the fact that I was about to march out and willingly wake up the piece of death inside of me. Cazio had already manipulated me and forced into this, and that was before I even met Xavier. It was a horrible feeling, and I couldn't break free. What could I say? I told her, not with biting my battle partner. Nothing's going to make me do that, and and I've held out. I know you probably have a family and you're worried about them. The receptionist said, Cazio cured my boy of a brain tumor. Her lip quivered as she spoke, and my heart about shattered. You'll do anything to protect your child, and that's why I serve him now. I thought he was good, but he did this only to kill my boy when the worlds come together. He's told me he has no use for children because they won't serve him when he merges the worlds. I backed away and said, your boy will be fine. Was I lying or was I lying? If death wants to test you, you'll know about the test soon enough, the receptionist said. I could be the downfall of everyone. I was darker than I had ever imagined. With that thought, I bolted out of the ATC building. Thankfully, I remembered where the hidden trapdoor was in the alley that led to the underground. I climbed down the ladder and into the smell of taverns and pubs and the underground mall. More people were returning to this place. At least I could breathe easily, knowing that there was no way Cazio could unleash Leon's full energy on us. He'd have to kill himself for that. I ran to Xavier's home and opened the door without knocking this time. By now, I felt like I had earned the right. Muttering came out from the guest room where I had left everyone. I smelled Xavier's wood smoke already. He had eaten nothing recently because there was no other scent that was his. I heard Janine say something about unicorns, her attempt at humor in an impossible situation. Trish muttered something else. Xavier's Aunt Primrose stormed out of the room with a water pitcher in her hands. Her gaze landed on me, and she opened her mouth to say something. I held up my hand at her before she could verbally lash me and said, "Don't even start. I know you want to tell me I brought this mess down on the family, and you're all ashamed of me and Xavier. I think I have a way to help him, but I have to wait for a sign." Her jaw fell slack, and she nearly dropped the pitcher. Aunt Primrose flushed with a look of total irritation on her face, but I brushed past her, leaving her in the main living room. She had just eaten cheese and crackers. The smell flowed through her veins. I rushed back in and to Xavier's side. The room had crowded more since I'd left. Trish sat in a chair by his bed, and she held Xavier's hand. Janine and Liliana sat on a small couch brought into the room, and Elzina and even Thorn had shown up. They were keeping vigil, and Thorn looked and smelled especially wary. He jumped when I entered the room and eyed the door like he needed an exit if things got bad. My martial arts instructor was waiting for my battle partner to turn. "Alyssa." Janine got up and hugged me. "You're back. We all thought the worst, and the only way we could watch you was to monitor Xavier, since you're connected. That's how we knew you were still alive." I said, "That makes sense." I realized that despite the quiet of the room, everyone stared at me, and Trish and Thorn both stared daggers into me. I told everyone, "Look, I'll apologize later for my stupid move, but I think we're closer to curing him. He's still got a couple of days, so I just have to wait and see what death wants me to do. I've got to see him." I wiggled out of Janine's hug. Xavier remained on the couch, and I rushed to him. He had broken into a cold sweat, and he smelled faintly of salt. He had his eyes closed like he couldn't stand the lamplight. He groaned, deep in a nightmare, and showed no signs that he knew I was there. "Oh. Black sand, black dust, the sky." "I know what you're seeing," I said, standing over his bed and putting my hand on his forehead. He was getting a glimpse of Death's realm, his future home, if I didn't do something. I told him I was there. "I have a test to do, but if I pass, I'll save you. It'll cure you of shadow sickness. I'm immune and that can pass to you if I do this one thing. I don't know what it is yet, but it should be soon. It would have to be. Otherwise, Cazio wouldn't have put me up to this. If the test happened after Xavier turned, it would ruin his plans as much as mine. The mayor and I wanted the same thing, and that was a strange feeling." Xavier took a breath and let it out. "He's gotten worse," Trish said. Her voice was flat, and her red eyes were dry, but very sad. I don't know how much longer it will take for him to turn. Xavier is very tormented, and in my experience, that often makes the transformation work faster. But he's strong, I said. Trish said, and very tortured. Trish didn't even glare at me anymore. Something had changed between us. I know he is, I said. Indirectly killing his own grandfather had to do with that, even though he acted in self-defense. I knew what it was like to look at yourself like that. I know him very well. But there might be help. If I can get the piece of death inside of me to awaken completely, it'll cure Xavier, and my protection will flow to him. Thorn peeled himself from the wall. I could tell that my martial arts instructor was trying to hold his own emotions back. He hadn't eaten in a long time either, because he gave off no scent other than adrenaline. Everyone's lives had stopped for this. Elsina's eyes were red. The seer mage's emotions had already poured out and more were building. The entire room had taken on a stifling atmosphere. I couldn't stand it. It was worse than any funeral I could imagine, though I hadn't been to any besides Leon's in my entire life. Thorn spoke. We should move Xavier to another place that's more confined. He was in pre-battle mode. We need to worry about ourselves, too. I'm not going to let him turn, I said. Thorn frowned. He could turn before you help him, and he will be a danger to us all if that happens. Liliana rose. Don't talk like that. I gulped, because if he turned, I would have to fight him. It would be my responsibility alone. My heart would break into a million pieces. We should close Xavier in here, Thorn said, until we figure out where to move him. Everyone, out. I'm not leaving him, Liliana said. Her lip was quivering as well. I couldn't stand this. I wondered if this was what normals went through at, say, funerals and bedside vigils. I had the feeling this was a pretty universal experience. We have to. Thorn motioned for her to stand and waved her towards the door. Alyssa may be right that she can help. We don't know. There was every ounce of doubt in his voice. I wondered if he knew about this dark pentagram stuff and how special I was supposed to be. If he didn't, then he had nothing to hold on to, and my words were nothing more than false hope. I did the difficult thing and left Xavier inside as the rest of us poured into the hall. Thorn closed the door, but not before Xavier groaned one more time. He was mentally in that place of death, of broken dreams and hopes. I was the only one who could bring him out again. Where was my test? It had to come soon if it was all part of the plan. Even if it was Cazio's plan, I had to go along with it, at least for now. Trish asked, "Where do we move Xavier?" The look in Trish's eyes was one of resignation, of one who already mourned. To her, he was already worse than dead. Her eyes were also very hard. Trish had lived over 100 years, so she knew loss and pain. I was going to suggest my dojo, Thorn said. I thought of his testing room with the bloodstains on the floor. It was where I had used Xavier's magic for the first time against Alana in that rigged fight and where Leon and I had met. It was a place full of both great and horrible memories. I didn't want this situation to stain it, but we had no choice. Thorn's dojo was a place where people fought all the time. There were weapons there, so if Xavier turned, they would be ready for him. It also had some strong double doors that kept it closed off from the rest of the underground. I raised my hand and said, "I'll carry Xavier there." "What about the danger to you?" Thorn asked. I told him, "I'm safe from shadow sickness." I opened the door to Xavier again. He was lying on his stomach now, breathing heavily like he was in physical pain, too. Then I added, "I even got touched by a shadow wraith and I'm fine, so I should carry him. Let's all stick together. If something happens, I'll be the first to know." I said nothing else about my meeting with Death or Cazio because I didn't want to heap on more bad news yet. It felt right to do this. I slid my hands under Xavier and lifted him while Thorn took my sword, which was the weapon that I'd stolen. All Xavier did was groan, and Thorn said nothing about my theft of his weapon. I was sure that Liliana had told him the full deal already, that we had stopped the worst from happening to the underground and it had been an emergency. He'd probably forgiven me. Xavier felt heavier than usual. His eyes fluttered open for a second and he faced me as I turned to the side to take him through the doorway. "I'm going to help you," I said, but he closed them again as if he didn't want to even consider any hope. Where he was, hope was a joke. "Alyssa," he said before slipping away again. It didn't take that long to carry Xavier to Thorn's fighting room because there weren't many people in the underground. Many had fled after the theft of Leon's body and some simply hadn't come back yet. The few people we passed looked on as I carried Xavier, trailing behind everyone else in case the worst happened. Every step was torture. Every time Xavier shifted brought terror up inside of me. What if he was turning? But no. His form remained the same as ever. Even Janine stayed quiet, and Liliana had stopped calling her brother an idiot. This was sucking the life out of everyone. Janine's phone buzzed with the latest social media news. It was the only thing that cut into our silence during our walk. I checked the surrounding hallways, the ceiling, even the floor for any sign of death. I muttered, "Come on. I need my test. Give me my test now." Nothing. Janine's phone buzzed another time. I wanted to snatch it and throw it against the wall. I wanted to kill and destroy something, but there were no enemies here. The only one was the shadow sickness itself. Death had left me to figure things out on my own, even though she could have easily reversed Xavier's illness. Thorn opened his doors, and the faint odor of dried blood filled the air. We paraded in and Trish spread some hay on the floor, which was my cue to set Xavier down. It was so undignified, putting him on straw, but there was nothing else. He groaned once I let go of him, but it might have been the fact that he was being moved again. He may or may not know that I was there. Janine's phone buzzed another time. I couldn't take it anymore. I asked, "Can you please turn that off?" She fished it out of her pocket and said, "I'm sorry. I have it on for alerts. Don't you remember that this saved you?" As far as I can tell, cell phones are non-existent down here. "I'm sorry." I stepped away from Xavier even though I wanted to lie with him, arm over his form. "I shouldn't have gone off on you." Janine scrolled through her phone. It's a story about the ATC again. They're questioning. Alyssa? This says they've taken your mother into custody. Chapter 15. I seized the phone from Janine before she protested. I lacked the same talent with phones as her, my best friend breathed phones and social media, so having Janine came in handy. It was one of those news stories, minus any photos, with just one headline and a massive wall of text. Melissa Wilson, mother of Alyssa Choi, in custody by ATC. After my mother left, she married a guy with the last name Wilson. Robert Wilson came with the perfect normal kids she wanted, ones in sports destined for perfect normal careers. I didn't even know my step-siblings' names. They likely pretended that I didn't exist, because never once had they sent me a Christmas card. I asked, why would the ATC want my mother? I wasn't sure what emotions I should have. Mom last called us to check in 2 years ago, though she'd gone to crickets after that. Because they believe she's still connected to you? Janine lifted her eyebrows. On the floor, Xavier rolled and groaned, as if warning me try nothing. He now spoke less and less. When he had first gotten shadow sickness, he'd talked, but now he had reverted to a tormented baby, helpless and lost. I said, but she's not. I bet she doesn't even realize where Dad and I lived for the past couple of years. Honestly, I doubt she'd care if the two of us got snatched by the ATC. She's probably glad they're after me. Or was, since the attentions shifted to her. But she's your mother, Janine said. Trish drew close to me and looked at the phone, and so did Thorn. I dropped my sword to the floor, where it landed next to a bloodstain. I said. She's an abnormal hater. I skimmed as dread curled in my gut. Then I added, I bet she voted for Cazio. Looks like she's been living right outside Cumberland for the last few years, which means she could have. It says they took her from the west side. Cazio has something to do with this, Thorn said in his heavy, you're not doing something stupid tone. I said, maybe he figures the bait he has isn't enough. I read the article, skimming for any piece of information. Despite my efforts to look tough on the outside, I was doing the opposite internally. My mother left us, but she hadn't ever wished for our deaths. Mom never turned us in when she could have. She called in every once in a while, up until recently. I like to think that was because she feared the ATC would trace her phone calls, though I knew the more painful explanation was more likely. The point was, she was still my mother, the same one who put up with my turning for 6 years. She hadn't gone over the edge until I screwed up in the 2nd grade and bit Hannah. Xavier finally spoke. He opened his eyes and faced me. The magenta in them had dulled to a scary shade of near gray, as if someone had washed the color from them. His own turning was getting closer. He said, you can't convince her to come back. An ice pick stabbed into my spine, and I straightened, saying, I'm not out to win her back. This is about her being trapped. You can never bring them back. Xavier sat up with force, eyes crazy. He stared at me with hate and anger before peering over my shoulder. Once they're gone, they're gone. Was death trying to speak through him? I said. But Cazio will probably murder her. Something felt strange about this whole thing, because it was too timed and too perfect. Was this the test from death? Then Xavier flopped to the floor and released a breath, covering his face with his hands and bending one knee up and down. Like that, he went away again, leaving us alone. He's losing it, Thorn said. I swallowed. He's already lost it, but I'm almost sure I see what my test is. I raised the screen closer to me, even though I could make out the text clearly. I scrolled while the others all gathered to watch. Elzina only now entered the dojo, pushing through the entrance, but the sight of her gave me an idea. I asked, Elzina. Do you have any idea where one Melissa Wilson would be? Once I asked my question, the old lady stopped, her vibrant blue irises locked on Xavier. Her expression clouded and turned unreadable. She asked, Melissa Wilson? I told her, you're a seer mage. You should be able to envision things. I sensed that her being here was no coincidence either. I wondered how much power death possessed over the regular world. It was certainly enough to make Janine's phone buzz repeatedly for the same alert, which we might have ignored otherwise. I handed her Janine's phone. Then I added, find her. Please. There's a test that I need to do for death, and if I pass, the death inside of me awakens. I finished saying, Xavier gets protection from turning into a shadow wraith. Elzina cradled the phone as if it were an alien device, and I realized that the mage never handled one. She said, I don't understand. I can't read this. Please. Just tell me where this Melissa Wilson is, I said. Alyssa. Thorn put his hand on my shoulder from behind. I know I don't have the strength to prevent you, but Trish does. However, Trish didn't move, and instead glared at Thorn. She said, I will allow Alyssa to do what she needs to save Xavier, even if it's super unlikely she'll succeed. Even if she dies and takes Xavier with her, that fate beats what waits. I will hurt you if you try to stop her. Liliana looked at me, hoping and silently pleading. I nodded to Elzina, hoping she could work some magic, and that death would let her access what information she needed. Elsina's arms trembled as she clutched the device like it was some precious jewel. Then she closed her eyes, focusing. The woman was as desperate as any of us and perhaps riddled with guilt. She first got that vision of Cazio unleashing Leon's energy through the underground, and her magic first sent us on that mission that ultimately sped up Xavier's curse. The horrible responsibility crushed down on her shoulders, making them drop. I watched as she focused and focused. I didn't know much about how seer mages did their magic, but I knew their visions came through at unpredictable times. At last, Elsina's eyes popped open, and she looked straight ahead like none of us were there. "There's a house," she said in a voice that came out stronger than I expected. "An old house. The number is 1667. She sounded like a robot as she spoke. "Which street?" I recited the number back to myself in my mind, determined to hold on. She turned her head as if looking up and down one. "It is an old street in disrepair. I believe this is the east side of Cumberland, but I do not know this area." Death would want me to know, and I realized Cazio certainly did. I knew the two of them were allowing Elsina to see this. Powerful beings like them could block seer mages, and they usually did, unless they had some ulterior motive. Elsina opened her eyes, focused on me, and shook her head. I did not see the name of the street, but there could be a way to find it. Then I turned to Trish as she had lived in Cumberland the longest. "Addresses," I said, while Xavier groaned again. "Do they repeat, or are addresses like jersey numbers in this city? One place gets a number, and the rest get a message that it's taken when they ask for it?" Trish grabbed Janine's phone from Elsina and looked at it. She said, "The east side of the city is mostly houses. Parts are old and run down, built when I was young and still normal. The part Elsina's talking about must be the old district." Trish shocked me by pulling up the web browser on the phone and doing a search, because I hadn't realized she possessed the skill to use cell phones. She kept talking. "There is a 1667 Burn Lane in that area. I see nothing else with that address where she spoke of." Trish pulled up a satellite map of rows of big, old houses like Elsina described. Elsina, now done, went over to kneel next to Xavier now. Janine remained silent, which was strange for her. Thorne stood behind Trish, his jaw working, and Liliana waited over by the wall like she wasn't sure what to do. "I'll set the GPS," Trish said to me and me alone. "If we move fast, we should reach the place before sunrise. Bring your sword, because we'll cut it very close," and yes, that was a dad joke. It had already been 2:30 in the morning when I left the ATC building. My stomach rumbled and my limbs begged for sustenance that didn't come from a blood bag. I needed to fight for real. Death hadn't counted, and I hadn't vented my killer urges enough in the ATC building. Trish grinned at me and the red in her eyes was more intense, which meant she was ready for a fight as well. "This is the test Death has sent me," I said. "I know it is. I don't know what I'm being tested for, but I have to take it." I eyed Xavier on the floor. He was on his back, lips moving with silent words. I ran over, leaned down, and kissed him. "I'm going now. If I pass, you'll get cured." My piece of death, whatever it was, would awaken and pass to him through our bond, making him immune to shadow sickness. I had to accept death, whatever that meant. Trish nodded at me. "We go now. Xavier is the son I never had, and I will help save him if it kills me." Chapter 16. Trish and I ran through the underground together, dodging both supernaturals and even a few normals. She led me up a ladder and through a trapdoor I had never used before, which took us out next to a used car dealership. Fluorescent paint on windshields advertised low prices on cars that probably all had something wrong with them that the dealer just didn't mention. I smelled leaking oil everywhere and even some burned scents. "We don't have any good choices here," Trish said, eyeing the cars. "But we have to take something. Running across the city will take too long. It would drain our strength and we'd never make it in time." We climbed the chain link fence and into the dealership. Dawn hadn't tickled the horizon yet, but I knew the night well. The crescent moon was rising, something that phase of the moon only did right before the sun's toxic rays followed. Once we'd gotten inside, Trish stopped at each old car and sniffed, then waved me to a rusted Corolla and yanked the driver's side door open, breaking the lock. I did the same on the passenger side. Trish spoke as we worked. "This one has some gas. The others are so drained they might stall out on us. I don't smell any major oil leaks in this vehicle." She tore at the dashboard, exposing wires. We were about to hot wire a car. "If you ever need to do this, Alyssa, pick a Toyota. They're the immortals of the car world." "Got it," I said, propping my sword between my knees. We were getting along better. That was a start. She got the car started and drove it through the closed gates of the dealership, which burst open and swung behind us. The engine purred, which meant the car was in decent shape. The brakes didn't work all that great, the car might just need fresh pads, but everything else was pretty good. The traffic was low this time of the night. I watched as the faintest pink glow appeared on the horizon. Trish drove quickly and ordered me to watch for cops, which I did. We couldn't afford to get stopped. I doubted Trish had a license. And we still had the price painted across the windshield in bright orange. My vision didn't fail me. At one point, I saw a police motorcycle in an alley and ordered Trish to slow down, which she did. But in the end, we made it to the east side of Cumberland. I got out the phone as the GPS read out our directions, though Trish didn't seem to need them. Instead, she took shortcuts through alleys that ran between old houses and even cut through a park at one point, sticking on a wide sidewalk. She knew the city in and out and had seen it being built up over the decades. At last, we reached Burn Lane. Good name. I frowned as we passed the street sign, which leaned to the side. Burn Lane was full of boarded-up houses and looked like a place fit for gangs. There was graffiti all over the place and I felt nervous, even though the gangs here were likely to be normal. Cazio didn't have to fear them. He was the scariest thing here, and I had the feeling even gangs wouldn't want to mess with the armed ATC. The road curved. Lawns sported tall weeds, and the air smelled of plywood and rot. I rolled my window down as Trish turned off the headlights. "Demons don't have the senses that we do," Trish said. "That's the advantage we have. They are stronger, but their hearing is not much better than a normal's." I said, "Good to know." That horrible dread feeling that death and the shadow wraiths gave off was everywhere now, as if death were watching me from somewhere close. Yes, this was the test I needed to do to save Xavier and bring myself one step closer to being what Cazio wanted. The feeling intensified and Trish tensed next to me. I couldn't smell her blood, but if she were normal, I knew it would flood with metallic fear. A battered mailbox emerged from the darkness, reading 1667. Trish stopped and cut the motor about 100 feet from the box. "That's it," Trish said as she stared at the old, boarded-up house. "That's where they have your mother." "Supposedly," I said. The dread feeling was stronger now, and I knew Cazio wouldn't have moved her. He wanted me to find her. Then I would receive my trial. What if I had to kill my mother or something? I had to accept death to awaken it inside of me. Cazio and death would think of something twisted and sick, something that would haunt me for the rest of my life. My mother feared me already, and I didn't want her last living memory to be of me destroying her or anyone else. Maybe a part of me was hoping to get her back. I shook my head. I had to get Mom out of there alive first. The article on Janine's phone sure hadn't mentioned that she was being held in a creepy old house. I almost wondered if someone had sent the article just for us. Trish got out and left the car door open. I did the same because we couldn't afford to close them and make the noise. The engine might have done that already, but the two-story brick house remained dark and quiet as if no one were inside. Boards covered all windows and tall weeds grew alongside the building. If I didn't know better, I would have guessed that it was empty. Don't let this quiet fool you. Trish sniffed the air. I smell him. The breeze blew in my direction, carrying the scent of cold sewage. Cazio was present, all right, and he was waiting in there with my mother. I had barely killed Cazio once, and it had taken Xavier and I both to do it. Now Trish and I were acting alone, and I couldn't access Xavier's war magic. Even if I could, I wouldn't risk draining his strength any further. It might hurry his turning. He's going to expect us to go around to the back, I said, because it was what I would do. She said, I know. We should go through the front door. She pointed at a large piece of plywood, a very fresh piece, nailed to it. We can pull that off, I said. I imagined Cazio and some of his ATC goons boarding up the door right after they had taken my mother inside. The mayor must have brought in some of his bound goons for this. He wouldn't risk his secret getting out to the others. I would have to hurt them like I had the ones who had first broken into my house, and Cazio wouldn't care. Trish said, I'm ready for this. We have no time to plan, so I say we go in and we fight. You know, Trish, I said. You're not so bad. She said, neither are you, and I thought Xavier had brought in a real imposter, but I was wrong. Maybe you were one at first, but you're not anymore. I don't know about that. Circumstances had forced me to give it up, but if I got Mom out of here and dispatched Cazio, I could retrieve it. Trish already moved, so I followed her as we walked right up the street, underneath a streetlight that wasn't working but buzzing as if trying to come to life. We would face a battle. We had no problem walking up to the front door. The faint scent of cologne mixed with sewage was here, with a tiny undertone of wood smoke. Trish sniffed as we faced the new piece of plywood. Something's off here, because I've never smelled a demon that has the wood smoke scent. That's because Leon's merged with Cazio now, I said. We're going to have to deal with my screw-up. I'm sorry, but I didn't want to say that in front of Xavier and make his condition progress. I waited for her to slap me across the face. I probably deserved it, but she sighed and said, you're right. It would have made him feel worse and might make him turn faster. You had a good plan, keeping that to yourself. She grabbed the edge of the plywood. Before I reached out to help, she pulled the wood off the front door, which was unlocked and barely hanging on by one hinge. The sense of dread coming from this house got overwhelming. The presence of death lived here, all right, and so did Cazio. I wondered if they were having a tea party or if they even had such a thing, ever. Trish entered the house first, almost like she was trying to protect me. Her attitude towards me had changed. The living room was empty of all furniture, leaving only a hardwood floor, and the nearby kitchen was clean and empty as well. The house smelled like no one had inhabited it but dust mites, something I was thankful for. I wondered if vampires used this as a daytime hangout, but there was no way to tell. It didn't show any signs of normal gangs popping in here and partying in the place. The sense of dread was too bad to allow that either. I don't like this place, Trish said. I said, the only upside is the boarded-up windows. We entered the hall, and I slowly opened a quiet door that showed an empty but carpeted bedroom. I sniffed the air, but there was no sign of any normals, and I couldn't pick up Mom's scent, whatever it smelled like now. I asked, is there a basement? I closed the door behind me. Trish said, there could be. I hear water dripping below us. Don't you? I listened. A bird chirped outside, then flew off as if it sensed the bad vibes coming from this place. Trish was right. There was dripping below us. The sound was coming up through the vents. Water met stone or concrete. I leaned down. The vent was also where Cazio's stench was coming through the strongest. I said, that's where we need to go. He wanted us to enter like this. Trish responded with, I know he did. What do we do? I kept my voice as low as I could. I wasn't sure if the mayor realized we'd arrived yet. This makes zero sense because the ATC was supposed to have my mom in custody. Trish brought her face very close to mine. When you live as long as I do, you learn the media is not always truthful. That article may have had a supernatural origin if death was sending you a test. I said, so, my mother might not even be here. I wasn't sure what to make of that. Trish told me, your test is because Elzina saw this too easily. Death wants you here. Whatever waits, we must go down and face it. I will not march down the basement steps because that's what Cazio wants us to do, especially since we entered through the front door. I say we confuse him. Then how do we reach the basement? I asked. She said, easy. Every building in the city has windows. Trish led me back outside and around the house, to a front-facing glass window. I kneeled and peeked inside the basement. It looked like any other basement, empty, with a gray-painted concrete floor and a water pump on the edge, with no one inside. I put my face closer to the glass and felt a slight tingle on my cheek. I said, I think someone put magical wards here. This basement might not be what it looks like from here. I'd seen plenty of illusions to know how they worked by now. I believe you're right. Trish took my place and peeking inside. I feel it. It's probably an illusion ward. Many types of mages can do them, so we will have to go inside to see what waits. She punched and shattered the glass. So much for sneaking in, I said. Trish already crawled through the opening, barely fitting in her Victorian dress, but it was easier for me to go through. I gripped my sword tight as if afraid someone would snatch it and slipped through after Trish, leaving the very faint morning light behind. The cave smell didn't hit me until I had landed on the other side. Then I realized the true nature of the basement. All the even flooring and walls vanished as I passed through the window. I felt like we had entered another world, a simple stone cave with a glass window behind me and stairs that led to the house above. The sight made me do a double take, but it reminded me of something, the cave underneath Beatrix's nightclub, the one with the portal Xavier and I had used. But this cave had no portal. Brownish stone made up the walls, and a strange, ambient glow came from nowhere and everywhere, leaving just enough light for me to see in color. The cave stretched out into the distance, curving away and hiding its secrets from view. It wasn't an enormous cave, about as wide as a living room, but a breeze blew against me, and I knew it was long. Cazio's stench rode on that breeze. He was further in, waiting for us. Looks like it wouldn't have mattered which way we came in, I said. It's possible he doesn't know we're here, Trish said. We need to stay quiet. Of course, his magical wards could have already alerted him. The cave was longer than I thought, as if some enormous, dinosaur-sized worm had carved it out. Trish and I walked as quickly and quietly as we could, faster and less detectable than any normal. I kept my sword in front of me. Every muscle in my body tensed. Soon I would come face to face with my mother. Whatever waited would torment me. Cazio and death had reached a deal, and her test and my suffering would happen at once. The cave curved again, and we slowly spiraled into the earth itself. Trish said nothing, and I didn't dare whisper. We barely had enough light for us to see in color and it never changed. This place reminded me too much of Death's realm. Even the light was growing greener and sicklier. I let out my thoughts. We're leaving the regular world. Trish didn't face me. I know we are. I asked, you've been the Death's realm before? No, she said. I can just feel that we're leaving. I looked back to where the rock was browner and fuller of life above. The stone down the spiral was blackening and taking on that oily look. I had a sense that if we continued down, we'd eventually fall out of the underworld sky and into the dusty ocean far below. I said, we're in some kind of feed tube. I wasn't sure how I realized this. Broken dreams and hopes fall through here and end up in the underworld, and this is a fitting place for something like this. I thought of the boarded-up houses above, full of fading memories of families that once led happy lives here. I added, this might have formed on its own. Trish said, I believe you, Alyssa. An air of sadness hung in her words. I think that's what we have here. The neighborhood above used to be prosperous and full of children. They're all grown now and long gone, so if any happy memories are dying and going below, it's theirs. My test would take place somewhere below, very close to the underworld if not in it. I had no choice but to continue as I thought of Xavier back in Thorne's dojo. Cazio knew I couldn't go back now. The air got thicker, sadder, and more hopeless the further we went down. I was right that this cave spiraled. Cazio's scent got stronger and the breeze from below blew more strongly against my face, carrying with it the despair. It must come from death's underworld, from a hole in that green and black ceiling, maybe. I just hoped the mayor enjoyed it. And at last, we reached the end. The end of the tunnel just seemed abrupt. The stone by now was completely black, so I almost didn't see the vast pit at the end of the cave and the faint green glow coming from below. But I saw the single wooden chair, probably stolen from an abandoned house, that stood way too close to the edge of the pit. It held a single occupant bound to it with rough rope. The woman faced away from me, but I recognized her dark brown hair that she had always kept long and straight because only that hairstyle kept it tamed. It was hair I had brushed when I was very young. The long strands smelled like expensive shampoo when Mom used to hug me. Only now could I pick up her scent, and it sent me back to a time before Hannah and before my life shattered. I froze. Mom perched there, looking down into the greenish underworld far below. Her hair ruffled in the wind that came from below. It looked as if someone was about to push her over the edge. A muffled sob escaped through a gag. She was waiting for her executioner. Mom didn't realize that the two of us were here. I froze, my thoughts spinning out of control. Mom must have heard what I did to the librarian, because it made the news for sure. She must have learned that Xavier and I had escaped the airport and were in the company of a werewolf. What would she think? But I had to get her out of there. She was very close to the edge, so close, in fact, that a powerful sneeze might send her tilting into the underworld. I could smell her fear now, and it came out metallic like that of all normals. Also, she had eaten a fudge sundae not too long ago, probably right after dinner. Trish held up a hand, warning me not to do anything. I remained still. This screamed. Trap. One designed to tug on my emotions. Why, I'm glad you could make it here too, Alyssa, Cazio said from the darkness. I couldn't determine where he hid at first, but then I spotted him standing in the darkness on the other side of the pit. He stepped around the terrifying opening in full human form, but with his sunglasses gone and eyes flaming with the magic of the infernal dimension. Leon wasn't showing any signs right now. Cazio winced a bit as he walked around the hole, even he didn't like the despair that death's underworld gave off, and he placed one hand on the back of Mom's chair, facing us. Terror exploded through my being, and so did rage. He could tip it any second and I may not stop him. Mom cried out as the back legs of her chair came up and went back down again. I shouted. Stop it right now! Alyssa. Mom's gag dropped a little. I said, I'm here. She whimpered and went silent. Did she do that because of Cazio, or because she had to face me again? The mayor grinned. I take it you are ready to undergo death's test? She is not here in human form, but she is very close, watching and waiting to see if you earn access to your own inner death. We stand directly above her realm. There are plenty of places in the ordinary world that lead there, and you found one of the many Cumberland entrances. What do you want me to do? I asked, fighting to keep my voice level. Free your mother, of course, Cazio said. He was alone, and another check of the darkness on the other side of the pit confirmed that. There was only a stone wall there, as dark as the rest of the cave and reflecting the faintest green glow from the pit. I asked. That's all? What does this test have to do with accepting death? I had a few horrible ideas, as death didn't stop at the physical kind that everyone knew. My mother whimpered and tried in vain to push the chair back, but Cazio had perched the seat, so she faced downhill. Worse, he kept his hand on the back of her chair, preventing her from moving away. Her metallic terror competed with Cazio's stench, and my chest ached with the horror that must grip her. Alyssa. It sounded more like Alice. Behind the gag, which had fallen back over her mouth. Don't worry. My limbs turned rubbery, and my stomach growled. I was ready to fight, even if I couldn't feed off Cazio. I'm going to get you out of there, and I won't let him push you off the edge. My words did nothing to comfort her. She squirmed, trying to free her arms from the ropes that kept her bound to the back of the chair. She kicked her free legs since I had just reminded her of her likely fate. Cazio shook his head with glee and spoke. I see you've brought a helper. It must be terrible, going without your battle partner, like you've lost a part of you. I imagine your bond is rotting in the dust below us. Your mother would survive the fall into the abyss, but only to sink into the ocean below and slowly suffocate. I've sent people there before. Enemies, uncooperative abnormals that my ATC has rounded up, and those who no longer have a use to me. Death and I have a deal, the same way some countries have a deal to accept each other's trash. I asked. What's your condition? I knew what it was like to sink into that sand, and the mayor knew it. I have no condition, Cazio said. All you have to do is prevent me from pushing your mother over the edge, and you must do so in whatever way you can. The flames in his eyes danced, sly and dangerous. It's a trick, Trish said. If a politician's mouth is open, they're lying. Cazio cracked a smile at her. This is one case where no, I am not lying, he assured her. Then he faced me. This is death's test for you. Do what you need to stop me from pushing your mother over the edge. I asked. Why are you bothering her? She doesn't even like me. Mom stayed silent. I could smell the salt of her tears, but did they come from regret or horror? Would things be different between us if I freed her? The mayor said, you have 10 seconds, Alyssa. Wait too long, and you lose your mother. I can always find another person to test you with if I must push her over. Janine, for instance. He would. The truth burned in his eyes. I faced Trish, and she nodded. Cazio kept his hand on the back of Mom's chair, mouthing the numbers as he counted. Trish's eyes turned bloodshot and thirsty. It was time to fight. Rage pumped through me, and I wanted nothing more than to kill Cazio and Leon both. We both charged at the same time. Cazio dodged to the side, leaving Mom alone at the edge of the pit. I almost ran into her, but I seized the back of her chair, pulling her back as she screamed through the cloth gag. I lifted the chair with her in tow, and she screamed again, a terrified sound I would never forget, and I tossed her and the chair back away from the pit. She landed near the wall of the cave and fell to her side with the chair, heels facing me. Her eyes were hazel and terrified, her hair disheveled. She was the same mother I remembered from my old life, the one I had held hands with in that crayon wall art. But at the sight of me with my sword in hand, she closed her eyes. I stood next to the pit now. The gray-black expanse of the underworld stretched out, miles below, as wind whistled and beckoned me down. Cazio had backed away to stand by the side of the pit. Trish charged him, rage-filled, teeth bared, but he caught her by the neck and lifted her up. The doctor made a gagging sound as the mayor lifted her higher and turned to hold her over the underworld. I shouted. Trish! My legs refused to move. So, you're one of Russell Fox's children as well, Cazio said to her. He was a favorite servant of mine, and he had a special love for doctors and nurses. Trish tried to say something. If Cazio let go, she would plummet miles to the ocean of dust. I charged, sword raised, leaping over the side of the pit while Trish clawed at Cazio's arms, drawing blood with her sharp fingernails. It smelled of raw sewage, then wood smoke, then sewage again. Cazio and Leon had eaten a cheeseburger recently, and that scent made my stomach rumble. I crashed into Cazio so hard that all three of us flew back towards the wall on the side of the pit. Mom shrieked through her gag again. She could see the fight and she might scream for my safety or my death. The cuts on Cazio's arms oozed blackish red blood, now midway between human and demon. Leon was here, too. Trish scrambled free of Cazio as he landed against the wall. She grasped at her throat for a second before eyeing the cuts on Cazio's arm. Her eyes remained very red and hungry. The more Leon came through, the less the mayor stunk. Cazio peeled himself from the wall. Attack me. He spread his arms as more blood stained the sleeves of his suit. Both of you. Attack. He knew how to get to me. I saw Mom out of the corner of my eye, her wide, terrified gaze right on me as she lay on her side, unable to do anything more than lift her head. I raised my sword. I had stabbed the mayor before and I'd do it again, but I hesitated for a second since Thorn had always warned me not to make any rushed, stupid moves. It was long enough for Leon to come through more strongly. Cazio's face wrinkled, and his eyes flashed to that of a war mage, blue with the angry magenta flecks. Wood smoke replaced sewage and cologne as the air heated like he was about to unleash his power on us. Leon glared at me, and Trish took a step back in shock. But then Cazio came back full force, shoving Leon back and snarling at Trish. I knew what was going to happen. He would push her off the edge. I had to appeal to the one closest to the mayor. Leon. Help us. Leon returned, pushing the darkness in Cazio's eyes away, but then the elder war mage turned his hate on me. You destroyed my honor. His voice clicked like a million angry leaves. He was now an old man in Cazio's suit, completely in control. He raised one arthritic arm and a magenta glow gathered around his hand. Mom screamed again. I lunged forward and stabbed, but Leon dodged to the side and my blade impaled only air. Trish appeared and bit into his neck from behind. Drops of blood splattered and the cheeseburger smell got stronger. I wanted to jump in and join her as my stomach roared. We could end Cazio right now, through Leon, and save the world. No, Mom was watching. It was a stupid thought, but it held me back. But that might not matter. The magic around Leon's hands died as he struggled against Trish's grasp, but then Leon's eyes darkened, and his blood took on a sewage smell again. Cazio was returning. Trish gagged and released him, and the mayor staggered, fully in control, right next to the underworld's opening. Mom babbled some unintelligible words, as if her mind couldn't handle this. The air heated, and I realized this was the true heat, not the war magic type. Cazio was about to unleash his fire, which would destroy both Trish and my mother. His eyes filled with the flames as he trained his hatred on Trish, then me. I had no choice but to take the stupid choice in battle. I charged, letting out a war cry, and stabbed. My blade shot through the mayor's body and came out the other side, dripping with black blood. I drew it out and stabbed again, shocked at how strong I'd gotten since my first real fight. When I'd first fought him, his chest had been like stone. Cazio's eyes widened as I held him there with my weapon. He reached up and felt for the handle of the sword, but Trish attacked again, clawing at the back of his neck. More demon blood splattered, some landing on me. The air grew hotter. I backed up, very close to the pit, and Trish motioned for me to take Cazio closer to it. He needed to fall, and we'd get rid of him for a while and buy some time. Flames erupted around his body and his skin reddened. Encased in a fiery aura, he forced Trish to back away as the fire crept up the blade of my sword, surrounded my hands, wrapped around my arms. I couldn't feel the pain since the fire couldn't hurt me. Mom yelled obscenities and she wouldn't stop. She had lost all sanity. The heat built. He would release it through the cave, burning everyone but me and him alive. Leon. I stared right into Cazio's eyes and tried to ignore his reddening skin and the black wings ripping out of his suit, flapping and fanning the flames. Leon! Help us! Are you really going to let this guy control you? What kind of plan did I have now? Leon was almost as bad as this demon. Remember our deal. The flames crept towards my face, roaring and strengthening like a bonfire. Cazio trembled, and in one show of strength, Leon came through, changing his features back to the shade of skin and glaring at me with those hateful eyes. The fire died, leaving the air cool. Human blood spurted out around the sword now, and the Elder War Mage's face contorted in pain. It seemed that only his hatred kept him alive. I will regain my pride, he said, but not before Trish made a terrifying growl and grabbed him around the neck, pulling him back. I retracted my sword, and a flower of blood expanded on the front of Cazio's suit, which was too big and rumpled around Leon's body. I rushed over to Mom, who closed her eyes and trembled as I approached. I leaned down, took my bloody sword, and sawed it across the ropes that kept her bound. I'm getting you out of here, I said, my heart shattering. I won't hurt you. I'm the same Alyssa I was before that horrible night. Mom! Open your eyes. At last, she did. I realized too late that one of my colored contacts had fallen out. It bounced off my shirt and rolled down to the pit, where it plunged over the edge and into the underworld. She could see one of my reddish eyes, something that I didn't even want to look at. Mom turned her gaze away as I sawed off 2 lengths of rope. Then she turned her gaze back to me. Alyssa, she asked, as if seeing me for the first time. It's me. Emotion filled me as I continued to work on the ropes. We're getting you out of here, and by the way, don't look at what Trish is doing. I could hear Trish sucking more of Leon's blood. The air heated again, this time with war magic, but the heat sputtered. The Elder War Mage was having trouble keeping control. Trish was trying to drain his strength before he could unleash his power. But then Cazio roared, and the feeling of war magic dropped away. I heard the mayor hit Trish. She went flying back into the wall, landing feet from me. The final rope dropped off Mom, and she moved, pushing herself from the chair. We have to go! I extended my hand. She took it. I helped her up, shocked at how much older she looked than I remembered. It had been years, after all. Mom and I ran for the upper caverns, bolting up the slanted stone. Trish followed, shouting at us to go. Escape would be harder than coming down. I pulled Mom along as Trish joined me and left Cazio roaring below us. The sewage smell was worse than ever. Leon's injury had transferred to the mayor. Go. Trish caught up quickly and urged us forward with the waving of her arms. I'm behind you. I ran so fast that Mom shouted out in pain. She was warm. The arm I held had hugged me long ago. She said, Alyssa. You came for me. I told her, I won't leave you. The stone lightened and Mom jumped over a protrusion on the floor, so she could see in here, too. The green glow got fainter and the despair less heavy, which meant we were leaving the edge of the underworld. We were going to get out of here. I was going to show Mom that. Watch out. Trish's warning rang out just before I noticed. The ground shook, forcing me and Mom to a stop. Trish crashed into the back of us as a crack appeared across the floor. Heat blasted out and against my face. A red hand, the demon mayor's, rose from the crack, which widened and spewed a deadly orange glow. Cazio popped his face up, and there was now nothing human left in it. He'd gone full demon baron now, complete with horns and dancing flames that shot through the crack. Trish backed away. I let go of Mom and she did the same. The heat intensified and Cazio kept that aura of fire around him, preventing Trish from getting closer, but I felt no pain. The black blood on my sword reflected fire as I raised it. Cazio was blocking our escape as a wall of fire rose from the crack now, blocking the way forward. It rose higher even as black blood dribbled from Cazio's neck where Trish had bitten Leon. The mayor smiled as he stepped out from the still widening crack and stared me down with those black, burning coals that he called eyes. "Alyssa," he said with a smile, showing 2 rows of pointed, yellow teeth. "It looks like I can't give you a passing grade." The flames formed a wall behind him, and that meant neither Mom nor Trish could make it through. Mom shielded her eyes and trembled as words fled from her. "I thought this was Death's test?" I asked. "Isn't it up to her to go through and mark my questions wrong or right?" Despite my attempt at humor, my voice trembled. I'd seen nothing as terrifying as Cazio in his full demon form, and this close to boot. Cazio just chuckled with that deep voice. There was no way past him. My sword wouldn't be enough to stop the flames. There was no way to get him to stop except for, no. Mom would see it. She would go over the edge just as we were about to reunite. But I had to do it. Trish couldn't get this close to the flames. I said, "Hey, Leon. I still have to tell everyone in the underground about your new circumstance. I bet you love working with Cazio. You're both the slimiest people I've ever met, and honestly, I can't decide between you who's worse. At least Cazio has an excuse for being slimy because he's a demon. You don't have one. I think I'll tell all the elders that you like to be buddies with demons and half-demons. That will go over well in the war mage community." Leon came roaring back. The mayor's skin lightened, and the elder war mage stood in his place, the wound in his stomach still bleeding but healing. The one on his neck was closing. It was Alana's influence or Cazio's. I had the feeling Leon couldn't die easily. But he and Cazio were sharing blood, and if I drained one, I drained the strength of the other. "Alyssa!" Mom said. It was a plea for me to not do it, to not expose her to this. I understood right then what my real test was, what kind of death I had to accept. I steeled myself as Leon raised his hands, hot purple war magic raging to life around them. I had to say it, and I had to say it right now. I'm not normal. If you don't like that, that's your problem. I lunged at Leon as he threw his war magic, but I dodged as an intense hunger swept over me. Cheeseburgers. I bit Leon right on the other side of his neck. He smelled too much like Xavier, so much that I was sure I fed on him for a moment. The war mage's blood was far more intoxicating than my imagination could grasp, spreading through my body, filling me with incredible strength. I couldn't stop. Leon clawed at me but dropped his hands. The old man weakened by the second. The flames of Cazio danced around me, lowering, not hurting me but keeping Trish back. Leon trembled in my grasp, growing weaker right along with the flames, which sputtered and sank back into the crack between his feet. Cazio weakened too, just like I hoped. The flames lowered the more I fed, allowing passage over the crack. Trish yelled at my mother to jump. They both did and ran ahead while I continued the horrible act that would drive a wedge between us forever. Leon cried out in pain and begged me to stop. His pulse raced and his heart skipped a beat. Then he thrashed. His blood took on the quality of sewage and I swallowed some before I realized what was happening. Cazio had returned, and he threw me off with almost no effort. I let go and the demon mayor stood there, shaking, rubbing on his neck and looking around as if disoriented. He'd returned to his mostly human form, and he smiled at me, offering a sly grin like he knew something that I didn't. Trish and Mom bolted farther up the spiral cave, vanishing from my sight. I heard both of them thundering up the steps to the house. The flames had died. I had drained Cazio somewhat, but his smile told me that without Xavier back, I couldn't kill him. And given that his wounds were all closing, I believed it. So instead of attacking again, I ran. I ran, trying to dismiss the terrible taste in my mouth and the awful sense of dread in my belly. It was no use. Strength flowed into my limbs, but it remained like nothing would ever wash it away. The old, cracked stairs creaked under my feet. I climbed up them like a spider, into the house that lightened as morning arrived. The sun was coming up. Trish and I had to go. I focused on that to get my mind off the demon blood, but as soon as I reached the house's kitchen, I blinked and green stars exploded behind my eyelids like a million supernovas. I collapsed and shouted, "Trish." No longer could I open my eyes. I dimly felt the floor hit me as the green intensified, spreading through the universe, blocking out even the darkness beyond. There was nothing but the glow of death remaining, even as Trish called my name. Alone. Mom was already gone, having run outside without looking back. Her footfalls vanished as she screamed for help. Help, that wasn't me. Trish's hand slapped my shoulder, but I barely felt that, too. I felt her arms go under me, lifting me up, telling me that I would be all right as she carried me through the green expanse of death that had filled every fiber of my being. Chapter 17. Alyssa, someone said. My eyelids fluttered. I had been floating through the green glow for an eternity, and millennia had passed while I wandered aimlessly through a universe full of eerie death. But at last, I could force my eyelids to open. The green vanished. I felt as if I were waking from a long dream, and I wasn't sure where I'd ended up at first. Xavier was lying next to me, his eyes wide, colorful, and as amazing as ever. He propped himself up on one arm, lying on his side, facing me on a bed of straw. The dried blood and the musty smells of Thorne's training room surrounded me right along with Xavier's wood smoke scent. I asked, "Xavier?" The last time I'd seen him, those eyes were gray, and he'd nearly succumbed to shadow sickness. "I feel better," he said with a sly grin. Trish was standing right behind him, a look of complete relief on her face, and red in her eyes was less intense. "Whatever you had to do, you did it. You passed death's test, didn't you?" He had been listening more than I thought, even in his horrible state. Now he was lying here, better. Much better. In fact, Xavier had a brighter glow than I'd ever seen him with. Until now, I hadn't realized how much the shadow sickness was affecting him. I said, "The answer is obvious. You're not in a pit of despair anymore." I felt like I wasn't in this world. Xavier looked at everyone standing around us and said, "It was getting worse, and I was in a world of dust and this strange green sky." I knew I was close to turning, but suddenly, that world started shaking, and I opened my eyes here, feeling much better. I haven't felt this way since before Lisa got turned. I said, "You don't know how glad I am." I turned over and matched his pose so that we faced each other. I eyed the rest of the room. Thorne. Trish. Elzina and Liliana. Even Janine still stood here. Her phone rang with the ringtone that said it was her mother, the Wicked Witch of the West's theme. She had been gone for a long time, then. It was obvious from the lack of everyone tackling Xavier with hugs that he had been awake and better for much longer than I had. I wondered if anyone had hugged me while I was lying here, trapped in that infinite green glow. A new magic. Death's magic. Trish had carried me here while I was gone, almost lovingly. The memories were faint, but they were there. The feel of the straw floor, Janine wrapping her arms around me and begging me to wake, and Thorne telling everyone to back off. I even remembered Xavier asking what was wrong with me. Now I was back, and shock had overtaken the room. I said, "You were mentally in death's underworld, and we'll talk about it later." I got up, feeling okay, even though I had a mild upset stomach from accidentally ingesting some of Cazio's blood. That meant I hadn't fallen unconscious for too long, then. Plenty of strength coursed through me. I did the most terrible thing I could have done in front of Mom. I fed in front of her. It was the same as waving and saying goodbye to her and normal life for good. In only a few seconds, I finished the tear between me and her. Mom sure wasn't here, I noticed. I sniffed, but the expensive shampoo and the scent of a fudge sundae refused to come. Still, the scents remained in my mind like a fading dream. I'd just passed death's test. I had to accept that I'd never have my normal life again. It was all I needed to do, and now that trace of death inside of me could do what it wanted. I turned to Trish and asked, "What happened to my mother?" Mom might be utterly terrified of me now after witnessing what I'd done, but I still wanted nothing bad to happen to her. I said, "We were so close to fixing things, and I thought we would after we got her out of there." Trish cleared her throat. "I don't know. Your mother ran, and I let her because I had to get you into another car. The woman was so terrified of us even after we rescued her. There are some normals that you can't reach, and I'm sorry that you got stuck with that one. I've seen it happen so many times, and I can see why you were an imposter at first." I said, "Thanks. I hated this." As Xavier stood up next to me, I stalked over to a pile of hay and sat down, running my hands over my pant legs. Even Janine stayed away. It was as if everyone could sense that I didn't want anyone to hug me right now. I didn't sense any new magic flowing through me, and I looked the same, but I hadn't noticed any changes when Cazio woke Gaozu's fire magic inside of me either. Something had changed. The green glow I'd experienced told me that, and I wondered if my new abilities would reveal themselves in a fight. The thought almost made me not want to fight. And now, how could I go on without my biggest hope? Xavier walked over and sat down next to me. "What exactly did you have to do to cure me?" He was so understanding and kept every demand out of his tone. His blue and magenta eyes were perfect without a trace of that darkness. Brighter now, even. Less tormented. In a low voice, I told him. While I spoke, the others left the room and gave us some privacy. It was unspoken that it was the right thing to do, and I was glad for it. "I gave up ever having a normal life again," I said. "I accepted death." "Why does it hurt so much?" "Because death always hurts, even if what comes after it is so much better," Xavier said. "Hey. I think I said something wise for the first time in my life." I asked, "What do you mean, so much better?" "You have all of us." Xavier smiled, and this time, it was without strain. I could sense a difference in him already. The dark clouds surrounding him, ready to strike him with lightning whenever it wanted, had gotten lost. His faint old mark was still there underneath his crossed swords, but our bond had saved him. I had the feeling that things would be different between us now. Maybe. I had to repeat myself. "All of you." Xavier said, "Yes. All of us. Family doesn't have to be biological. I think Trish likes you a lot more now." I said, "But it hurts to be rejected by your mother." I would think about her screams for the rest of my life, her horror when I bit into Leon's neck to save both her and Trish. I would never get over that, ever. "I might know some things about rejection," Xavier said. "Please, Alyssa. Stick with me. I'm sorry I yelled at you all those times. I just wish you hadn't brought yourself any closer to being what Cazio wants. You don't seem any different right now, though. I'm not sure what waking up a part of death is going to do to you." I said, "I feel okay. Except for the green explosion behind my eyelids that happened back in the house, I'm fine." "And this helped you, Xavier. Neither one of us must fear shadow wraiths ever again. That gives us an advantage, doesn't it?" "Not if they can send us to the underworld," Xavier said with a frown. I said, "True. I guess there are 2 pieces left to go inside of me. 3 are already here. Russell Fox and Gaozu, and now death made sure of that. The 4th piece was full access to a Loveli's powerful war magic, and the 5th was a what?" Then I added, "I suppose it's really a good idea not to bite you now. Not unless it's life or death." Xavier said. He wrapped his arm around me. "I shouldn't have pushed you to do it. We have to be extra careful from now on. I didn't realize things would get this bad. I promise I won't do it anymore." I wasn't sure I liked the way he said that. I had removed one barrier between Xavier and I, the shadow sickness, But there was still another wall, one that was even more forbidden now that I had used up another chance to stop myself from falling into Cazio's trap. I felt like Xavier was putting up a protective barrier between us both, one that was made of emotions instead of magic. "Thank you," I said over the lump in my throat. I wasn't sure if I could resist. I had almost bitten Xavier before, and I wasn't sure if I could stop myself from doing it again. It was the one thing I had control over, and I was going to hold on to that for as long as I could. The world depended on it. Xavier leaned towards me, and my heart leaped. He came closer, closer, and got up at the last second and extended a hand towards me. I tried not to let the disappointment show as I took his hand and let him guide me across Thorn's dojo. "Do you know what?" Xavier asked. "Let's go find some of Cazio's minions, and we'll see what's changed."